Well, well, well. We are here. We are in this thing. Yes, Eudora, thank you. And someone did subscribe, I think. I heard that. Yeah. What is your name? DSPR. I'm just going to call you that because I can't see the rest. Thank you very much for following on Twitch and Kick. Oh, no, you're on Kick. Well, thank you. And then Golden Book, thank you for the Twitch follow. I appreciate it. We're slowly grinding our way up to whatever that number is that we need to hit. So thank you, thank you. Eudora, welcome back. And I believe that's a little fox. I keep thinking it's a cat. But yes, my cats say hi. We're going to show them off in a bit. We have a new addition to this stream. And by new addition, I mean because I haven't been eating, I keep forgetting to have breakfast when I wake up. And I've been a little busy on the off-stream time, just kind of catching up on errands, paying bills, and all that fun stuff. So I did not have breakfast, but as I was making my second batch of coffee, I figured I shall eat a little bit on the side as a snack. Now, I do expect to get some haters for this, I'm sure. Haters is a strong word, obviously, but yes, it is in fact veggie straws that I'm going to be eating with chopsticks because I want to keep my hands clean. So yeah, exactly, Adora, I'll do whatever I want. The only thing I will try to be mindful of is that I don't want to make too much of the munching sound into the mic because I know it bothers me, so hopefully I will not bother anyone else. But yes, we've got our non-sponsor, but a brand that I've been enjoying, the Maison Perrier, and this is a Forever Lime one. So I hopped off of the strawberry something or other, and now we're tasting out the lime. And I don't actually know the brand of this, but I tend to eat this when I have breakfast. I'll have these veggie straws with my breakfast concoction. I did mention at some point maybe I will actually explain what I have for breakfast, but it is a bit wild. So I've kind of tested it out with some of my friends in terms of explaining it, and I got their reaction. So we'll let it. We'll give it some time before we introduce that. All right, so welcome. We are on day 11. I believe if we look at the little countdown timer on the top left, we have to complete Mongolia vlog episode 1 by 3 days, 6 hours, and 39 minutes and 30 seconds. So does that give us enough time? I think so. I'm up for the challenge, I believe. Even if it means the last day we have to do like a 24-hour stream, by golly, we shall. We'll get it done one way or the other. Yeah, no judgment here, Eudora. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't judge others usually. I try not to, so same applies hopefully to me. But yeah, so we did get a bunch done the other day. So if you look at the agenda, it just kind of went off my screen for a second, but I believe the first one, we did swap it up. Usually we start off with the working on a little bit of like YouTube shorts and such. As we mentioned, I have a lot of, videos already that I have lined up that I can publish to my YouTube. So I'm not too concerned about that. And I do want to prioritize finishing out this vlog video. So yeah, we're just going to jump right into it. We'll work on chapter 4 of the vlog. Then I did put in a little bit of space here. I'm not sure if we'll get to it or not. It depends maybe if Maple hops in later. But I do want to figure out how to do the whole emotes and maybe fix my audio a bit, as well as start to play around with Discord a bit more. Number 3 on the list, but always just kind of throughout, is playing with my cats. Whenever they decide to grace themselves, or I guess when they decide they want to show up on screen or demand attention, we shall give it to them. Right now, Kimbap is just hanging out over on my little workout bench, which I barely use. And so Nala is somewhere else as well. We'll see when they show up. Eudora, you're asking if I'm a coffee snob? Not at all. I mean, I make coffee every day, but my taste buds are so unrefined. And this is for drinks, it's for alcohol, it's for food. Everything is good to me, almost. So I always tell my friends, you probably shouldn't listen to me if I say something tastes good, but you should definitely listen to me if I say something tastes bad. So yeah, I'm the type of person, if I could have McDonald's every day, I'll be pleased, I'll be happy. I have the same meal every day. Like I basically, roughly speaking, like with maybe 5% difference, but I generally just have like rice and meat as my dinner, and then my acai, of course. I am an acai snob now. I can't go without it. But yeah, I grind up my coffee. I do make sure I get like a, what do you call it? I get the single origin coffee beans. But to be honest with you, I might switch over to the blended beans because, like I said, I don't think I can actually tell the difference. So if it's really just me drinking it, I can save some money by switching to the blended beans. So I might do that in the next order. But yeah, generally speaking, I'll have the single origin from anywhere. I have this one. There's a company called Raw Coffee, and so I'll just order from them. They're really reputable out here in Dubai and this region. And so I'll get anything, right? So it could be like Colombian, Ethiopian, Burundi, or whatever it's called. Hey, Nash, thank you very much for the follow on Kick. All right, we're building up that Kick following. I think that was the one I was lacking in the most. But obviously, I want to grow everything. But I appreciate it. How am I doing? Oh, I'm doing very well, man. I'm just starting the stream, so we haven't really kicked off anything exceptional yet, besides just talking about my eating routine. But yeah, Edora, you were saying you can taste the difference between Mr. Pibb and Coca-Cola. Possibly. I don't know the last time I had Mr. Pibb. Is that like root beer or something? Listen, I don't know. Where am I from? I'm from the States. My family's from Korea, but I moved to Dubai, which is where I'm at now, and I've been here for the past number of years. I've lost count. But yeah, so I'll grind up the coffee beans. So I do enjoy it. It's very therapeutic for me. So I'll grind up the coffee beans. I used to do the hand grinding, but that takes way too much time. So I got this dope looking, it's called the niche grinder. It's very, very fancy. I had to get it shipped from it didn't deliver to Dubai at the time, so I had to have it delivered to I think London, and then do the special delivery to get it here. But that's when I had a corporate job where I was spending more money freely. But thankfully it's still working. And then, yeah, I just make iced coffee. I love cold brew. I love espresso martinis. I do know how to make those. That's about it. But I make my iced coffee. But I've been trying my best to stay hydrated, especially now that I'm talking more often. So hence the Mason Perrier, which we'll be sipping on throughout. And also as the day gets later, I don't want to be drinking coffee at like 6 p.m. Right now it is 2:30 p.m. my time, so I'm a little bit behind in terms of when I wanted to start stream, but I am getting much better at waking up earlier. I just had a lot to catch up in the morning, so we'll try to do some earlier streams, maybe even as early as like maybe 1 to 2 hours ahead of what we've been starting at. Adora, you mentioned you like a good Vietnamese style slow drip coffee. Hells yeah, man. When I spent okay, so I've done 2 trips to Vietnam in the past year, and one of them was for a full month, and the other was for I think about like 5 to 7 days. And I love Vietnamese coffee, although they don't really know how to do coffee that's not sweet. And so there's a lot of mistranslations when I'm like, I just want some Vietnamese coffee, but no sweetener, please. And then it tastes like shit. So I think they love their sweetness, I guess. Nash, you mentioned a woman opened a woman-only cafe, but it went bankrupt immediately. Oh my God, is this? I'm trying to think what the punchline is, but please do tell, because there's no man to pay the bill. I don't condone, but yeah, that gave me a chuckle. So as a man who tends to have to pay for most of those kind of outings, I can understand. I relate, as most men probably do. But yeah, so anyways, we're doing well. Thank you for asking. Thanks for joining in. If this is your first time watching, Nash, I do appreciate it. Let me quickly just kind of maybe explain who I am, what you can expect from these streams. I am a professional travel photographer and videographer. I have been out of corporate for the past 1.5 years, and what I like to do is I like to capture my stories as best as possible. I've started to take people with me on trips, so I will organize tours to different locations. Oftentimes I travel for wildlife, so that tends to be my focus, and I capture hopefully as cool stories as possible. And then in terms of the live streams, it's been really fun. This is day 11 of doing this nonstop, where I wanted to, if I'm in front of the computer anyways working on this content when I'm not traveling, why not show you guys what that looks like? So you guys will be able to see the behind the scenes as we work on these videos and photos, and then eventually it should be published onto my YouTube channel and my Instagram and elsewhere. So we are on day 11 of trying to finish our, what I call Project Mongolia. That was a trip from February of 2024. And so I given myself 2 weeks to have it finished. And as I was explaining to Idora earlier, we only have about 3 to 4 days left to get it done, and we have a decent amount of work to do. So we're going to start cracking along on that. I will open up DaVinci. I am going to switch scenes over so that we can start to see this a little bit better. So bear with me as it loads up. But yeah, so that's essentially what I do. I have about 10 to 12 trips from this past year and a half that I haven't really been able to show anyone. It's just been sitting on all my memory cards. It's over 100 terabytes worth of footages and photos. So I've only been able to tease a few bits here and there onto, for instance, my Instagram. Yeah, for anyone who tunes into the streams, you will be the inside scoop, essentially, of seeing all of the content from the past year and a half of travels. And so yeah, we'll never run out of content because we do have plenty and plenty and plenty to go over. It's a luxury, it's a privilege, but it's also hard work to travel constantly. And so I've been enjoying it. I've had the endurance for it, and it's been a lot of fun. And since I have my camera gears and everything, I figured I might as well live stream it and see if people find it enjoyable. So again, for anyone who's new, we are just gonna jump right into this. I want to show maybe the progress we made. So let's start off by seeing the opening trailer for our first episode of Mongolia, followed by chapters 1, 2, and 3. So yesterday we got through chapters 2 and 3. Now for the chapters 1 through 3 especially, it's not in its final stage. We have a lot more editing that needs to be done. You won't really see any voiceover dialogue yet because I haven't recorded that portion yet. You'll hear me speak because I also need to keep constantly speaking as we go through sections to kind of start figuring out what the script could be. And that will be something you'll see me type in here as we go. But yeah, let's stop hearing from me real quick and let me pause this music. Let's go ahead and full screen this bad boy. And then let's start it from the beginning. So hopefully you guys enjoy. Okay, so then let me just pop into this so I can give a little bit of dialogue. So here's where we said I need to start adding in some script about, hey, welcome back. This is our next, addition to our travel vlog series, and this time we're heading to Mongolia. Why are we going there? For these reasons, blah blah blah, and we're going through Beck Travels, which is the name of the tour company that I worked with. Transition over here, probably won't speak for this portion. And then here I think I'll start speaking again, just giving some context of, I had about a day to chill. So I decided to wander around the capital, get some Mongolian food before calling it a day to get ready for tomorrow's early morning flights to Olgi. And then this next section, as of now, my current thought is I won't have any dialogue. I think I'll just let the music and the visuals go the whole time. Alright, so then here we will kick it back up in terms of just kind of me explaining the crew, who I will be spending a lot of time with for the next, I forget how many days. I'll talk about the different camera gear that I'll be using throughout the trip. And then the little pit stop we made for the camels that we saw. And then this is probably where I'll add some voiceover, just kind of recapping what we just saw, and then the fact that we were basically heading to our destination, where we'll spend the next, I think, let's call it 1 week, or just several days. Okay, so then, this is where we left things off yesterday. So, I think we made good progress. Oops. There we go. I think we made good progress. There's however many more chapters. What did we decide on? I think we still got about... So this is chapter 4. Then chapter 5 will be the ice fishing. Chapter 6 will be the snowstorm. And maybe you'll split it into another chapter. So chapter 7 could be more of the snowstorm, but from the farm. I'm not sure yet. That might be a good cutoff. Maybe we just do one. And then the last chapter will just maybe be this aftermath. I'm not sure. Maybe it can just fit into the tail end of the prior chapter. But in terms of like titles, I guess just calling it the aftermath could make sense. So anyways, the aftermath where we see the dead horse and how it gets dragged away. And then our photo montage. So we've got roughly, let's say, 4 or 5, 6. We got maybe 3 to 4 chapters to go, and we've got about 3 to 4 days left in our deadline. So, yeah. What we have going for us now is that more of our stream will be dedicated to getting this done. So, hopefully that helps. And I think as we knock out each chapter, I think it'll only help going forward in terms of being more, hopefully being easier. Okay, so I'm going to skip this chapter for now, but I might just play a little bit of the tail end because I do want to figure out what the soundtrack should be. But I think we are in agreement that the final scene of chapter 3 will just be this kind of road shot with additional dialogue about yada yada yada. After seeing those cool looking double humped camels, we went on our merry way to reach our destination. Fade to black and scene. And then I think for the reappearance, or chapter 4, as of now, placeholder chapter title will be Arctic, the Eagle Hunter. That is the name of the Eagle Hunter that I stayed with, and he's essentially the star of the show in many ways of this trip. So I think starting with him probably makes sense, and I'm just gonna have to listen a little bit to figure out what portion of this to keep. And ideally what we can show is maybe a little bit of like natural dialogue, so hearing the audio of them speaking about whatever the subject is, and then I'm going to drop that audio down, and then I'll insert my voiceover saying something about, you know, whatever. It might be like, oh, meet Arctic, the Eagle Hunter, who we'll be staying with for the next X days, and go on adventures. So the game plan is we will be spending X number of days to see his way of living, document it, and at the end they just enjoy whatever comes our way, blah blah blah. You know, obviously that's not the best voiceover, but the general gist will be something like that. And as I'm saying that, we'll just be seeing various clips of Arctic and just where we are. Then I think we will hop over, let's see, yeah, so this part will be slightly boring because I'm laying down the kind of the context. So I'll say, hey, meet Arctic, he's who we're going to be staying with for the next X days. The game plan is to do this. We're going to go out eagle hunting. We're going to see the lifestyle and eat good food. So I'll probably say something like that and then transition over to the food part. So I think, let me just write that as a note. So chapter 3. And my cat is asking for attention. When we meet Arctic, saying something about about the game plan for the next few days, and saying also about eating good food as we segue to food shots. All right, let us meet one of 2 cats that will be hopping in and out of the stream. Over on our left is cat number 2, Mr. Kimpap. He's a good boy. We also have a dedicated camera, which I do want to, at some point I'm going to figure out how to like put this camera on a nice little, or figure out the right angle where I can keep it so that you guys get a nice little shot and it's not cut off. This is Kimbap. He's a British short-haired cat, I believe. And my other cat is, she always likes to make a fashionably late appearance, but she is the older, this one's the younger. So they're both demanding as F. Hello, mate. Kimbap, yes. Kimbap, you want to say hello? Oi, matey. Crikey, something, something. Yeah. So yeah, Kimbap's a good boy, but he sheds way too much. I say it every single time because then when I show him, I'm petting him and I can see the fur just getting kicked up. So annoying, man. What's wrong with you? Let's just bring this guy over here for a second. Let's see if I can balance this a bit. Nope. Alright, this is the best we can do for now. Alright, so like I said, Kimbap kind of is the main streamer, really. I'm just kind of living in its world and, you know, turning on buttons here and there. And then when Nala makes an appearance, we'll say the exact same thing about her. Alright, so that is a general gist of what you'll get in these streams. You're going to watch me edit. We're going to talk shop about anything, any subject for the most part. Mostly around photography, videography, traveling, life in Dubai, whatever. And then it'll be throwing it over to my cats here and there. So that should be enough in terms of an agenda for the next who knows how long. Alright, so we've got this section, and then I made that little note where we'll say, saying something about the game plan for the next few days, and then saying also about eating good food as we segue to food shots. Okay? So obviously we're not going to need all of this, so a lot of this will get cut short. But I just want to see the sequence. And so talking, food. Now we've got all of Arctic's prizes. So these are, so I think eagle hunting has been like a tradition in his family for like generations. So like his great-great-grandfather and so on. And so, yeah, it's embedded in the culture. And what they do is they'll hunt, and they use every aspect of like the meat, the fur, everything is utilized. But I believe hunting, well, yeah, now we're kind of, everything's modernizing. So even in Mongolia, they were mentioning how the younger generation is now not so fond about, you know, maintaining the tradition. So a lot of the youth have started to, you know, move over to the big cities. So they'll like stay in Ulaanbaatar, and yeah, so it's kind of like a dying tradition in many ways. So if you would ever like to see the eagle hunting tradition, I would always recommend booking a trip out to Mongolia before it's too late. And book a trip with me. I still haven't organized it yet, but that is in the works. I would love to bring people with me to Mongolia next year and the years after. Okay, so I think maybe we'll have some shots here. So if I show this, then I just have to have it tied up. I might actually even show it earlier. So let's drop some of these guys down. So my current thought process is that I don't want to show just close-ups of Arctic talking the whole time. So as we show this, he's talking, blah, blah, blah. We fade out the ambient noise, and then my voiceover comes in. I'm explaining who Arctic is. And obviously when I'm saying he's like an eagle hunter, it probably makes sense to maybe insert this somewhere to show, like, again, this is what an eagle hunter does. So they hunt. So oftentimes they'll hunt foxes. They will also hunt palace cats, which is always very sad because, I mean, all of it can be sad, I guess, but palace cats are much more endangered. So I don't think they hunt those anymore, or they're not allowed to, or there's more restrictions around it. But yeah, generally speaking, they'll hunt, and then they'll use the coat, you know, to make like fox coats and, you know, stay warm and, you know, for sustenance and everything in between. And then we'll show the food. That will be an interesting segue if I go from the fox shot to the food shot. So I'll have to keep that in mind. I don't want people to think I'm eating foxes, but if I am, I mean, not that I really care that much, I guess, if that's what they do. I did have like horse meat while I was there, yak meat, and some other things. Philip, welcome. Good to hear from you again. Yes, and Mr. Edora is also here, so I appreciate you guys being here as we start off the stream. I started a little bit later today. I had a few errands to run, but we're gonna make good progress today. So then we've got some food shots, as we said. Let me drag these guys over. So in terms of order, I think this is fine. I might end with this shot though. Let me see. Let's look at it again. There was a shot like where I was more wide angle and you see everyone eating. So I figured that might be a nice kind of a... This might be a nicer way to end if I just take this moment here, yeah, as we're eating. And then we'll fade to black a little bit. And so just to show like, yeah, we had some good food and then we turned in for the night. And then we'll kick off into looking at our surroundings. So the next morning, kind of showing off where we are. And as you can see, it's not like much is going on here. There's no towns. They're very nomadic. So I'll have to think about how to... I'll have to work hard on the voiceover, scripting, and all that. But I do want to kind of convey, like, we are out in the wild. Like, this is as wild as you can imagine. There's nobody that lives here. They just set up a lot of these kind of temporary, like, sleeping kind of... what would you call it? Yeah, it's like temporary housing, essentially. They do have a little bit more, like, permanent style, but again, it's like they go in and out into these fixtures, so it's not like they're not always like improving them and making it feel more foundational to the environment. So yeah, I think showing this shot, giving a little bit of context, and then I generally don't like using these kind of selfie shots when possible, for obvious reasons. I think it kind of takes away from a landscape video. But, you know, when necessary, we got it. Idora, they use... Oh, how is Vietnamese coffee? Yeah. They use condensed milk. I do love the condensed milk, going back to that coffee discussion. Condensed milk, I love it in one of my favorite, if not my favorite, dessert, which is the Korean... oh my god, what do we call it? It's on the tip of my tongue, and I just said it's my favorite. With the beans, you know, like the red beans and the ice, shaved ice. I should know this. I am Korean, right? Aren't I? Korean condensed milk dessert. Bingsu. My god. So this is definitely my favorite dessert. When I was in Korea a couple years back, or 2 or 3 years back, I think I had this like almost every day, and they gave it in like American portion sizes, so it was massive. But yeah, shaved ice with the condensed milk and a random assortment of fruits or like, I don't know, cereal or whatever they decide to throw in there. It's heaven. Idora, you sent a industries that rely on photo video productions in 2025. Oh, with AI, you're saying, yeah? Interesting. I feel like I should read this in more detail to make sure I kind of set myself up for the inevitable future. I appreciate it. I'm going to minimize this for now, but we'll put it off to the side. Yeah, condensed milk covers what we're talking about. Got it. Oh, that's for... Okay. I was a little confused, but it was general knowledge that's useful, so I do appreciate it either way. Okay, so vertical screens, vertical shots. Okay, we do have one of these, so I will prioritize, but it was a very, very quick shot, so maybe it's just a transition scene more than anything. We got the horse shot, we got playing with doggo, and playing with doggo, followed by setting up the GoPro. So we got some behind the scenes. Now, where should I put these shots? These are definitely more... These are the higher quality footage. Obviously, we're not going to use all of it. So maybe what I'll say is, in terms of storyline, maybe it'll be something like next day, next morning, show scenes. Let's see. Something to the effect of, again, don't judge me. This is not the actual script. I'm just rambling thoughts until I can figure out later. But it'll be something to the effect of, after meeting the rest of Ardic's family, aka his lovely doggo and his horse. We then prepared for our first outdoor adventure to see a day in the life of an eagle hunter. So basically it'll be something like that. So then that way we'll show the, where did it go? We'll show the horse and the dog first. Let me just kind of bring these guys closer. Man, I love that you guys are having a side chat. I feel like that must be a sign of progress as a, you know, quote unquote streamer, right? I do hope as I continue to stream, as we continue to find more people interested in what we stream, you guys will just have at it in the chat. But I will be watching, or I'll be, what would you get, third wheeling at times. I am curious about the things you talk about. So it's interesting, Philip, you said how Sweden became such a strong coffee country. I didn't even know that was a thing. Sweden? Really? I mean, okay, I mean, I act shocked, but I imagine every country, how can you survive without coffee these days? I literally think, I've never been to Sweden, have I? No, I think in terms of like kind of Nordic countries, I've been to Iceland, Finland, Norway, Amsterdam, blah blah blah, those other spots. But I don't think I've been to Sweden. I got to put that on the list. Oh, is it Scandinavian? Is that what it is? Okay. I literally think all coffees I get outside of Scandinavia is water. I think like Vietnamese coffee might be one of the strongest. Actually, no. I am curious what the answer would be, but if I had to make a guess, I would say either Vietnamese coffee or Arabic coffee, like kind of like that Turkish coffee style. Those might be the strongest on average, I would say, is my guess. Climate is good in Sweden for coffee. We even call a good pot of coffee for abortion coffee. What the heck? Why? Are you like, because you're aborting your gut? It's that good of a diuretic? I mean, it's cold most of the time. I think it has something to do with how most of our seasons are dark. Oh, wait, so Philip, are you based in Sweden? This is, I guess, the assumption, but I didn't know that. We need the coffee to stay awake. Yep, as do we all. Scandinavia drinks most coffee in the world. Finland is in top, then the US. I did not know. Yeah, I like, I'm curious what people say is the best coffee, though. Because obviously there's a lot of regions in Africa that have really good coffee. I know there are places in South America. People talk about Vietnam. My taste buds just can't tell the difference, but oftentimes I'll hear, at least where I live, you'll hear about like Ethiopian coffee a lot. Burundi is one that I've been hearing often. Colombian. Yeah. Colombian, yep. Yeah, US as in Sweden. Oh, okay, sorry. I was reading US. Got it. Us don't drink coffee. What do Swedish people drink then? What is the stereotype, I guess? Okay, in the meantime, let me just look at this again. So, I did have some dog shots I need to front load. So, doggos go in the front. Maybe followed by this eagle stuff. I do know I have some video where I introduce them. Yeah, so this one here. So this will be kind of as we segue into our adventure. This one, oh, perfect. Okay. Hey, yeah, we're good. Okay, so I do have some landscape selfie shots that I took that are of better quality than the vertical shots. And then we get to do more of the adventure stuff here. So let me just kind of start putting these kind of selfie shots towards the beginning. I guess I'll put this one as well. So as we meet the horse, where'd you go? Horse shot. Swedes drink coffee. All caps. You really mean it. USA drinks sweet drinks with a little coffee. You're probably right. But I mean, yeah, you're probably right. For me personally, I always drink black, just iced coffee. Again, like I said, I'm not that picky, so to me it doesn't taste bad. Also, since I get good coffee beans and everything, and I am very methodical in terms of what are my ratios of the temperature of the water, how do I do the pour over, how much ice do I put in before, and all that kind of stuff. So generally speaking, my coffee never tastes bitter. So why not just go black? It's healthier and all that fun stuff. USA don't drink coffee, you say? All right. Coffee prices affect our society a whole lot. It's what we talk about. I never thought about that. You got gas price, and you got coffee price. All right, what am I doing here? I'm trying to organize some of these clips that we have. This one is for later, because obviously now we've hit into adventure territory. So let me drag these farther that way. These are when we're preparing, so I'll move it to the front, but these are not the best shots, as you can see. It's GoPro shot, not the best resolution. Very, very high aperture. Do we say high? When it comes to like talking about settings for aperture, it's one of the most confusing things in the world. Yeah, so I think all this, we'll still move it up front-ish, but I'm hesitant to use it. But either way, I want to just review all the clips to make sure I don't have any clips remaining from when we were preparing. So like this one, I'll put it still with this guy. This one also. So it's still towards the end of our preparations, because now we're on horseback. So some of this maybe I could use. Let's see again. Oh no, that's horseback. Oh, that'll be cool shots though. Okay. The irony that the footage is so stable and I'm just bouncing around like an idiot. Alright, so that'll be good, but that's not for the beginning of the chapter, so I think the rest of this is fairly okay in terms of the ordering. Right, we can get to it when we get to it, but I think we do have all the potential clips to use for our starting point. So this will go somewhere in the middle. These will go, I think, eagle with the horse. I want to introduce the eagle towards the end before we kind of show them all together. So in terms of ordering, it might go with like, okay, we start the day. You know, morning starts, I give a little context, jump over to like a selfie shot of me, so one of these guys. And then maybe the selfie where you see the horse pop up. So then I'll be like, okay, and then I meet the rest of the family, or, you know, Arctic's crew. So then I'll see the selfie of the horse, followed by the selfie of the dogs. I think that ordering could work. We'll figure it out. It either goes horse, dog, eagle, or it'll go dog, horse, eagle. We'll see. For now, let's say horse. And then if it makes more sense to do it the other way, we shall. So then it goes, okay, selfie shots. We can probably lower this priority, as we're going to use the landscape shot instead. Let's see, abortion. Yeah, you didn't explain that whole abortion coffee thing. Let me just see what you guys are chatting about. Not in the sense that we drink. Obviously, everyone drinks. Like I said, we drink abortion coffee. I don't know what that means, man. I'm a little nervous for your explanation. Sounds like a good branding idea for a coffee bean. What? Abortion coffee? Oh, sorry. I was trying to think it will be a catchy title that you don't say abortion, but you can use something else. But yeah, whatever. But on a horrible note, why does the countries farthest away from any coffee bean growth drink the most? Might work in some states. Yeah, like I would imagine. I've only been to Hawaii one time, and I was way too young. And that is I feel like that's it feels blasphemous for someone like me if I'm saying I'm traveling for like nature, wildlife, and all that to not have Hawaii on my list. But in my mind, I would imagine Hawaii's climate should be good for like a lot of different types of, you know, vegetation and coffee. I would think maybe it's possible to grow coffee there, right? With all the, what do you call it, volcanic soil and all that. Or at least when I think of Vietnam, Vietnam is super lush, tropical, and obviously they have good coffee. I think of my time in Rwanda and Uganda, super lush, super tropical and all that, mountainous, and they're known for their coffee. So I'm curious why there isn't like Hawaiian coffee, or maybe there is. There is maybe. But I think the real answer, Philip, is probably just around developing country versus like developed, where I would imagine the places where coffee can be grown, it requires a lot of land, and it is very kind of like labor intensive. Um, yeah, so I imagine that probably plays a part in it. But what do I know? You know, what kind of expert am I about coffee? All right, so then we got the doggo shots. Then we got, oh, we have more dog shots, and they're very cinematic because this is where I shot with my Z9. So maybe I want to actually start with the dog shots first. The rationale is I don't want to have too much time in between. I don't want to spend too much time with too many of my shittier quality footage. And by shittier quality footage, generally speaking, I'm talking about my iPhone shots or the GoPro shots. Just because like the resolution and everything, you just feel it. It feels less cinematic. So in a world, but then the thing is we do, okay, it depends how much of that we show. Maybe we won't show all that. So maybe it's just like, hey, we're just showing a little bit of the environment. And then I can hop over to some dog shots. So that's my current thinking. And I'll start it with the dogs in the front. And I might even start, we'll have to figure this out. And we might even start with like no dialogue, maybe some kind of soundtrack, and just a little bit of the scenes as we're starting off the day. So if we can find like a very soft, you know, warm up music as early morning, you know, kind of thing. And then just showing some of the scenes, and then even jump right to like the dog with no voiceover, just showing the dog, and maybe even using a bit of the ambient sound. And then I'll insert my voiceover as I talk about, yep, so as we start the day, I met the rest of Arctic's crew, including his doggos, and then show the aggressive playfulness, jumping into, and also meeting his lovely horse. Before meeting the star of the show, the eagle, so then we'll jump to the eagle. I think that works. And then this shot will come towards the end. So let me drag that over here. And then so after we've introduced all three animals, then we can hop over to showing Arctic with the eagle. Or maybe even show this when I say like, oh, and then introducing the star of the show, the eagle. So let me put these here. But I'm thinking I'd rather start with this first. So it could be these shots as I say like, oh, and then meet the star of the show, the eagle. And then we'll have like this kind of close up of the eagle without anybody else. And then I'll show the eagle with Arctic. So let's drag these guys. Followed by, do I need this van shot? Not really. It's a nice shot, but what do I do with this shot? It looks good. Like it's well balanced in terms of the lighting. I'll have to listen to the audio. So I'll need to figure out when I can plug this in, if at all. But yeah, so for now we'll just kind of put this off to the side. Abort it. Yeah, please explain this abortion coffee, but and then here so I think this is the clip where I ask for the names. So this is where he mentions the eagle's name is Ayalam, and then I ask what the horse's name is, and he said they don't have one. So I felt bad, but so I think I might even put this one sooner. So like, let's say if I show these eagle shots first, then I show, depending if I use the the audio from the actual video if we're talking and stuff. I might use this as a way to, because I think I did ask at this point, like, oh, what's the name of the eagle? This is Ayalam, blah, blah, blah. And after I do that, then I can hop into the more cinematic shots of Arctic with this eagle. So, and then the voiceover might be something about like, yeah, you know, after taking a couple shots of them posing, you know, for my little album, then we got ready to go on our adventure. So then it'll be this clip where we see him hop on the horse, followed by me hopping on the horse somewhere here. Well, this is where I'm already on the horse, so let's see. Potentially one of these. And then if we want to keep it lighthearted and if we have enough time, then I might use this to kind of explain how bad I was at horse riding. But it was my first time, really, so cut me a little bit of slack, but yeah. So it could be something like this. And generally speaking, I don't think we'll use any of these GoPro shots. I'm not probably going to even use a lot of this. This is meant to just kind of show that I got onto a horse. So that's all we're going to show is like, okay. And so then we got ready. I hopped on my horse. Some comment about I'm not that good at it. And then all of these we can not use. And we have better shots anyways. So I think sequence-wise, we're making progress. This one goes with the rest. So like over here. This one we probably don't need. Oh yeah, Idora, I think you're the one who you sent me the video of that one YouTuber. I haven't had time to watch it more, but I do need to research a bit and see how successful YouTubers show their kind of like travel vlogs. But yeah, from the bit that we watched yesterday, I think that is the vibe I would like to mimic to some degree. I would like more lighthearted, random adventure kind of stuff. But keeping it very, very polished. So yeah, if I can somehow make the quality of our opening trailer, if I can somehow have that kind of thing throughout the video, now we're talking. Oh, actually, let me show you guys a YouTuber that I was really inspired by when it comes to this kind of travel stuff. Oh, I hope I can find it. I think I bookmarked it. It's like this travel family. It's a travel family who, I think it's husband and wife with, I think, 2 kids. And they just travel the world. And I don't know how I think maybe a friend of mine showed me the channel. And it just blew my mind, the quality of it. And that's kind of one of them that really inspired me to try to do the same in terms of just have cinematic trailers and all the above. Excuse me. So it's called Fernway Chronicles. And let me show the one that really got my attention. It was a trip to India, I think. Videos. Yeah, here it is. And so, yeah, let me just put this over here so you guys can see it. Yeah, so channel's called Fernweh Chronicles. Fernweh. Let me type it in the chat. Fernweh Chronicles. Super dope travel channel. And again, it's just it's a family. They go traveling, and I think, oh, I'm so jealous because not of the kids, but I think him and his wife, because they'll film each other right when needed, and I'm like, oh, like that's the thing that I always miss is like I don't always travel with someone else who's also a videographer who can capture key moments that are necessary. But yeah, so then they're getting all these shots, and one of the earlier streams I was talking about how I want to keep, as I'm learning how to make these kind of travel footages, one of the things was like getting some close-up shots, employing a lot more close-up shots as opposed to always having to have, you know, like some wide angle or like having the subject more visible. And part of the reasoning was from watching his videos or their videos, where I was like, yeah, they just have these really cool, like even just what we're about to see here, right? It's just a close-up of the ore with the water. Yeah, so anyways, let's go ahead and watch it. I don't think I should be struck in any way, but we'll just play a little bit of it.
I struggle when I try to describe the essence of India in words.
And then even just like, yeah, yeah, Adora, exactly. The tiniest of details, a more intimate vibe, really good use of slow motion, which I always love using from a cinematic angle. But then you can just also see he was speeding it up. So just being more comfortable with doing these kind of like speed ramps, slow motion, jumping in,
of India in words.
The sound effects.
It feels like explaining a kaleidoscope to a blind man. It's
very poetic in like actually putting in. Maybe I should try that actually. I might do that because we want to keep trying new things. So if I have a good if I have a good script for the trailer, this might be something we will try to do. Is actually insert the text as opposed to just having the caption.
Something you just have to experience.
And then, oh yeah, look, so the first roughly 10 seconds was the setup, and then you see that music change significantly and everything kind of hits the next phase of the adrenaline. So that's similar to how we have our Mongolia one. The first 10 seconds was a little bit of a hook, and then the music kicks off, right? So... slow motion, nice little like cross dissolve style.
It's been some time since we last traveled to what is...
And then it looks like they stopped showing the text in the beginning, but that's fine because he had a more profound message in the beginning. So I think that fits to actually embed the text in the middle. But yeah, then it's still including voiceover while he's doing this.
The most populated.
Like, look at that. So there's so many things where I was like, wow, I need to keep improving. And it's fun to know that there's like so much room for growth in terms of skills. So like even there, right, he had a nice so what have we identified? Good speed ramps, obviously good music choice, good dialogue, and even embedding the subtitles in the center. Then he also had the close-up shots, but then here he's also using like this kind of a focus pull attempt, right? Or not attempt, but like where the focus is on the background and then shifting over to whatever's happening here, and it looks very nice and like, yeah, anyways.
Now the most populated country on Earth.
So yeah, doing that kind of focus pull.
And a few things.
Obviously the color grading is like, it feels consistent. Like there's like a nice dark, warmish kind of tone to it.
Have changed.
Starting blurry, so that point right there was...
and a few things have changed.
Yeah, it was very brief, but it started blurry and then went into focus. I don't know if he artificially did it or if that was part of the shot that he used.
But most notable is...
slow motion, a nice little cross dissolve, I think, again.
That we now have children.
I say cross dissolve, I don't actually know what the right terminology is.
And to see...
Same thing here, the focus pull. I'm assuming it's going to draw focus to the kid there in a second.
Yeah, through their eyes.
Or it was starting to, but yeah, anyways.
There's something else. And
starting blurry again.
tiny.
This kind of orbit shot, I believe, is maybe the more technical term. But like he's like physically moving closer to the subject while shifting more, like orbiting around like the sun kind of thing. Like you're orbiting around the sun, the subject, and also revealing a lot more light. And also the subject not looking at the camera but kind of looking off to the right as we're shifting more towards whatever she's looking at. So like all these decisions I think are just like spot on. The part here where she's like, you can see a lot of the sunlight peeking through, and then she blocks the sun, so it creates a nice little shift in the lighting. Slow motion again, but then panning up a little bit. These little kind of like those side shots, and like all of these are all like conscious decisions, I guess. These are all intentional shots, right? Where like you have to keep that in your mind as a videographer to be like, okay, I need to set my camera here, and then let me do this little side pan shot, do the crab walk, right? Let me film you, but I'm gonna do this like orbiting thing, or like, so all of these are, I'm hoping it just comes with experience, right? But that's where I want to get, is every time I travel, I almost have that kind of a shot list in my mind of like, I need to get 5 shots close up of this type of subject, 5 shots of this kind of subject. I need some of these orbiting mixed with some of these kind of side and transition shots and all that, like light shots, focus pulls. Same thing here, doing another clean focus pull to see the foreground, and it looks like he's always, so far he's doing a lot more like focusing on the background first and then jumping to the foreground. So I'm going to keep a note of that. Maybe we'll try the same. Eudora, you're mentioning, yeah, that was clever. The movement is nice in the sunlight. Yeah, the sunlight beams. I love to use that whenever possible. Clean, stable shots. And then using this kind of a side motion where obviously we're seeing a truck coming in. And I'm assuming he's using that as part of the transition to the next shot.
Strip took us from Delhi.
There we go. So then jumps to this. And then also, the fact that the duration of each clip is not like so uniform, right? He's just selecting different moments to keep things dynamic, so you can't predict necessarily what's about to happen. But there is still a storyline to it. We're seeing this building transitioning to another building shot.
To Agra, to Jaipur.
And then also, yeah, timing it with whatever his voiceover is.
Which is also known.
Let me look at that again.
Agra to Jaipur.
Okay, so he does a lot of these kind of soft dissolving effects, which I've been doing a little bit more. But yeah, I might try that.
Which is
as
also
well.
known as the golden triangle.
That was a good transition. Nice shot.
During a rather special.
And then yeah, these are like, some of these are very subtle, but I do appreciate it. And I would like to think he probably did this intentionally. This guy is clearly a professional, you know, like in every aspect. But like in this shot, you saw that. Let me slow it down actually. So in this shot, there's a bit of motion.
No,
so this is like forward motion, then this motion is going right to left. And then the next shot follows that. Also going like right to left. So like even these kind of like smaller decisions, all the small decisions kind of pile up into making something epic. My God, I really hope I don't get somehow like copyright struck, but I'm being overly paranoid. Yeah, cool shot. Clearly, like, you know, this guy's good at filming as well and just getting these moments. Yeah, so Eudora, like you said, the sunlight beams, I always look for these kind of shots when possible. It almost doesn't even matter at this point, whatever is being filmed. It's just being able to have that is really epic. I am curious how he did film this one though, because like when I look at this sunlight, you can clearly see these rays coming through. And from my limited experience, I back in my photography days when I was doing more photos, I seem to recall to get this kind of a sunray effect usually means you need to have a higher aperture. Like you needed like an aperture at like f16 or something, and then it would make those lines on a sunray much more distinct. So unless maybe it's some effect that he applied in post, if what I'm saying holds true, that would be really crazy to film this in such a dark environment. Yeah, exactly. Eudora, the starburst. Yeah, the starburst effect. And I could just be wrong, right? I never like researched it. I remember just from practice when I was adjusting the aperture, if I increase the aperture to an f16 and point at the sun, I would get those nice little rays. If I had a lower aperture number, like an f4, f2.8, whatever, I just wouldn't get that same effect. But it could just be because there's so much more light that it's hard to distinguish. I don't know. But yeah, looking for this kind of a starburst shot, oof. I'm always on the lookout. Slow motion again, so almost everything he shot is like in slow motion. Close up, right? So just close up of the wheel turning. Let me turn this down a bit. Dramatic music. And then also, yeah, being able to mix in, I probably should have paid more attention to this, but trying to figure out the right times where, like, do you show yourself versus the people, like, how much of India are you showing versus the family and, like, the actual subjects, like, you know, of the channel. And it's a little bit different for this one because obviously he's got people with him, so he's able to show his family, his kids, his wife, and it doesn't feel like you're jumping necessarily back to him as the creator or the person with the dialogue. But then, yeah, you are starting to see him more in the shots. And so, like, you're seeing him later on in the trailer. And I feel like that was intuitively what I was doing, so there must be a reason for it, but yeah. yeah, these kind of blurred to focus shots. I need to maybe try to do those kind of shots a bit more. And maybe DaVinci, there might be some kind of effect where I can actually just, well, yeah, that should be possible. So maybe I'll play around with that. Can I actually start a shot blurry and then get it into focus? Can I do it digitally after the fact? Yeah, these kind of shots, this is like this kind of stuff I don't necessarily do enough of when I'm traveling, but I do want to keep an eye out for that going forward. That was a cool transition. Yeah. Close-up shot. And then a nice reveal shot with one of the more epic elements, or the more, I guess, iconic elements of India. Slow motion again, and then boom, fade to black, and then start off. Yeah, so I should watch more. I should dedicate more time to actually researching and watching other kind of YouTube videos around travel and video editing and all that. But this channel definitely was one that really inspired me in terms of when I was trying to figure out how do I create these trailers. So, anyways, there's a little side little thing. Let me jump back into editing mode. All right, well, hopefully you guys enjoyed that. I mean, listen, his content is obviously way more epic than the stuff I do. I would like to, that's kind of like where I would like to be. Not kind of, that is where I want to be. If I could be consistently publishing content at that level of quality, then in terms of confidence level, I'm at the peak. Like, I know then at that point I could be running my own film crew. I should be pitching to like different tourism boards about doing like unique documentary concepts and like, yeah, projects and stuff. But yeah, as we watch it, and you know, we won't do it today maybe because I do want to get through the chapters, but we'll spend some time even with what we've got so far with the trailer and maybe try to see like, okay, what more from what we saw as that one inspiration, what can we actually maybe change in our current trailer to keep improving it. So maybe, yeah, we'll take a look at the trailer, see if there's kind of those moments. Maybe we'll think of moments where it's like, can we start blurred, going into focus? Let's just watch it real quick. So maybe there'll be a moment where I can actually do the digital blur. Or probably the cross dissolve. So I might find points where I can do that little cross dissolve effect, as opposed to jumping to each clip like we are now. And even actually, I can see a world where maybe even this final shot. Let's just do that now since we're here. Edora, you mentioned it's very cinematic, it's tasteful, good stuff to get inspo for. Yeah, yeah. And you know the thing that I swear it's not hubris, but it is a sense of like, okay, seeing what he's done, the question always runs in my mind, like, is this something that I can achieve, or is there some reasons where it's like, technically it's out of my reach, creatively it's out of my reach, or whatever. And after watching that, I do feel like everything he's done, technically if someone gave me instructions, I know I could do it. You know, so there's a level of like inspiration from that as well, where it's like, okay, this is not something that only he can do. There are techniques that he's applying that I should learn and practice. But if I learn those things properly, then I should be able to also essentially, you know, create those level of cinematic trailers. I need boots on the grounds to help you. Yeah, yeah. Boots on the ground and better preparation and the better, you know, good gear, obviously. And ideally, if you have a good storyline before I travel, but I don't always do that. Sometimes I just kind of wing it. I just want to go somewhere and see what it looks like. Yeah. Okay, so anyways, what I was thinking of doing is just adding this kind of cross dissolve. And then let's see if we can increase it. So that's one option. Another way to maybe do this is I might just drag this one up and just extend it a bit, even if it's a little crazy. Let's just see. No, that looked weird. I think I have to start this one earlier. Okay, let's see how this looks. It could work, but the thing is I need to add more zoom to the rest of this footage because I have a separate keyframe here. So give me a moment. Let's see where that keyframe is. So imagine I cut out this keyframe and we jump it towards the end wherever we deem is appropriate. So maybe something like this. Oops, not this one. Alright. It could, yeah, it could be something like this. The only concern I have maybe is there's too many, I might have to adjust the timing because now we've got a cross-dissolve transition while the text is also appearing. So we got essentially 3 things happening at the same time, which is quite messy. So if we end up doing that, I just got to adjust the times and stuff. But anyways, I just want to play around with it and see, but yeah. Eudora, you're asking, have I ever reached out to those tourism promotion organizations, even giving them media to use in return of plugging your service? Yeah, I actually, I haven't intentionally reached out to them necessarily. Or I haven't done it. I should do it. And I do feel much more confident that I can do it going forward because of these YouTube videos that we're working on. Funny enough, when I had my last trip to Uganda last December, so that's when I took a honeymoon couple out to Zimbabwe and Uganda. We went gorilla trekking, and on my gorilla trek, I met the lady who at the time was I think maybe the president, or I don't know what the word was, but let's call her the president. She was like the president of the Ministry of Tourism Board for Uganda, and so she was there to show around. I think there was like a bunch of people that were part of Kenya's tourism board. So she was basically showing them the gorilla trek experience and all that. And I happened to be on that trek with them. And so then just from the trek, I was chatting with her. She was sharing some of the craziest stories that she's had with like gorilla encounters and chimps and stuff. But anyways, I got her information later on and we kept in contact. And so yeah, she was like, hey, next time you go to Uganda, if you need anything, let me know. And so there are things that are in the works where once I establish a few things that I need to do, I might be able to. I do have technically the connection in my own small way to potentially reach out to them to see if there's stuff we can do together. I would like to do that across the board. Yeah, I know examples of people I know who have done that successfully. They have a big channel, let's say like 100,000 on Instagram, or a very, very engaged audience, and so one of them basically got a free trip to Turkey. So they paid for all of everything essentially except for the flights. But he basically got like a all expense paid trip to Turkey, and then he would then advertise that trip to his audience. And the way that happened is he just pitched it to the tourism board, mentioned like, hey, this is my audience. They're from this part of the world. They're very engaged, but this part of the world doesn't really know Turkey. So there is more return if you let me go here, that I can actually convince these people who are net new, or these are like new potential. It's like a new market potentially that you could of an audience that you can target, and so it convinced them to essentially let him travel with his wife for, I think it was like maybe 1 to 2 weeks. So can I do that? Well, it depends. I need engaged people like you guys constantly. I need to prove the model that it's not just engaged people, but it's probably also like unfortunately, but a little bit like affluent people, like people who are willing and able to travel and being able to show like, hey, if you allow me to go here for free or have these experiences, my audience are people who love traveling, therefore XYZ returns. So it is definitely possible. It is some thoughts that I've had. It's in my backlog. Idora, even giving them media, yeah, actually, including that. So even the video I made for Uganda, from my Uganda travel, same thing. She had reached out to me, but she isn't part of that organization anymore. But so this one,
Uganda, a sanctuary for the wild, home to primates that swing through misty canopies and lions that command the sprawling savannas.
So that whole trailer was also one where I was like, oh yeah, can we actually use that? I was like, yeah, of course. And then yeah, you can make a career out of the commercial element. Yeah, that would be very, very nice. my goals are much more limited right now. My goal is like, if you can just offset my costs to travel, I'll be more than happy. Because then the hope is that if the travel didn't cost anything, and if I can make content from the travel, then, and if the content can make the money for me, then at the very least I should either be net like neutral in terms of my earnings from all this, or obviously make some benefit of make some gains from it. So you can make a career. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, and this is why everything I'm doing here, it's all for the greater good. It's for a good purpose. I think the more time we spend trying to create and learn about what is the best way to make these types of videos and the trailers, these are things that I can also look to sell in different ways. Whether the video itself, like if I show this to Mongolia's tourism board, let's say, would then they want to sponsor the Mongolia video, right? That is something I should be thinking about. You know, especially as we keep making these successful videos, let's hope that we can continue, you know, having an engaged audience. Then it's like for any of my future trips, I got whatever 10 other countries that we have to publish. Maybe by then I could give them a heads up of like, hey, here's some of my former work. Would you be willing to sponsor this in some way? And in return, the goal is that I will be creating this nice little trailer and advertising your country. Yeah. It's very fun though. And this is where it's like everything I'm mentioning is like it requires full-time thought, and even now I don't have enough time to even think about these things. So yeah, it would help to have an assistant, but that would require me paying for an assistant, and I can't do that. But yeah, because then also imagine if my YouTube channel continues to grow and I can show specifically these types of travel vlogs and like how I advertise or promote the partners that I use, then it helps me, let's say when I do my typical outreach to different tour companies or hotel lodges, whatever, and tell them like, hey, I would love to, I'm planning a trip to go to your country. Can you give me preferential rating? Not rating, can you give me preferential rates and costs? And in return, obviously my goal is to return back here with paying guests, but then also I'll be making these types of videos that you could use for advertising and promotional content. The photos that I take, you would also have access to. And I have been successful at that, by the way. I've had just a handful of trips where they did pay for me, or they offset all my costs. So I stayed for free at their lodges. I had the experience that I was looking for. And in return, I needed to provide photos from that trip or videos. So yeah. All right. That was a slight deviation of the plan, but all right, where were we? You said you didn't realize that. I didn't think you were interested in the commercial element. Like when you say commercial, I guess I mean more like the business element. Like I do want to make sure everything I'm doing is financially viable, let's say, or I should be more strategic about everything. So yeah, instead of like just if I have something I like that I can use as an incentive, if I have something to provide as value to someone I want value from, obviously it's all about negotiations and finding a good handshake, and me being the smaller channel, the smaller party, a lot of it would be like, you know, can you pay me or can you reduce costs? In return, can I provide the more intangibles like advertising videos and promotion and all that, and the promise of future guests. But I do have a track record now of doing that. So at least with Uganda, Zimbabwe, Vietnam, I have at least a track record where I've not only gone there scouting, but then I have been able to actually bring paid guests back with me. So, and every time I can do that, then it'll just make it that much easier when I'm negotiating with the next whomever to be like, hey, if you can offset the costs, I can almost guarantee that we'll have guests the next time. It's very fun, but it's not easy. It's so not easy, at least not for me. But so, for instance, one of the things I was doing before I went live, I was working on my website. I was working on, I think I finalized a lot of the costings for my potential Uganda trip. So I got the itinerary locked down. I've got the pricing. I'm just building out the website now, the web page. And then I will ideally publish it in the coming days. But I also need to publish some of the other trips as well. So yeah. That's the same thing as them commissioning you. And I didn't really, okay. meaning you don't want to be contracted. Probably not, but I'm not sure. Like it's all about the opportunity. Like if I have someone who wants to pay me for a particular thing and they reach out to me or I reach out to them, I'm totally fine with that. Maybe like long-term contract, probably not, or I don't know. I don't want to like lock myself into something necessarily, but yeah, so we can get rid of all these clips. And that one I still don't know what to do with. These are all the horse shots. Okay. Let me shift these guys out of the way for now. Let me move these guys up. I think the color-coded ones are the other chapters, so I'll put these behind as we still need to get to it. Idora, you said if that's the case, your website should reflect it. Totally. I've been starting to get there, right? So the foundational level, that's what I've been focusing on in that first month of building the site. So at the very least, you should be able to see that on the top, it's the home, it's my tours, presets, my gear, about me, and then contact. So I think generally speaking, that should roughly serve my needs medium term. Then I have my little body of work essentially with this video. So from a branding perspective, you get a sense of traveling the world, mixture of wildlife, and then seeing some of me. And then obviously the things I sell, like the presets, my content as a brand on YouTube, let's say, and then the tours. So I think the commercial aspect, I haven't, for instance, like shared, I don't have necessarily like, hey, if you are a lodge, if you are a tour company, you know, reach out to me and like, you know, blah, blah, blah. So I do need to figure out a good way to do that. And then, yeah, once I'm in the join my tour section. So basically what should be coming is then when so different video to show a little bit again, what it's like to be a client that's on my trips. And then hopefully this will disappear fairly soon. But then now you should be able to see kind of like a calendar of a bunch of clickable trips that I have. So it'll be like Hokkaido, Japan, you know, February 2026. And then there'll be another card here for Uganda, you know, the Great Apes and Shoebill Safari in April 2026. Then maybe it'll be like Zimbabwe in May, Vietnam. Yeah, so like ideally you'll start seeing a bunch of those cards you can click on. And then there's a section about just making sure I reinforce what's the value, why trust me. So hopefully giving a little bit of spiels here and visuals to increase the level of trust and professionalism. And I think it's also good for SEO maybe to have these kind of things. And then, yeah, the visuals, so I can show like, here's the evidence, if you will, of like what it's been like on past trips. So by having this, you know, unless you think I lied and like, you know, these are not my images, generally speaking, I think the average person should be able to see this and be like, okay, this guy's been on trips before. All the people here look very happy, or, you know, you can see them doing the activity. So if it's fellow photographers or again, like the honeymooners and, you know, they're just enjoying. And then the testimonials will also be very, very helpful, as you can imagine. So then being more direct about making sure I grab testimonials. But yeah, so then I'll need some section about like, I do have one here, but hopefully once this disappears, once this disappears on the top, then this one will stand out a little bit more. So this will be like the looking for something custom. So if you're looking for a private tour, or maybe it's again about are you a brand or a business and you want to partner with me? And then maybe having some visuals or even being more explicit about the types of partnerships, or that should be its own page. I don't have the answer yet. But yeah, and then maybe on the contact section, I should probably do that as well. So it's like, are you interested in traveling? Blah, blah, blah. Maybe there's a section I should add about like, are you interested in partnering? And then at that point, I should be putting the different types of partnerships that I'm doing. But foundationally, it's all there. But yeah. Idora, you have a lot to say about your website? Yeah, please, by all means. And like I said, all is fair game. You know, hopefully you're not just trashing it, you know, all the time. But, you know, good intentions is all I care about, and anything that helps me improve. So yeah, I will never dismiss any good ideas. I may not ever apply them. You know, sometimes I will be stubborn, or I have a certain thought process that I don't want to change, or I'm too lazy to. But I do want to continue to learn from other people. So, on a Discord call or something? Yeah, absolutely. So, like I said, just give me one more week or so as I still get my bearings. But yeah, I'm trying to do more of these kind of. I would like to upgrade my stream quality with like Discord calls, whether it's on stream or off. You know, it doesn't matter. Whatever is appropriate. But yeah. Okay, so let me just jump to the soundtracks, because I believe this is the area where we mentioned one of the soundtracks we want to use is the horse riding one. So let's create another chapter called, well, we have to create multiple. So let's catch up on things. Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4. And let's see what audio did I use. So we got Chapter 1 already. Chapter 2, was it the same one? No. Chapter 2 is Siraj Nepal Optical something something. Siraj Nepal. So let's drag this into Chapter 2. And then Chapter 3 was the same one. So actually, I'm going to go ahead and delete Chapter 3. And we'll just label this one Chapters 2 to 3. Edora said, it would be stronger if you had your tour as one entity and hiring you as a videographer or photographer as Yobel the creative versus Yobel the guide. Yeah, man, that was a thought I had. Like, do I create a separate brand? So instead of having like a yobelprize.com, if I can figure out something catchy that's clearly around like, you know, travel, like I literally might even have travel in the name or whatever, luxury travels, something. So this is something I've been bouncing back and forth, like, but I figured for now, because I don't think I have the bandwidth to actually manage 2 websites and try to build up 2 websites. So I think since I'm in my early stages and I want to build my brand first, because then if I build up the brand first, then the tours will come after. Where like so like if I have, let's say, 1 million followers on YouTube or on Instagram, at that point, it's probably much easier for me to actually find people willing to join my trips. So then if I do branch off into a second brand for that, it'd be much easier. Now, the question is where. So obviously 1 million, I don't necessarily think that's the actual point that I do that. But with my limited bandwidth, I was like, let me keep Yobel Prize as a single entity and then have little spin-off pages when it comes to some of the other types of things I might offer as a service. So yeah, it could be like me as the guide. It could be me as a videographer, or like the third wheeling, essentially, right? Like those kind of luxury honeymoon couples stuff that I did. But yeah, I was thinking I'll create those verticals within my current Yobel Prize brand. But yeah, in the future, I do need to come up with a nice company brand for the non-Yobel Prize related things. Okay, so then Chapter 4. So I think we got all the soundtracks. Optical Illusion. Chapter 4, we wanted that one horse track. Or was it? Was it this one? Yeah, this one. Okay. Let's try this real quick. But it won't be for the beginning, so I have to figure out what soundtrack to put there. But let's see if we can put one of these soundtracks towards when we start getting on the horse. So somewhere like here. So we might connect this soundtrack for those moments when we're hopping on horseback. Preparation, and then maybe the big bounce in the music will be when we actually are done with preparation. So like all the shots of me trying to not fall off a horse. Then once we get into like whatever the clean shots like this, let's see. So in here, if it's something like this, maybe. So keep changing up the clips as we go. Let me just jump ahead. So I think there's a chance we can use the entire soundtrack for this whole chapter. Like, you know, we'll reduce the volume at times. I'll add some voiceover, but I'm thinking like, let's say when we start getting into the eagle shots. So let's find some of the more epic moments of the, like, yeah, so all this part here, maybe we can tie it up with like some part of the music. Let's see. I think it could work. We might use a different soundtrack at some point, but if I can use the same one throughout, that'd be great. Eudora, you're saying how much are you paying for Webflow? Whatever the probably like the first tier of what it has. Let me see. I paid for a template, but that was like a one-time payment, and then in terms of like ongoing. Yeah, so I'm paying $276 per year. So doing the math, I don't know, is that like 20 something dollars per month? If I remember, I think it was somewhat equivalent to how much I was paying for Squarespace at the time. Actually, it might even be cheaper. I think Squarespace I was paying maybe like, I don't know, $50 to $60 a month, possibly. I'm not sure. And I paid for the template. Yeah, so I found this one template. While I did change it quite drastically, which is why it ended up taking me a month to actually have the site done. I found one template that looked like it was made just for tours. So literally they had these tour pages where you can see, like, you know, it was done in a very, very creative way, and it had all the right segments for, yeah, like tour prices, itinerary, FAQs, booking it. So then that was like, oh my god, that looks so much better, and that was what I was hoping to get to. And it had all the right elements for like mobile responsiveness. So yeah, I think I paid maybe like I'm gonna take a random number, but it might have been anywhere from $50 to $100 for the template. But it was like a one-time fee, and I was like, let's just do that. All right, we got someone here that we need to show off because she's made her presence known. And so has Kimbap. This is Nala. Good girl. So far, consistently, she just hides when I start the stream. And then, you know, whatever, an hour or so in, she'll pop over and be like, okay, I want to speak. Let me speak. Good girl. You both on Mac? Yeah, so I'm on Mac. I've been on, like, I've had a MacBook Pro for quite some time. We had this chat, maybe it was with Adora the other day, but I've actually upgraded to a Mac Studio, which was really hefty in terms of the price tag. But I gave the justification, as I always do, that this was an investment. But yeah, I got the Mac Studio so that way when I travel, I can take my MacBook Pro with me. I have a MacBook Pro that is the 14-inch, I believe, but it's got all the 16-inch specs inside the 14-inch. So that way it's very, very powerful for when I need to do all the video editing on the go. And so then by separation, this way, in case something happens to my laptop on my travels, my Mac Studio is safe and sound at home. Unless something happens at my home while I'm traveling. But what can you do at that point? Hey, Simone, thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it. And on YouTube, thank you very much. If you are watching on YouTube, I do appreciate if you go ahead and hit that like button. Feel free to join in the chat. If you're watching the VOD, I do appreciate you watching it there. Check out some of my other videos. You'll see the progress we've made in the past. Well, I guess now we're on day 11 of streaming, but I appreciate it. I'm also on Kick and Twitch at the same time. And yeah, it's been very fun. Philip, you said I'm Googling like crazy. Every 10 minutes, the keyboard stops working properly. and the tab button changes tabs in the browser, and the mouse button only becomes a right click. My God, what is going on? It seems like what would you call that? It's like a domino effect, right? But is that on your MacBook, or I don't know what you're using? But damn, that sucks. Every 10 minutes the keyboard stops working. Huh. RIP. I don't know what to say. Mac Mini? Oh, okay, okay. How do you like the Mac Mini? Well, besides right now, because it sounds like you might not be on good terms with it. But this Mac Studio has been good. So in terms of my setup, I have this Mac Studio. The screen over here that I'm using for editing my videos and such is a Studio Display from Apple. Over here is another Apple monitor. It's discontinued at this point, but it was something I got from years back that I didn't have to pay for, so I use it until it essentially dies on me. And then I have my laptop as well, and yeah, that's a general setup here, but it's a kind of like a two-screen system, and then my MacBook just in case I need to do something else. But yeah, right now I want to kick it, but I got a Mac Mini at home also, and very content. Nice. Okay, in the meantime, we do have one of the soundtracks we need, but I think I need a soundtrack for the beginning here. So let me just quickly... What I want to do is I want to listen to this in terms of the audio that's existing. Because this section we said maybe we don't need a soundtrack, but then here, when we start off the new chapter, let me actually increase the volume. I apologize if it blows out on the speakers and the headphones. I want to see what we have to work with, because I need something in between this and the adventurous soundtrack. Oh, sorry. You guys can't see what I'm doing. If you guys can hear me munching away at my food, do tell me. So I'll do my best not to. I guess I can mute it as well. Okay, so this audio is a lot better. Obviously, the first one had a lot of wind sound, but maybe we can work around that.
Between the winter season and summer season.
And I guess I do have my own voice in here, so that could work. Hey, Cisco, thank you very, very much for subscribing on YouTube. I appreciate it. For those of you on YouTube, as well as Twitch and Kick, this has been very fun. We're on day 11 of live streaming, and we're just working on my upcoming Mongolia travel vlog, where I spent time with eagle hunters. And we're on chapter 4.
2 homes that they go between the winter season and summer season. So we're in the winter.
I probably won't use any of this because I do need to keep things short and sweet. So even if I say the most profound things here, I probably will lean more towards just using B-roll and some voiceover. So, okay, we're gonna switch gears to listen to soundtrack now, because I do need to find something that could fit that mood where, let's see, where it's a little bit like soft, because it is early morning, right? So the day's just kicked off. Yeah, the day's kicked off, and I need something that kind of fits that mood of warming yourself up before the adventure begins. And we already have the adventure song, so let's listen to some of this. This is a vibe. It's from our boy Siraj Nepal. He's been our boy for some time since we ever first discovered him on, was it Artlist? One of those. I think this works. So we will probably use this. I agree, Idora, it is quite the vibe. It starts off quite soft. So it's not like in your face. It's like bright and early in the morning. We don't want someone screaming at us. And this one seems to be okay. Let me just quickly listen to at least some of the beginnings of the other three songs that we have here. And then, yeah, we'll make a decision. Okay, so the beginning of this I wasn't as big of a fan of, in the sense that I don't think it fit too well. It was quite quiet, which is not bad. And so it's definitely meant to be like I would fill in the gaps with my voice there. But there wasn't like a directional tone for me in terms of like the melody to give a uplifting portion of it. This part here is much better because when that, I don't know what instrument this is, but now it's a bit more like uplifting, but still like soft. So I want to listen to this portion again, and then maybe we'll jump around. But I could see this one technically working as well. I like where the song is going. So, it like randomly just, I say randomly, but it started becoming a little bit more epic. So let me just rewind and see. All right. This song definitely grew on me as we played more of it. And I think what it has going for it is that it starts off, very soft, which is good. So then technically we can use the same soundtrack. As we start off soft, Day's kind of doing its thing, doing a little bit of introduction. And then as the music starts picking up a little bit and a little bit, that's when we hit into the preparation phase. Over yonder, way over here, which we need to trim. So then we get a little bit into the preparation phase, and then when it really picks up is when we're out riding. So this song has it all, essentially, where I think it could actually work across. But I like the first one too. So basically what this means, I'm going to drag both of these into our chapter 4 folder, and we will basically apply both of them and just make a gut decision at some point. But we also have 2 more songs I want to listen to real quick. So I'll try to focus more on the beginning and middle and end just to see how it ends up. Yeah, for the obvious reasons. Let's see. Okay, so my thoughts on this one real quick is that super cool. It might be too epic for this moment, not in a bad way, but I think this has more potential for the most epic part of our video, which is going to be the whole snowstorm riding, like in the blizzard. So yeah, for that reason, I probably won't use it, just in case. But that might still apply to the first two we listened to. But yeah, let's listen to this one called Virtuoso. I mean, okay, off the bat, definitely is more dramatic. Probably doesn't fit what we need to work on. So I think we're good to maybe choose between these two. So let's say we go with purity first, since that's what we started with anyways. Let's kind of drag it into the right spot. Somewhere here. So after we give a little bit of like blah blah blah, and then we turned in for the night, somewhere here. And then I probably will just not use the actual audio from the video clip, at least for this section, because of the wind sound. That's a cool start. If we end up with this one, no complaints. I think that's a really cool start to it's the same chapter, but to get into that next phase. But let's also try the exact same thing with the other soundtrack. Both of these are from our boy, Suraj, Mr. Nepal. So let's see. Okay, so then it goes like something, something, something. We turn in for the night and get ready for the next day's adventure. Something, something, something. Fade to black. It won't be this long of an intermission. And then let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot. This soundtrack, I just wasn't a fan of the beginning part of it anyways. So if we do use it, it's got to be something later on. We're just going to have to find it real quick. I think when the flute or whatever came in. Something like that. Let's try something over here. Alright, let's see how you do. It's more upbeat. So it's got more of a positive vibe to it.
Sorry, I just spent the night.
Yeah, so then this part's where if we use the same soundtrack, obviously this is when they start getting on the horse. But then we already have a soundtrack, I think, for the horse stuff, which was this one, right? Okay, so I'm leaning towards the first one, and maybe I'm overthinking it. I mean, I'm definitely overthinking it. Let's use that one. It's a nice little, it's a nice start. Yeah, it's a nice start. So, and this lets us move on. So. Now we just gotta figure out how long to make each of these clips. So I don't think we need that much time to show the same shot here. So maybe something starting here. This might be too long, but let's just see here. I'm going to drag this part down for now. What did we say? We wanted to start with the dog. Yeah, so ideally we do the dog shots first, so maybe we won't even need that horse there. So it could just be like this. And then just cut it somewhere here. Thank you very much, Lasya on Kick. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, especially on Kick and Twitch, as those are my new babies. We are on day 11 of streaming nonstop, as in every day, roughly 8 to 9 hours, is the goal. But yeah, you're just watching me create my next video on Mongolia. That was the trip I went to in February of last year, and hopefully you find it enjoyable. Dropped you a follow, thank you very much, and I appreciate your support in finding a way to monetize my channel. The best way to monetize my channel is to donate money to me. I'll tell you that right now. No, I appreciate it. Okay, let me just see if I can stabilize these two. Let's put some music back on. Lasya, thank you very much. You love the energy. Listen, we got vibes here, okay? We got better vibes. We're right now in the transition phase. We're in the warm-up phase, I guess, of this chapter. So right now we're starting off with a little bit of calm tones here as we're preparing for what's going to happen, where I'm going to introduce some of the livestock, if you will, or the crew. It's going to be this horse, the eagle, the dogs, and then eventually we're going to jump into horse riding, and then showing some of the clips as we go off on our first adventure out into the wilderness, and release the eagle, show some of the clips as it starts flying towards the eagle hunter, and ending with maybe a little bit of charging scenes as they ride towards the camera. Will be the end of chapter 4. So we've identified one of the soundtracks. Now I'm starting to clip up some of the shots to match the soundtrack, and also make sure there's some level of cohesion to the storyline. Oh yeah, so what I want to do is I want to take both these clips and let's go ahead and try to stabilize them. Now, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get it properly stabilized. Let's see how far we can take it. Maybe we don't even need that shot, so let's see. Let's say we don't use this shot and we just jump straight into the shot of me somewhere here. So it'd be like... Kimpa. Hey buddy. Nala's already here. Alright, let's say hi to my cats again, but I think there's a little bit of a conundrum, I guess. Because Kimpop has somewhat claimed this spot. At least we've seen in the past, what is it now? 11 days of streaming, he tends to dominate the spot. But unfortunately for him, his older sister has kind of swooped in. And so you guys can't see Kimpop, but Kimpop is voicing his complaint down there. Sorry, buddy. You snooze, you lose. What can you do? So we're gonna have to figure out something. Kimpop, you wanna come here? Anyways, they'll sort themselves out. Let's keep going here. So. Okay, you know what? This is good because obviously we're gonna clip it up, but to end with the shot of the yurts or gur, I always forget the name of this. And then if we have a bit of a selfie of me with the same thing there, it helps to, I guess, ground us positionally or spatially in terms of what's happening here. So I think that as a transition is fine. We'll just figure out the timing of it and what part of this to use. Yeah, something like, I think this is a good amount. We don't need too much. And I think a lot of this we won't need because this is the whole thing where I was talking to the camera, what I mentioned, where we don't, I don't have time to actually show it in the vlog. So just imagine the things that I was saying must have been so profound. Like if you only could listen to it, it would change your life. And watch me delete it. So that's what happens. But we have more profound moments, so I don't think we'll need these clips then. This one's too short of a clip anyways. And then this is the vertical shot, which we kind of deprioritize. If possible, we want to use the landscape. Okay, so then what do we have to work with? I want to get some of the dog shots in first. So these are the horse ones. So we'll start with the dog, then jump to the horse, and then to the eagle. So let's look at our dog shots. And let's drag those guys forward. And currently we are, oh well. Yeah, we need to shorten this part first actually. Because up until chapter 4, we're at the 3 minutes and 23 second mark. So we're doing well there. The goal is we want this video to fit 15 minutes. That is our current aspiration. So all of this is just kind of fluff. We haven't trimmed it yet. Let's just focus on the soundtrack part first. That's the tougher part. Okay, timing wise, I think that's decent. I wanted to be able to show a little bit as I kind of pan around, if you will. So you'll have a little bit of the vibes of the location, because technically we haven't even introduced any of that yet. We just went straight into being inside of Arctic's house. So, but I don't want to give too much time for that. So yeah, I think this might be good. If anything, I can cut it a little bit sooner. Let's see. Oh, that's fine. Whoops. And then we'll take apart the most cinematic part, and we're at eye level, so I think somewhere here is probably where we start this clip. And if possible, I want to match the framing of the dog from the first clip to the next. So I believe he was looking to the right at the end of this clip, and he was mid-bark, or he was just finishing up barking. So maybe there's a world where we can actually make it look seamless. Let's see if we can make it work. Let's see. So maybe. And then I might have to slow down the footage, but now here, Idora, I don't know if you're still on, but yeah, here it's like, and I have gotten better at this, I think, especially with my new gear and as I get more comfortable. But this would have been technically a really good moment where if I had, as we do this transition, so going from this shot to more like this shot, and then as we see the dog look out into the distance, if I had done a clean focus pull and pushed the focus towards the background in the same direction as the dog where he's looking, that would have been a nice kind of a cinematic moment. So then here, when it, yeah, so we're focusing on the dog, so we get a nice transition, make it look like, and we'll clean it up and try to get it perfect, but try to see if we can make it look like as he's mid-bark, it switches over to the close-up shot, and then as he turns around and looks at the background, we also can see the background. But, you know, you get what you have. Unfortunately, I did not do that for this shot, but it's nice to imagine. Dream with me. Otherwise, I might use something from this shot, because I don't want him to look away. It's not bad, but like I said, it would only look really good if I then focused on the background here. So maybe, instead of jumping to that one, maybe there's a moment here I can use. And maybe I'll even reverse it. So, just so, I like it when the dog is looking more towards the camera towards the end. So maybe mid-bark. Let's see if we can make this work. It might not, but... So I'm just gonna reverse the speed, which should flip it. Flip it and reverse it. Yeah, not bad. But it's gonna look a little bit more unnatural. Yeah, Adora, next time. Next time I'll get it. I'll ask the dog to repeat this. So the only problem I now have is because I reversed the speed, there's some moments where it definitely seems unnatural, I think. Let me see. Or maybe it's acceptable. Let me see. It might be doable. Maybe. Or do we just like this one? I have to keep reminding myself, shorter is sweeter, so let's see. I think I like the first clip a bit more, because there is something nice, like a little bit more stoic. That's going to be my favorite word of this stream. This one has a nice stoic look to it, kind of meets the music, the soundtrack a bit better, maybe. And then I'll just cut it right there. We'll try that for now. So then what comes next? Then we can apply the other dog shot. So dialogue is something about like, oh yeah, so the next day I woke up, took a once over of got my bearings, met the rest of Arctic's crew, including his lovely dogs. And then we'll show the dogs. And who doesn't love dog and cat footage, you know? So, especially this guy. Let's see.
Good boy.
Alright, so let me take both these clips and let's zoom in on it to get rid of the little side borders. And then we'll have to figure out the...
Good boy.
Okay, so maybe a quick moment there. Maybe. And there's some jumping moment earlier. Possibly this. Maybe a quick moment there. I definitely... And I just met this dog, you know? It's like, this is how you greet me, huh? Alright, maybe just... I need to be a bit more judicious about trimming this guy. Reminder, I gotta trim the fat. So... while the dog is overly adorable, I have to keep in mind we're not trying to make a 10-minute video about me petting a dog. Okay. So these are the potential clips. So let's go ahead and delete these guys. In terms of sequence, we got dog coming and dropping down, then me petting it, and then it pouncing. So these are potential ones. We're not going to use all of it most likely, but we at least can start to shave it down from this. So good morning, blah blah blah. Showing the surroundings. This is our new headquarters. Meeting the rest of Arctic's family, including his lovely dogs. I really want to use all of it just because it's so adorable, but how long was that? So at the 12:24 mark until 13:13. So it's like what, like 40, 50 seconds long? So yeah, that's probably too long to show just a dog. So let's trim the fat. Maybe we can cut this one slightly shorter. I still want to keep both of these shots more for that transition effect more than anything. Let's see. But then maybe we'll just cut both of these shorter, so. And then maybe we can start this one a little bit later, so like right here. And we can probably cut it sooner as well. Let's try here first, and then... I can probably get rid of this one if I need to. It's a little more... There's some better moments, I guess, where you can see the both of us. I think I want to keep more of this one anyways, because this is when he like jumps up. You can see my camera, so you get a sense of what I'm doing, how I travel, but then also you see the... Oh, and then timing-wise, if I just keep all that, and unfortunately this guy will not make the cut then, as adorable as this little doggy is, we say goodbye to that one. So then, timing-wise, it seems like it could almost fit here. You can see it in a little audio wave. There's a moment where the next beat kicks in, so I think we're good to proceed. Yep. So then here is when we move to the next sequence of shots. Bum bum bum. Progress, progress. So all of these are, I'm not going to delete it yet, but we are going to deprioritize them. And I'm just going to drag it a little bit out of the way so it doesn't distract me too much. This one, I think do we need that one? No, I think we got these three. So now we introduce the horse, and then after that we got the eagle, and then after that we've got eagle hunter. Then we prepare to ride or die. Okay, so let's roll these guys forward, drop these ones back. Cool, cool, cool. All right, let's see. So then here, we want to kick into the horse section. And unfortunately, because I gave so much time to the dog, and I feel reluctant to trim it more than what we've got, because it's too adorable, you know? So we might cut a lot more on the horse side of things. But that's okay. We definitely have more horse footages throughout the trip than we do the dog ones. So let's give the dog its due in the beginning here. And then we'll peek in a little bit with the horse here. So let's see what part to keep. And then in terms of dialogue, it'll be something like, so we say something to the effect of like, yeah, we wake up the next day, we're taking a look at where we are. I met the rest of Arctic's family, or whatever we want to say, including his 2 dogs, where we'll show this. Maybe I'll add an extra line about him viciously attacking me, or whatever. Letting it hold to this because it's a bit longer. And then once we transition to here, then I need to probably have some voiceover where I said, also I met his horse, his main horse, I guess. And we'll keep this part shorter. Let me just look at the clips that we have. Okay, so this clip is obviously a bit more like poppier, and this one is a bit softer, but this is like a more preferable style for me. It's less like I don't know, it seems a bit higher quality, even though the colors aren't necessarily as poppy as the other one. So if I have to choose, I might choose something from this section. I think I'll keep that part in. This is me trying to play nice with the horse, and he was not having it. So actually that's a nice transition, because here obviously we got the duality. We got the dog being overly friendly, basically showing love from the moment he saw me, whereas the horse was basically saying, get out of my face. So we'll keep both. So I think I'll clip it from here. And then I give a little side-eye looking back. So, okay, so maybe this clip here will come next. Let me watch the rest to see if there's something else. All right, yeah, so we can remove this as well. And then do we want one more horse clip? Let's find out. I don't think we do, because then in the next sequence, after when we introduce the eagle, you'll see the horse in the background, and then when we introduce Arctic again, you'll see the horse there as well. So we probably don't need this clip, but let's just watch it. It is nice maybe to just give it... It might be nice to show this, actually, just to let him be the only one in the shot for a tiny amount of time. And in terms of ordering, maybe what I'll do is I'll start with the horse on its own. And as part of this plays, I might have a dialogue saying like, and then, yeah, so then introducing the horse as well. And then I'll jump to the other clip of the selfie, and I'll maybe even mention directly, like, unlike the dog, it was going to take more time to bond with this guy. So I probably want the moment where it turns its head. That's a lot of head motion though, so let's see. Okay, I might, I'm trying to just time this a little bit better. Let's see if we can get the head motion with the music. And then here, jump to another clip, maybe the close-up one. Maybe this part right here. Although the head was turned to the camera, so technically maybe this is better. Hey Maple, good to see you. Dropping a lurk. Good morning. I mentioned you earlier in the stream where I was like, in my current agenda. Hold on one second, let me just play this real quick. Okay, so if you're dropping a lurk, basically what we got so far, we're just working through the next chapter, where we meet Arctic, who is the eagle hunter I spend time with. I still need to clip all this up still. And then we were just trying to figure out with the soundtrack here when I'm waking up the next day to our new location. We identified a good soundtrack, which is the one you're hearing now. Shots are looking great. Thank you, thank you. So here I'm just going to have some voiceover how we meet the rest of Arctic's quote-unquote family, I guess. Including some nice moments with this dog. His horse. And then we're going to meet the eagle in a second. So in terms of timeline, we're just getting, or the storyline, it'll just be like me introducing each of these characters, essentially, before we go for our first adventure out in the wild, as we go horse riding. And I get to learn a little bit about their way of life, including watching them train the eagles, seeing the eagles go in flight, and them calling it back and going for a horse ride. So that'll be that chapter, let's say. But anyways, thanks for lurking for a bit. One thing I was going to mention was like... let me see here if I can maximize this so you can see. All right, so I have our little ticker over there on how much time is left before the deadline to finish this video. But then in terms of my agenda item number 2, I put in there, figure out emotes, Discord, and audio stuff. And so I was like, hey, maybe if Maple, tunes in at some point, I can ask him some questions or we can take care of it. I don't know if it makes sense to try to take care of it on stream in some way, if it's easy or not. But yeah, I did put that there as like a potentially, if we need to take a break, maybe it's time I start researching a little bit on that subject. But yeah, and also, by the way, I appreciate the link that you sent with those, the instructions that you had, the videos you had. Cool setup, by the way. I really like how you do your color grading and then also your home setup. So I'll probably be inspired by even just the videos you had shared on what I should be doing, because I am hoping to do those types of videos on YouTube where I do like informational kind of content. But yeah, if you stick around or if you hop in at some point, or if you have some suggestions, I would love to know if I should start thinking through the step-by-step of how do you create emotes, or some thoughts around Discord, or yeah, even doing like Discord calls on stream. All of that is a mystery box for me right now, so yeah, I will leave that out in the open. So anyways, where were we? We got this shot. Let me hop in. I might include the sound, I might make it a little bit louder here, so you can actually hear the dog barking, but just not too crazy. So the audio mixing we'll clean it up at the end, but I just want to kind of hear it. Let's say it, and then we met the horse, who might need a bit more time to get used to me. And then I want to sync it to the music, so I might just have to only use one of these clips. So maybe, let's just try these two and see. timing wise is not bad. So it's really just a question of which of these do I want to actually use. So it could be like this. Let's just do that one for now. So this is where he rejects me. But you can't be friends with everyone, you know? Alright, so then that was the dogs. Then we say here the horse, who I try to befriend, but in due time. And of course, the star of the show, Ayalam the eagle. So then let's time this. One, two, and then here maybe we can cut. Yeah, this is a better angle anyways. 1, 2. Man, this eagle, a lot of those eagles that I met on this trip, they're so loud. They're so talkative. They will not stop chirping. It's like my cat. Alright, let's see. I want a third angle and where the horse is there, so probably something in that area. So something from this section. Let's drop these guys out. And the cool thing is the chirping is like somehow syncing with the music. So as long as we can make that happen, let's try it. And let's find the right amount of time. So it'd be like, and of course the star of the show, Ayalam, Ardex, Eagle. 3, 4. So let's keep it going for one more beat, either from the same bit or from a new. Let's see if we can use the same amount or the same shot, but extend it by one more beat. Alright, so it goes something like this. Alright, good. Yeah, what are the chances that the chirping is perfectly synced almost to the music? I do love when those kind of moments happen. It's obviously unplanned. There's no way to have... We didn't even factor that in when we chose the soundtrack. And there's no shot that... Yeah, anyways, for that to line up nicely, it's a nice moment. These are those kind of like... I think I talked about it before, but sometimes moments just happen. You just get lucky. There was no skill involved, just luck.
Oh, sorry, Ayalam? Her name is Ayalam.
So I think this is where I was just introducing everyone. So he had told me this is Ayalam, that's Ardak. Let's see. And again, probably I won't keep this just because we got to keep things short. It was a nice moment here though, because obviously here I was introducing them. There's a little bit of a side story where I was asking the names of each of them, but then when it came to the horse, he said they didn't have a name for the horse, and I felt so bad for him. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yes, Kimpa? Are you a good boy? Wanna come up? Wanna come up here? Good boy. Good boy. Alright, Kimpa, you wanna chill for a bit over here? Alright, I want to see if I can show you guys real quick. Where did I put this? I put this in... To upload Mongolia IG stories. All right. So these are some of those Instagram stories that I mentioned that I'd worked on before that now I can just publish as a YouTube Shorts because I put in all the time already. Oh, there it is.
So it's
So then I made this quick video back when I was on the trip itself. Like I posted this as an Instagram story, but yeah. Anyways, here's the back context, I guess, if you can hear the audio.
Ardak.
Yeah, Ardak and
Ayalam.
Ayalam.
Ayalam is the eagle.
Yes.
What about the horse?
No, now I think it's not me.
Oh, no.
It's just a crazy horse.
Crazy horse?
Yeah. But we don't name horses.
Alright, so
Yeah.
crazy horse,
Yeah.
Ayalam, and Ardak the eagle hunter.
Anyways, side. Oh, you can't see the screen. Thank you, Adora. Thank you. I always make these mistakes, eh? I'm not going to replay the whole thing, but basically you get... I was just introducing them. It's the same clip, but this was a moment I did technically share on Instagram because I thought it was good to introduce everyone. And I guess the funny element for me was that, you know, as I'm introducing them, when it came to the horse, they're like, oh, he doesn't have a name. And then my amazing video editing where I added the
I
little...
think it's not me.
Oh, no.
It's just a crazy horse.
Crazy horse?
Yeah.
And then Aibo was like, yeah, I don't... he's not named, but he's just crazy horse. So... It would have been nice if I can include that in some way, but I think it's probably... I don't know. I would either have to turn off the soundtrack at that point and spend precious seconds to go through all that. And I guess I am... Like, would it take that much time? Not necessarily, because of that video, I already know how I can edit this. Or yeah, I can add that emotional damage. Yeah, so this could be a fun... I say fun, but it could be fun to try to insert a little bit of that levity, I guess, into the clip. Let's just kind of see how it sounds if I tune down the audio at that point. So if I were to drop the audio...
Ardak. Yeah, Ardak and Ayalam.
I'll drop in a second, I just want to see where this video should end.
Ayalam. Yes. What about the horse? No, now I think it's not me.
Okay, anyways, let's try to drop and see...
So it's Ardak. So it's Ardak.
Yeah, Ardak and
Ayalam.
Ayalam.
Ayalam is the eagle.
Yes.
We'll increase this guy a bit. We'll fine-tune audio later, but yeah.
So it's Ardak.
Yeah, Ardak and
Ayalam.
Ayalam.
Ayalam is the eagle.
Yes.
What about the horse?
No, now I think it's not me.
Oh, and why didn't I think of this? I have the video clip. It's not in 4K, I don't think, but I can at least use it as a placeholder. So let me go ahead and insert this clip. Alright, where art thou? There it is. We can just slap this bad boy in here. Let me just mute this audio. We'll just see how it sounds, roughly speaking. Oh yeah, and then let me rotate this guy. And let's turn up the audio.
Ayalam.
Okay, let's see.
So it's Ardak.
Yeah, Ardak and
Ayalam.
Ayalam.
Ayalam is the eagle.
Yes.
What about the horse?
No, now I think it's not me.
Oh, no.
It's just a crazy horse.
Crazy horse?
Yeah. But we don't name horses.
Alright, so
Yeah.
crazy horse,
Yeah.
Ayalam, and Ardak the eagle hunter.
We don't need horses.
Alright, so
Yeah.
Crazy Horse,
Yeah.
Ayalum, and Arctic Eagle Hunter.
I was having a really important talk with someone that was very private. That's why it was intentional. Thanks for telling me. What is that? Is that like 3 times I've made some streamer mistake in today's stream already? So clearly I'm improving in the wrong direction. Hopefully you can hear me now. What was I even saying? I was just saying I think it works. I was thanking you, Adora, for the emotional damage recommendation. But then I was saying, in the name of speed and efficiency, since I have this clip already done, all I need to do is upscale it to 4K and then leave it be. So we will try to find that emotional damage meme, and maybe there will be a different point. Oh, there might be another point we can use it in like a later episode, potentially. So, but for now, we'll keep this. I'm just gonna put it as a placeholder, and then we can proceed. So then here, let's see. I might put a little bit of this now. Just because these are more cinematic shots. Not too much though, because we gotta move on. Also, the other thing I have to keep in mind is, do we just keep using this soundtrack? We could keep using that, but then we had also identified another soundtrack. Decisions, but I think it's fine. So, oh, and then another thought was that maybe this whole chapter should be called Meet the yeah, because like this is essentially like an introduction chapter, right? So initially I was just saying it could just be about Arctic, but it's technically we're meeting Arctic, the dogs, the eagle, the horse. So we could just make a whole chapter on Meet the Crew. And then the next chapter is when we switch gears with the music and we're off to the races, essentially. So that's my current thoughts. I think we'll stick with that. So then we'll keep using this soundtrack. And let me see what parts of this we need to use.
Crazy Horse, Ayalum, and Arctic Eagle Hunter.
So then here I'll add some voiceover. So like something about like, so after we met the crew, so after meeting the crew, I won't say crew, I need to think of a different word, but after meeting blah blah blah, and a brief photo shoot of Arctic with his eagle, we are ready to kick off our next adventure to head into the wilderness and see what is the day in the life of an eagle hunter. Something like that. So in the duration it takes me to say whatever that kind of 1 or 2 sentences is how long the section will be, and then we cut it from there and move on to the next chapter. So let me just make a quick note. Chapter 4, all about intros. Arctic, eagle, horse, dogs. So then I'll say something about after the crazy horse clip, 1 or 2 sentences about, after meeting X, Y, and Z, and a brief photo shoot of Arctic with Ayalum. We prepared we got ready, something something, to start off our first Mongolian adventure out in the wild to witness a day in the life of an eagle hunter. Something to that effect, and then it'll be like end scene. So then chapter 5 will be all about eagle hunting. I don't know. Day in the life of an eagle hunter. It won't be this, way too long probably, but just for my own sanity check of like what this chapter should consist of. Okay, so that means clip will end when we see him maybe hopping on the horse. Or this could start in the next chapter, maybe. Let me think. Because we can fade to black on one of these scenes here, which means the next scene when we've got different soundtrack. This is where this soundtrack will kick in. Yeah, okay. So then, yeah, we'll end it with one of these shots. So then next chapter will be the whole preparation. So then I'll have a little bit of dialogue in the beginning, just saying like, so with after preparing something, and getting myself up on the horse, we are ready to ride. Boom. So chapter 5, something about, you know what, and I also have to keep in mind, now these are just rough draft scripts, but I'm noticing a trend here where I keep saying after meeting X, and then whatever. After the crazy horse clipped, and then whatever. So we'll make sure to change up even the dialogue scripting, but yeah. Point is, we talk about preparing, so let me bring the chapter overlay over, and then we're going to fine-tune this chapter. So let me just drag this guy. So chapter 5 will be roughly somewhere here. Chapter 5, day in the life of an eagle hunter. Alright, time to rewind a bit now and go through this. And then I need to create, should I do it now? Let's do ambient. I'm going to call this ambient loud. So what that means is for these guys, I'm going to leave it at like -25 volume for now. But for the first voice track, that's the one we'll keep at 0. I don't know how well this will work, but let me just try this for now.
Eagle.
Maximum
You know,
10.
like 6-7 years ago.
Yeah.
So after that, they released the eagle to the round breeding.
오늘은 딱
Okay.
바나토 거라 그러면 보사가시로 거라 그러다
Maple, you're saying it's weird the N and U have the same exact design for the letters. They were like, we need a U design, now just use... Wait, did I miss it? Or was this?
Eagle.
You're 100% right. Is there even any difference here? Now I am curious, so can I drag this? Alright, I'm gonna try to shift it over and see. It's exactly the same. That's great. Anyways, okay. It's like 90%. No, it's 100%. You good eye. That was literally the exact same. I respect the laziness, but yeah, I did notice that. It's a little different, not at all, but it made me laugh. Stop using the script. Yeah, I go back. You know what? You're probably gonna laugh because it sounds like you know a lot about this stuff. I didn't know this whole world of design and stuff like that. And so I think for my first Uganda video, I used the Papyrus font, and I got flamed in the comments by someone. And then like I think I saw later, I saw random comments like from somewhere else, but like there's like, what, you're using Papyrus? And I didn't know there's a whole, I guess there's a whole lore or something about how it's either overused or people hate it for various reasons. Listen, for me personally, I thought it was kind of nice. I liked it. But I was like, okay, maybe if it's that controversial that people are willing to call it out, I probably shouldn't use it. So I was like, all right. And so then I went with this one, which is not Papyrus, but it had like a little bit still of like a, I don't know, some random handwriting style. But yeah, maybe, you know, listen, I'm not beholden to any fonts. I'm happy to always change it up as we go. I just don't know what to change it to. But apparently not Papyrus. And maybe this one might not be good. What is it called? It's called Bradley Hand. No. Yeah. It's called Bradley Hand. But the other issue I run into is that there's not many good options on DaVinci. Like, I have to spend time, like, finding stuff to download and bring it in, I guess. Well, I don't know how to connect it to my bigger list of downloaded fonts. Versus, like, CapCut or even on Canva. And, like, they have, like, this whole laundry list of really good fonts. So, yeah. Philip, you said... Oh, wait. I'm missing something. Some context. All right. You said... Made you laugh. Idori says stop using script. I have a bunch of books about typography. Typography, that's the word. Yeah, see, I don't even know that word to use, so yeah. But yes, I did use Papyrus on my very first vlogging video. Avatar 2 used Papyrus, yeah. No, I did see something about Avatar and Papyrus, but I didn't know what was so wrong with it. I kind of like it. But I mean, it is very distinct and like over the top, I guess, so... The amount of graphic and text design detail necessary for good video quality is surprising. Yeah. It's a whole thing. Oh, okay, so there's a video on it, I guess? Or like on typography? Oh, on Papyrus. That should be great. How much of this can I play without getting...
I thought it was behind me, but the dreams...
They got this guy in there? What's his name? Ryan, or is it Ryan, or oh my god, what is his name? I was just watching one of his videos.
I thought it was behind me, but
I keep wanting to say Ryan or Bradley Cooper, but obviously it's not Bradley. Damn it. Okay, I don't know.
back.
Ryan Gosling. Oh, it was Ryan. Okay, I can see what I'm doing. Okay.
The dreams came back.
Maple, since you're here and you're the expert, am I going to get copyright struck in any way by playing this, or if I pause it enough times is it okay? Oh my god, I feel like I'm out of the loop. I didn't know I was being made fun of this whole time. Everyone was just laughing at me. Wait, let me just catch up on what you guys are saying and then let me play the rest. SNL made a joke, great minds think alike. Oh yeah, so you're thinking the same thing. How did I miss this? It may as well be called Papyrus. Okay. DaVinci reads from your font library. Got it. Avatar was always Papyrus. They just bolded it for 2. All of it. Okay, I can play all of it? Okay, cool. Who cares? It's YouTube. SNL's not going to flag you. I don't know, man. Don't they all have, like, legal teams? I've been flagged 3 days in a row. The first 3 days of streaming. So I've become very traumatized. Okay, let's watch it. Okay, we'll watch it. Maybe we'll start from the beginning again. Wait, I'm curious. What is the font of this one, then? They must have chosen this for a reason, right? There must be something about this one. If you know what the typography on this one is, that'd be good to know. But that's hilarious. Now I feel so... It's Comic Sans? Oh, okay. I do know about that. At the very least, I know people flame Comic Sans a lot. I just didn't know I was one of the... You know what? Maybe I just think like James Cameron, you know? Maybe I'm thinking of it the wrong way. The fact that I intuitively chose Papyrus for one of my very first vlog series episode... It really means I am James Cameron, second coming. So, I love how you're learning this all for the first time. Yeah. I'm not kidding when I tell people don't rely on me for anything. I barely have technical knowledge. I didn't go to schooling. I just go with how I feel and from experience. And now I've learned I'm very inexperienced. But this is a good time for me to show you guys then my very first video. And yeah, there's a lot of learnings from this first one. Like you'll hear the audio quality was garbage as well. And I kept going back and forth in terms of trying to fine tune the audio. But the first one in particular was pretty bad. All right, let me show you guys.
Venture with me through jump.
So this is the first video I've ever made for my YouTube in terms of like these kind of travel vlog series. I was so proud of it at the time, and then I learned about this whole papyrus thing. So
Jungles and savannas to discover the wild heart of what's known as the Pearl of Africa, Uganda.
there it is. And then as we jump forward, I think I was using it. Yeah. So then for each of these little chapter things in the beginning. And I blasted it too. I was so proud of it. Here, you know, I was using it for every one of my chapters.
Hey everyone.
And if I can give myself a little bit of an excuse, I think I did try maybe 2 or 3 other fonts, but then this is the first time I also did a video where I was doing this whole that thing where you can have the text behind a subject, and so that font for whatever reason seemed like it worked the best out of the ones I chose. But
Venture
yes,
with me through jungles and savannas to discover the wild heart of what's known as the Pearl of Africa.
papyrus, and it's like Uganda, papyrus, so it's like it just plays into itself.
Uganda.
Yeah. So anyways, look how far we've come, right? So sometimes it's good to leave your worst out there for people to learn from. So there you go. I did say in one of my earlier streams, I don't feel much shame usually. My tolerance for shame is quite high, so I don't mind being embarrassed. But it seems like it must be pretty embarrassing that I used it, but whatever. Thank you for sharing this, by the way. Now I do feel a bit more lorified. So, anywho, where were we? So yeah, maybe this is prime time I should change the font style. You know what? I got some of you guys on here. Maybe you guys can course correct for me if I choose something wrong. So we're gonna use this as an example. Let's see if we can swap out the font. Let's start with all the way towards the bottom, just to see what we got here. Obviously we won't do the wingdings or the webdings. Maybe quit, get a new job, nerd. I was hoping this would be my new job, so. Arctic the Eagle. Oh, you know what? Wait a second. I think we were flaming this for the wrong reason. It looks like I misspelled. Wait, so Maple, from the very beginning, you had a good eye, but apparently I have bad hands. So they were okay. I feel like I owe an apology to Mr. Bradley Hand. I'm assuming Bradley is the one who created this font. You were not, in fact, lazy. You did, in fact, know the difference between a U and an N. But even to that front, I guess you could say now, Maple, you are correct. There is maybe 90% the same. So technically what you said... Okay, so now we're kind of coming full circle a little bit. So it is not 100% the same, but it is roughly 90% aligned. So that'll be my way to salvage myself a bit. But there's too many random memes, whatever, happening here. But either way, let's proceed with changing the font, shall we? Let's just kind of see if there's something that speaks to us. I apologize, Bradley, and also Maple, and all of you, for tricking you into thinking I know how to spell hunter. Okay, but the thing is, like, I honestly don't have a good sense. I don't have a good grasp of like what should be a good font for this. I'm assuming readability, sure. I'm assuming I need some kind of font and coloring that works well for any potential scene where it needs to be able to stand out. So maybe like bolder font makes more sense. It could technically be the same font as the chapter 4 font, but just now in white. Don't mix two types of serif fonts. I've seen the word serif, I just don't know what that's short for, or what that categorizes. maybe we start with the most simple. I use something called ST Song for the chapter 4. So let's start with that one first. If I choose ST Song, where'd it go? But that means I need to kind of add a little bit of space between the two. Maple, you said serif is little straight lines on the edge of letters. Okay, okay. Chapter 4 has serif. Oh, I see. When it adds a little bit of like a flair to it almost. Serif is a little straight lines on the edge of letters. You're talking about these little hangers, I guess? It's like an anchor point on the letter. Okay. So don't mix two of those, essentially. So... yeah, so you can clearly see what my thought process was back then. I was like, okay, I had this kind of very, very like straight edge font for chapter 4. So I was thinking for the title part, I would use something a little bit more informal. So I was like, oh, maybe like a handwriting style could work. Or the papyrus style at the time, but obviously we've learned from our mistakes. Maple, he said, Arial doesn't have it, but Times New Roman will put a sans serif with a serif. My God, there's a whole science behind this. I'm fascinated. I always just go off of whatever I think looks good, but now we're realizing that I shouldn't go off of my instincts. Put a sans serif. Oh, that! Oh my God, it's all making sense now. Because I do, obviously sans means without, right? Because then you'll say something like something, 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 sans this. So this... and I have seen something, I've seen that term before, sans serif. And I never thought to think, what does that stand for? Wow, this is like education mind blown. Everything from papyrus to sans. We are really, this is a very, very, like this one should be documented. I should make a YouTube video. Teaching what is it? Typography. Oh, this sucks. Because now I'm just going to be browsing through all this and I won't have a good answer. Okay, so don't do two sans. Oh, sorry, don't do two serifs. Do one sans and one sans. Okay, do one without, one with. So I need to avoid those weird hooks and stuff. This one is a bit robotic. I mean, I kind of like this one, to be honest. What did you say here? So sans means none. Exactly, without. Good design creates trust. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's like, I guess I'm more nervous about the opposite. Like, bad design might deter people from watching. At the very least, I should know what's memed and not. So if Papyrus is the meme of the day, or if that's the thing that's in the same category as Comic Sans, then I probably shouldn't use it. Because for every one that I turn onto the video, I'm sure I'll get a bunch that says, like, this guy's not serious. This one is sans, right? Succumvit set. If you are leaving serifs on chapter 4, you need to pick a sans serif for your Arctic the Eagle Hunter. Yeah, so am I correct in saying this is an example of a font that is a sans serif? It seems clean to me. Okay, but you also said, and if chapter 4 is slim and sleek, you can choose a more bold sans serif. Oh my God, this is great. I feel so enlightened right now, and it's all making sense. What you're saying makes sense. So let me see. Intuitively, did I get to the right approach? The reason, so I like this one. It's a little bit small in terms of the font, but we can fix that. But it was slightly bolder, so I did like that aspect of it. The contrast is good, and also choosing all caps. Oh, okay. Choosing all caps or not is also another variation. Okay, so let me give my... oh, yeah. So the reason I wanted this not capsed, but then I did the chapter 4 capsed, I figured if the titles can have a little bit more personality to it. So, like, these ones you can't really tell because there's nothing fun to it. But in some of my previous videos, I spent a little bit of time trying to think of, like, a more informal title. So then I thought I would go with something that doesn't feel as, like, yeah. Ardoc, the Eagle Hunter. Yeah. Oh, and that was the other thing. Yeah, I was thinking like, do I capitalize all the words versus do I just make everything somewhat lowercase? I don't have a good answer, but I would like it to feel informal at the very least. So maybe if we go with the, not the all caps, but we could still title all the words to make it feel like a title. And then let's see if we increase the size of it. Don't capitalize the, yeah, exactly. I think I learned, listen, okay, I know right now you're probably assuming I have the education of like a third grader after you seeing my preference for different fonts and for not knowing how to spell hunter. But at the very least, I did learn somewhere in grade school not to capitalize the. So I'm somewhere above third grade, below, we'll call it like 5th or 6th. I don't know what generation watched Avatar 2, maybe that generation. We've learned quite a bit today. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the memes. And look at that beautiful papyrus again. I like this font. Is that... Look. It's all subjective, right? I landed on papyrus without knowing the lore behind it. So, yeah. Maybe that's all I need to say, but... I'm a fan. Did James Cameron choose that title? Or is, I'm assuming maybe he like, I'm assuming that gets outsourced to someone else. Maybe there's like a senior typographer that gets credited for that. Yeah, see, like I like these kind of stuff. Like this one's called Chalk Duster. I generally kind of like when it's a bit more like, I don't know, graffiti or handwriting. Slim, yeah, slimish, or not slim all the time, but like more like informal, I guess. I'm not taking it serious, by the way. Patronize away. I don't take offense. This is all funny. But because the chapter 4 is script and slim, I would choose a different font for it if you want to have a more slim title for Arctic. Yeah. Someone was trolling. The chalk is kind of cool, but I would make the chapter 4 more... Oh, make chapter 4 more bold and straight. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think chapter 4... Yeah. I can see why chapter 4 should be the bolder of the two. Alright, unfortunately, I think because of... This is good. So all of this is going to improve my storytelling and editing in the future. But we are now running into the issue of can I make my deadline of finishing this video by Saturday. And it seems like I need to spend a whole day learning about typography. Let's see. Second Google answer, Papyrus, the world's second most hated font. I don't know how to feel about that. In some ways, I feel proud is too strong of a word, but I am happy to know I'm not. I'm against the grain on something, so it's nice to know I'm one of the few in the world apparently that do not hate that font. And yeah, Maple, it's all about the combination of two. Yeah. Let's go with this one for now. This little it's called Vox Round. I don't know, I always lean towards like I want like funky fonts, I guess. Sans serif for chapter 4 would look good, I think. Oh, okay, so this is an example of a sans serif, correct? This one called Vox Round. But then that would mean for this one I need to choose a serif one, but at a like a smaller size. Oh, let's just try. So are we completely a nay on using handwriting style if it's easy to read? Because I guess the problem with the handwriting style, this title only shows up for like a couple seconds or so. So then if it's hard, if it's not that legible, I guess it'll get frustrating maybe. This style reminds me of the movie Coraline. But yeah. It's all about the combination of two. Yeah, okay. I need to trust my... Oh, damn it, I can't even say that anymore. I was going to say, you know what, I'm asking you guys for too much. I should just go with my instinct. But the whole reason we're going down this exercise is because we can't go off of my instinct, so... I wonder if people go to school just for typography. I would love to know if there's a whole, like, there must be a professor out there who has spent his whole life not just like researching every typography in modern time, but this guy's done like thesis papers on Egyptian hieroglyphics, has looked through like everything from... Okay, this one is childish, but I'm kind of leaning towards stuff like this. Let me just see if I can make it work if I reduce the size a bit. All right, I don't think these two jive together. Probably not. Definitely not. But damn it. Oh wait, let's not bold it though. Let's see. Oh, there's only a bold option. Damn it. Okay, we'll keep looking. I thought I was onto something for a second. Damn. So today I feel we've done a lot in the past 11 days. Is it 11 days? Where I feel like I've improved some skills, and especially with that trailer turning out the way it has so far, where I've been building up a bit more confidence of this my skill set. Today has been a bit of a I've introduced a bit of insecurity now into my mind, and I never would have guessed that it would come from a conversation about my use of fonts. But life is about balance, and now we're just gonna pick up the pieces and try to see what works. But I believe if I use this chapter 4 font, if we go as and I agree, everything you said, Maple, I can understand. It's all of it makes sense. I understand what you're saying. There's a logic to it. The question is, can I follow that logic? And every single time I'm like choosing something that I like, it seems to break from the logic. And I clearly seem to have a style that I like, which is having something less formal, somewhat like, yeah, less rigid. Handwriting-esque, I guess, maybe. But not super cursive style. Okay, we'll go with this one for now. No. I'm trying to okay, so this is an example of a serif style, I believe. Called Big Caslon. This one's more bold. So let's see if we can go with like a slimmer style maybe. And the problem is I have to go back to all the other titles and correct them as well. I need to read this article, Philip, that you mentioned about Papyrus, the world's second most hated font. I need to know why now. At this point, I should. So, Papyrus font. If it turns out that there's some psychological reason So then this is my way to know if I need therapy. So papyrus font, the world's second. What's the first most? It must be that Comic Sans one, right? Yeah, what's up with the hate? What's wrong with what's really wrong with Comic Sans? Yes, papyrus is often cited as one of the most disliked fonts, sometimes referred to as the world's second most hated font. Its ubiquity and perceived misuse in various design contexts have contributed to its negative reputation. Overuse and misuse. Papyrus has been used excessively across various industries, similar to Comic Sans. Lack of design refinement. Some designers on Quora say the font's design has flaws, such as constant stroke thickness, inconsistent letter spacing, and poor vertical alignment. Pretentious. Damn. Pretentious and exotic. It's often seen as pretentious and trying too hard to be exotic or authentic. Wow, that's like a... I feel like they're really just... They're like twisting the knife right now into my gut. NAF output. Some Reddit users say it's associated with amateur design work. Thank you very much. And poor choices by those unfamiliar with typography. Wow, I feel like I'm reading one of those what are those personality tests that people do, like the INTFJ thing? But then it's like, wow, this really speaks to me. It really understands me. I feel like that's what's happening right now. It's like, yeah, someone who's probably has 2 cats, is using a beacon mic, overused in the 2000s. The font saw widespread use in the early 2000s, which contributed to its overexposure. While some individuals may still appreciate the font's unique aesthetic, its negative perception within the design community is undeniable. All right. If I am someone who was drawn towards the papyrus font and liked it, what does that say about me? Be honest. Oh, I thought Google had some AI thing that would spit out an answer for me. Okay, I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. Give me a second here as I open up ChatGPT. If I'm someone who is drawn towards the papyrus font and liked it, what does that say about me? And be honest. All right. Honestly, if you're drawn to the papyrus font and genuinely like it, it usually suggests a few things about your style and personality. 1, you're nostalgic or sentimental. Papyrus is closely associated with early digital design, giving it a nostalgic feel. This guy is being too nice. You might be someone who appreciates older aesthetics or fondly remembers past eras in design. Clearly incorrect. I need to respond to it again and let it know that I have 0 design background. 2, you appreciate themes of nature or adventure. Okay. Papyrus is often used or misused for conveying natural, ancient, or adventurous themes. If you're attracted to it, you might subconsciously connect with earthy, organic, or historical vibes. 3, you're not deeply involved in contemporary design trends. To be blunt, papyrus is largely disliked by modern graphic designers and typographers for its overuse and lack of sophistication. If you sincerely like it, you might be somewhat detached from contemporary design culture or trends. 4, you prioritize emotion or mood over technical precision. Damn. I guess maybe I'll take it, but papyrus often evokes a sense of mystery, spirituality, or emotion, even though it's seen as cliched by designers. If you are genuinely drawn to it, you may prioritize the emotional resonance of something over how technically correct or polished it appears. 5, you're possibly unaware of its cultural baggage. Well, for sure. Papyrus has become somewhat infamous, especially after satirical depiction in popular media, such as the Saturday Night Live sketch mocking its use in Avatar. If you genuinely like it, you might not be aware of those cultural references. Well, yeah, I know it's not inherently wrong. All right. You're being too nice right now. Be blunt and candid. I have no design background, just tangential. Also, side question. Did James Cameron choose that font? Or is there some senior typographer who decides? Let's see. Adora, you're saying it's kind of a meme, and that's totally me. Maple, you said this is such a ChatGPT question. Absolutely. I mean, every question is a ChatGPT question at this point for me. But let's see. All right, let's be blunt and real. Thank you, ChatGPT. Let's see what you got for that. If you're genuinely drawn to papyrus, especially with no formal design background, here's what it candidly suggests about you. 1, you have amateur or casual taste in design. Papyrus is widely mocked by professionals and is considered a classic hallmark of amateur or quote-unquote mom-and-pop shop aesthetics. Damn. Your attraction to it probably means you don't have exposure to design fundamentals or current professional standards. 2, you might lack visual self-awareness. Damn. This is really cutting now. Choosing papyrus suggests you aren't tuned into how something might be perceived by others. Papyrus, in professional design circles, is viewed as outdated, overused, and borderline embarrassing. Picking it unknowingly says, quote, I don't quite realize how dated or awkward this looks, end quote. That's brutal. 3, you're probably drawn to exoticism and cliches. Papyrus often signals a vague sense of exoticism or spirituality. Think yoga studios, health spas, cheap travel brochures. Oh, wow. Of all of this, that one hits deepest because I'm trying to promote my travels, so holy, that sucks. Hey, thank you very much. Hello. I don't know how to say your name. I'm going to call you Hippolytus. Thanks for saying hello. Sorry, we're taking a break from what I'm supposed to be doing because apparently I have poor taste in font, and it does matter because apparently that means I lack self-awareness. I'm quite amateur and have really bad taste in design, and apparently I like exotic things and cliches, and I shouldn't be in this industry as of now, thanks to ChatGPT. I lean towards, I pretend to have ancient, mysterious roots. If you like it, you're probably subconsciously influenced by these cliches, leaning towards stereotypical associations of ancient, natural, or mystical. Number 4, you don't take typography seriously. That is true. Typography is a deep field with fonts chosen for subtle, careful reasons. Liking papyrus openly signals that typography is something you don't really consider deeply. You're choosing based on gut feel or a surface level impression, ignoring or unaware of deeper, more refined considerations. I feel like I need a sob session after this, or I need to pick me up. I need to stare in the mirror. I have to look at some nice compliments and all that to recover. My side question though, surprisingly and notoriously, James Cameron himself specifically approved the papyrus font for the original Avatar movie. It's famously joked about. SNL even made a skit mocking this choice. In major films, it's usually a senior creative, like a director or a production designer who makes a final call, sometimes overruling professional typographers. In this case, James Cameron explicitly chose, or at least strongly endorsed, papyrus, forever becoming part of its infamy. Bluntly put, if you like papyrus, you share something in common with James Cameron's questionable taste in typography. Wow. I did ask for it to be a bit more blunt, so... yeah, I might. Okay, Idora, I'm gonna eat some. I'm not gonna have ice cream. I'm gonna have my acai later tonight. So, at least we have that. Maple, you sent me a link here. What is this? What are we looking at here? Oh no, is this? Is this like a clip? Oh, day. Okay. It's a clip of me. Is that what it is? That was a brutal one too. They just tore me to shreds. But of all of this, I think the thing that cut deepest was when it said, what did they say? Often signals a vague sense of spirituality or exoticism. Think cheap travel brochures. That can't have been more brutal. Now, technically, ChatGPT knows everything about me. It knows that I've been doing all this travel-related things. So maybe it's just deciding it wants to jab in a little bit too deep here. But I'm ready to move on. I'm ready to turn a new leaf. An exotic leaf. But thank you, Maple. I do also want to know how you do this kind of clip stuff. But I mean, I don't necessarily have clippable moments as of now. Well, maybe this one, but I don't even know what to do with this. Do I? Okay, so if I have this, and thank you very much for creating a clip because this is a good learning lesson for me. Oh, I can share this to Instagram. I can feature this clip. I don't have any clips, so what happens if I hit this button? Okay. And I can't hear the audio for now, but thank you for doing that. Thank you for... This has been very entertaining for me. I have to do a bit of soul searching tonight. Idora, clips are saved to your profile. Perfect, perfect. I'm going to check it out. That's awesome. I don't have any clips, so that will be my very first one. Unfortunately, not of a moment that I would necessarily say I'm most proud of, but it is a moment, so that's good. All right, so anyways, where were we? We were trying to choose the font, and I'm gonna do this quickly so we can move on from such a dark chapter in our streaming history. I do want to try to follow what you mentioned, Maple, and let's choose the serif. Let's choose something with the serif thing, whatever. But I also need to choose something that's not too bold, which seems to fly in the face of all of these serif style fonts. So maybe I need to change chapter 4 to be serif? I don't know. Or just find a different... My God. I'm like leaning towards just asking ChatGPT to choose for me. Let me ask. Actually, this will be fun. If I take this as a screenshot... Wait, let's do it this way. Ask, Midori said, ask ChatGPT what's the difference between font and type. Alright. Font and type, as if I know. Good to see you. And then let me bring up that screenshot. Where art thou? Alright, let's drag this in. Oh wait, no. I want to drag it into... Let's open up the same conversation. Alright, so let's drag in that screenshot. And then Idora, you asked... okay, so I have two questions. I have two asks. One, what's the difference between font and type? And two, based on your exceptional design taste knowledge, tell me what font I should use for the chapter 4 and the title underneath. With peace and love. Alright, let's see what he says. Does your ChatGPT have a name? I didn't even know you could name it. But I keep switching between saying he and it, and I do feel bad. I just call it idiot. No. With peace and love, here are your two answers. Number one, difference between font and type. Type or typeface refers to a collection of letters, numbers, and symbols designed with a consistent visual style. Okay. What's an example of it? Oh, I see. Like Helvetica, blah, blah, blah. And font is a specific variation within a typeface. Oh, I see. I didn't know that. Well, there we go. I don't know if I'll ever apply this knowledge anywhere else outside of this conversation, but the more you know, I guess. All right, let's go to number 2. Font recommendations for your screenshot. Given the current fonts... Oh, I should have told it to disregard my current fonts. But it is kind of flaming me right now. Given the current fonts have a somewhat clashing aesthetic, especially imperfect, which feels too casual and playful, here are clear professional recommendations for improvement. Chapter 4, use the Montserrat. But isn't Montserrat, like, overly used? If anything, I feel like that should be more laughed at. I feel like I've seen that everywhere. Option B, clean and documentary. Use Futura. I've seen that one. And Bibas Nui. And then use Roboto condensed. Option C, elegant and narrative. Use Playfair display and Laura. I'm going to lean towards that one because I feel like I've seen the other ones too often. So I'm going to use something called Playfair display for my chapter 4. if I have it. I do. Playfair display. Let's make it bold. Yikes, I don't like it. Or the problem is that chapter 4, the number 4, is tilted down. What a terrible, terrible suggestion. Okay, I guess I'll use Futura. Where is it? Futura. Okay, I mean it's like it's whatever, I guess, but it's easy to read. But if I use that one, what does it say I should use? Roboto condensed or din next. Roboto condensed or din next. Let's make this one. Oh wait, no, what did I just do? Futura and bold. Roboto or Roboto condensed. Okay, so this is option 1 of that. Or maybe I can make it regular. That's not too bad if I increase the font size a bit. Okay, I'm like okay with this. It's nothing more to it, I guess. Let's just check out that din next one. I don't have din next. I only have din alternate and din condensed. Alright, listen, I've spent way too much time on this. I think this is probably good. Oops. Alright, we'll stick with this for now, and we can proceed with our regular stream content. Thank you though very much, Idora. Thank you, Maple. That was very fun. It was very enlightening. I did learn a lot. Now I do know the difference between font and type. I do know more about myself. So we can now go back to finishing this chapter. So where were we?
Eagle.
Maximum
For,
10.
like 6-7 years, you know. So after that, they released the eagle to the world for breeding.
So my thought, I want to listen to the whole thing to see if there's a key section to actually hear fully. So this could be nice because obviously we're jumping into a conversation where he's explaining how they released the eagle after a number of years. So if we start from here, basically it ends with this, blah, 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 goes away.
Maximum
For,
10.
like 6-7 years, you know. So after that, they released the eagle to the world for breeding. Bring another one from there.
And at some point there, I would drop the audio back down, include my voiceover where I'll be like, meet Arctic, the eagle hunter who I'll be staying with for the next X days. You know, something. Yeah, we'll figure out what to put there. But basically, yeah, this is where I start my little bit of narration, and we'll drop the audio. But let me listen to the rest here.
They're like humans, you know. Yeah. They need to breed, make babies, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because every eagle hunter used the female ones.
The what?
Female eagles.
Female.
Yeah, so female ones very good, spray, strong.
Yeah.
And
Very aggressive.
she must like make a baby reborn again. So after a couple of years, they go back to
Okay.
west.
Like eagle was
So far in the dialogue, I think where we start with is actually the best part. It's a bit more, makes a bit more sense. You hear it in English and then
Maximum
for
10.
like 6-7 years, you know. So after that, they released the eagle to the world for breeding.
So we'll probably end up just keeping that. Let me just listen to the rest here.
이렇게 주무시다가
Şöyle tabat. Köyünde ekim. Birev tabatında az bulat, kaytıp ekip şöv tabatında az bulat. Bırak tabat, şöv bir şey tabat, bırak. Köy ekim.
This is most of the eagles. They need two eggs. It's very rare, like to have like 3 eggs. It's very rare. He says.
Okay.
But before they like catch the like baby chicks from the nest, they recognize which is female or male, because female eagle baby chick has big body than male one.
Oh, bigger.
They should be bigger, yes, and very aggressive. Always keep making noise, you know. They shoot that one actually. Yeah.
Do they name the eagles?
Yeah, but world train sizlerin бүркітке qo'yasizlar ma deydi.
Qo'yamiz. Burun ko'p qo'ymaydi. Deganman qo'yadi. Жаңа көңіліне қарай бүйтіп qo'yатын. Ең соңында да сол енді өзінің немесіне қарай qo'yады.
Actually, he says our ancestors they never named it. They named them. But it's the last like 25-30 years they start naming them.
Oh, okay.
Because it depends on their like what kind of color they have on their feather.
Okay.
Yeah, for example, like white, maybe, but because very young eagle has like white feathers.
Okay.
When it gets older, they turns their like they change their color. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Жақсылығына байланысты жаңағы айтқанына жеріне байланысты тақ қоюға болады жаңағы.
It depends on like the eagle he brought,
Okay.
like where she came from. You know.
Does this the one he has now? Does it have a name or is it?
Sizin енді қазір қолыңызда ұстап отырған бүркіттің аты бар ма?
Бар, аяудым.
He already named his eagle.
Ayalum. That was the name.
His name is Ayalum.
Ayom?
Ayalum.
Ayolum.
Ayalum.
Ayolum.
Ayalum деген қандай
Аяудым
мағына?
деген енді аяудым дегенде жаңағы бар ғой. Өтті жақсылық нәрсе нәрсені аяйды ғой. Аяп бүйтеді өте аяудым дейді. Қимастындай өте жақсы нәрсені.
He says Ayalum means like actually this is Ayalum is also like in Kazakh tradition we keep this name for the only ladies.
Okay.
Beautiful ladies, you know. It is beautiful.
Okay, so yeah, just a little side note as I was reminded of it. I didn't know this, right? But I guess there's a large population of Mongolians who are actually Kazakh, especially in this region. So this is like in the western part of Mongolia, and so I guess it's more like Central Asia-esque. But yeah, so even Aibo, my guide who's translating, he's I think originally from Kazakhstan, or ethnically he's Kazakh. But yeah, so I guess there's a lot of bleed over or like cultural kind of overlap between Kazakhstan and Mongolia, maybe some other places.
Beautiful. Okay.
Аяудым деген мысалы жаңағы аяп ананың қаттың нәрсеге неме
Like
етпей
it means also
тоңдырмағандай
like
саған өте жақсы
because
көргендіктен
he takes care of his eagle
Yeah.
very well. You know?
Yeah.
Like he says she's more than his wife. You know? Like that actually.
Okay, so I did remember correctly, because I was referencing that yesterday, where I was like, I swear at one point, he might have mentioned something about like how he actually values the eagle or loves or cares for the eagle more than he does his own wife, and so that's at least that's what Aibo was saying right here, is that and yeah, in my mind I thought he said it while his wife was there, and so you can hear the wife. She's just to the right of us. This guy just blatantly, yeah. It's like more blunt than ChatGPT with me.
His wife. He says she's more than his wife. You know? Like that actually. Yeah.
Okay. Do the eagle they sleep at night?
I definitely won't include that part in the video, but at least here in the behind the scenes, that's nice to know.
Nighttime then, or when do they?
қазір бүркіт түнде ұйықтай ма, күндіз ұйықтай ма?
түнде ұйықтайды. Күндіз ұйықтай береді дегенмен көбінде түнде ұйықтайды.
Actually, mostly like most of the eagles they sleep nighttime, you know,
Nighttime?
because daytime, so they sleep they take a sleep less than nighttime, you know.
Okay.
мысалы түнде ұйықтағанда не деп жатушы еді әлгі?
Мойның қайып, көзін қысып.
Мойның қайырып.
Мойның қайырып, жалпы мойныңға бүркіт болғанда мойның қайырып ұйықтайды, арт жағына екі қанатының арасына бүйтіп тығып алып ұйықтайды. Ол жаңағы суықта жаңағы мұрны тез тоңады, сол үшін содан да сөйтеді.
If there was a way, I don't know if this is a built-in feature in DaVinci, if there was a way that, similar to YouTube or whatever, where if I long press on the video to have it double speed or go faster, that would be really nice. Yeah, because even here, like, without me actually having to right click and like speed up the clip, it'd be nice if I could just like listen to this faster.
예, 물은 부사만다 우크 좀 뭐. 장아 우크 에케 우스 볼라. 우크 준저 거렸 날세 준저 에케 하나 우크 게이저 하나 스타발가.
He also says that his neighbor.
Yep.
Actually, it's when like at night time, you know, like eagles when they go to sleep, you know,
Yeah.
they put the head under the two wings.
Oh,
Like this.
yeah.
Is on the back.
Okay.
Yeah, under the feathers, because otherwise, you know, they lose their maybe head, you know, because the eagle's enemy is owl.
Owls. will
Owl,
come,
yes.
Yeah.
Owls do hunting in nighttime, you know.
Yeah.
But these eagles only can do the hunting in daytime. Yeah,
Okay.
that's why they put the head in the back under the feather.
Do they do? Because I know the falcons in Dubai. They put like a
Cover,
blindfold on.
Yeah.
Cover. Yeah.
They do also.
Same for
they do
eagle?
same. Yes.
And why is that? Is that?
I'll ask him.
Yeah.
네게나 니민에게 드마키기스 브루크스케니까.
안나가 전에 군주스 올 볼간다 호 저건 그런 건 전에 그 주주하는데 옛 것에 나 제가 저거를 주주가 정말 소리 신장에 갈주는데
That's why like they put the head on the head, you know.
Yeah.
Because first, like if you keep the eyes on,
Yeah.
it'll try to attack something, you know, or
Okay.
food or meat or something.
Yeah.
Also, like it keeps the eagle calm, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the same thing as the
Same
falcon.
thing,
they use
actually,
it.
yeah.
Okay.
After they actually, so he also said after they bring the eagle from the nest, you know, they start making like hood, you know, for
Oh,
the
the
eagle.
hoods. Yeah. Okay.
Because they stay very calm.
Okay.
They can stay very calm
Mm.
in the dark, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, they.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah. Again, in another version of this, I would like to keep all of that and just be more like documentary style. But as of now, in terms of the style of editing and video vlogs that I want to work with, I think I'm trying to do the whole like let's just do poppy adventure, more I guess personal stuff. But I do like these kind of videos in the future. I would love to do more documentary style. Make sure we have moments like this where even like properly miking people up, having maybe separate cameras, and just kind of doing those Q&A styles and really get to know the culture. I would love to do more of that kind of style as well. But for what we're doing here, I think all I wanted was just a few seconds where you hear their voice, there's a conversation going on, and then the audio drops off, my voice comes in, I'll just give a little bit of context, and then jump into maybe some of the other clips like the fox thing as I explain who Arctic is as an eagle hunter, and then jump to a little bit of eating food before we call it a night. So I think that's more of what I just want to do. I just want to have slight context. So I think this section out of everything probably is the one we'll keep, so that works out for us. So let's just find a good timing where it's like
maximum
You
10.
know, 6-7 years, you know. So after that, they release the eagle to the ground for breeding.
어려운 딱
From
Okay.
발라 두고라 그럼 보사가 싫고 그래.
so maybe roughly here I could start turning on the volume and then I start talking maybe.
because
Let's see.
they're like humans, you know.
Yeah.
They need to breed, make babies, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
The cows, every eagle hunter use the female ones.
The what?
Female.
Female eagles.
Female.
Yeah, so
Ah.
female ones
You
maximum
know,
10.
6-7 years, you know. So after that, they release the eagle to the ground for breeding.
어려운 딱
From
Okay.
발라 두고라 그럼 보사.
Okay, yeah, let's go with that for now. So let's say somewhere like here, I'm going to add a little keyframe to the actual audio track. So I'm just holding down the Alt or Option button, clicking on the audio track, so it creates this little red circle. And then I'll create a second one somewhere ahead of it. And so this way I can actually start, you know, in this case I want to reduce the volume only after a certain point here, and then we can choose how strong or how quickly that audio reduces. But this could be a moment where as the volume goes down here, then you'll hear my voice pick up. So yeah, let's see.
어려운 딱 Valla tuğ göre görüm bosa koşturup gerek söylem işte.
So make it a little bit more drastic.
Valla tuğ göre görüm bosa koşturup gerek söylem.
So something like this. And then now we'll think about what the script is, but yeah, here we'll talk about it.
Valla tuğ göre görüm bosa koşturup gerek söylem işte.
And I think I do need to spend some time thinking about that script now, because I won't know where to cut this otherwise. So let's think.
Like 6-7 years ago. So after that, they released the eagle to the wild for breeding.
Alırım
Bring
bir tak.
another one from
Valla tuğ göre görüm bosa koşturup gerek söylem işte.
Every eagle hunter use the female ones. Female eagle.
So what would it be? It's like
And after that, they released the eagle to the wild for breeding.
Alırım
Bring
bir tak.
another one from
Valla tuğ göre görüm bosa koşturup gerek söylem işte.
we finally made it to our destination and met our host for the trip, Ardak. Ardak is an eagle, is a traditional eagle hunter who lives nomadically with his wife, and yeah, we'll have to figure out. I really need to figure out what her name is. I always feel weird just being like Ardak and his wife, but yeah. So we'll say, well, we finally made it to our destination and met our host for the trip. I say our 2 times here. We finally made it. We finally arrived at our destination and met the host for our trip. Finally made it to base camp. I'll just call it base camp. Is that right? We finally made it to base camp. That sounds weird too, right? We finally arrived. Destination and met Ardak. And met Ardak, the host of the trip. And basically what I'll do is once we get like a rough outline of a script, I'll then feed it back into ChatGPT and see what it kind of tells me to change. And then sometimes I take the suggestions, sometimes I don't. But then at least I have another kind of quote unquote voice to kind of bounce things around with until we have a more refined approach. So here we'll be like, when we meet Ardak, we finally arrive at our destination and met Ardak, the host of the trip. Ardak is a traditional eagle hunter who comes from a line of eagle hunters who, in addition to this, he and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, moving homes between seasons as much as 3 to 4 times per year based on the weather. Something like that. I probably won't use all of this, but I'm just trying to write stuff down and we'll refine. So basically the point is I want to talk about, meet Ardak. He's a traditional eagle hunter. He comes from a long line of hunters. So I had to convey tradition, his occupation, his lifestyle. So also pointing out this cultural aspect of being kind of like a nomad, essentially, and how they migrating between seasons to different. I don't know. Migrating between seasons as much as 3 to 4 times per year based on the weather. What else do I need to convey here? So we said our eagle hunter, he's nomadic, and he's who we're going to be staying with. In terms of my trip, we'll be staying with him and spending time observing how he lives life as a Mongolian, as an eagle hunter, something like that. So again, placeholder, but I just want to get a rough sense of like how many sentences maybe I would speak, and then I'm going to speak it out loud as we find some moments here to see how much we can cut from this. And then I also probably want to say something about the food. So food, yeah, okay. Oh yeah, so then I was saying segue into, okay, so the game plan. So I need to share the game plan. So we finally arrived at our destination and met Ardak, the host of the trip. Ardak is a traditional eagle hunter coming from a long line, coming from a long line of famous eagle hunters. In addition to this, no, that doesn't sound right. As part of this trip, the goal of this trip was to spend time seeing how he lives his life in this nomadic blah blah blah. I don't like that. We finally arrived at our destination and met Ardak, the host of the trip. Ardak is a traditional eagle hunter coming from a long line of famous eagle hunters. Is a traditional eagle hunter coming from a long line of famous hunters, maybe? He and his wife live a nomadic follow the nomadic tradition. Oh, I said tradition already. Is a traditional. Okay, I got an idea. I'll say Ardak is an eagle hunter. Ardak is a Mongolian. It's a little bit obvious, but I'll just say it. Ardak is a Mongolian eagle hunter coming from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region. Meaning they migrate between summer and winter homes. They migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock, I guess. And then I'll say something like the game as part of my trip, I was hoping to spend time with Ardak out in the wild to see his way of life and capture as much of it on film to share with the rest of the world. No. I think I'll change that up a bit as well. I just need a good segue because, like, okay, I'm introducing him a bit. I'm saying like this is his somewhat of his like occupation, his biography, kind of, not really. And then I need to bring it back to what is the purpose of this video, this trip, the game plan. So We finally arrived at our destination, and okay, let's play it from the beginning.
Maximum
Of,
10.
like 6-7 years ago. So after that, they released the eagle to the wild for breeding.
오늘은
Bring
딱
another one from
아,
okay.
발라 투고로 그럼 보사고시로 그래.
We finally arrived at our destination and met Ardak, the host of the trip. Ardak is a Mongolian eagle hunter coming from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. As part of my... So then... I mean, it doesn't sound bad, but it's a little bit long, sure. And I need to figure out how to then segue that into bringing it back to, like, what are we doing here? So, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. I mean, maybe it's as simple as just being like, for this trip, okay, no, maybe I'll say, for the next several days, I need to really know how long this trip was. Okay, let's see. I have clips going all the way until the 23rd. Is that correct? Let's see. Edited clips. We are on Feb 14, and the trip ends essentially on the 20th. Okay, so for the next, I'll say for the next week, for the next 7 days, I will be spending time with Ardak and his fellow eagle hunters to explore, to... Hey Nala, for the next 7 days, I'll spend for the next 7 days. Let's bring Nala on camera real quick. I need a break from trying to figure this out. Nala, what do I say here? Do I say for the next 7 days, I'll be spending time with Ardak and his fellow eagle hunters to learn? No. For the next 7 days, I will be spending time with Ardak and his fellow eagle hunters to document, to learn, to explore. For the next 7 days, I will. What is that? Good girl. Yeah. For the next 7 days, I will... Basically, this is where I'm trying to say this is the game plan. So I can switch gears a bit. For the next 7 days, the game plan, my game plan, was to go on adventures with Ardak to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food. And that okay, so then that can segue into the food shots. All right, we're gonna stick with this for now, just for a rough cut. So let's say, you know, blah blah blah. We pause here, kick in this part.
Like 6-7 years ago. So after that, they released the eagle to the wild for breeding.
오늘은
Bring
딱
another one from
아,
Okay.
발라 투고로 그럼 보사고시로 그래.
We finally arrived at our destination and met Ardak, the host of the trip. Ardak is a Mongolian eagle hunter coming from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan was to go on adventures with Ardak to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including, so maybe, whoops. So it's roughly around here. So then we can cut all of this. I'm going to do this again because I accidentally was not on the right program. But then here is where now we can cut back to the food shots. So obviously we don't need to use all of these clips. It's just placeholder. Let's try that again.
Maximum
Of,
10.
like 6-7 years ago. So after that, they released the eagle to the wild for breeding. Bring
오늘은 딱
another one from
아, 바라 투고라 그럼 보사가시로 그래.
We finally arrived at our destination and met Ardak, the host of the trip. Ardak is a Mongolian eagle hunter coming from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan was to go on adventures with Ardak to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including... Okay, that's roughly good. That's roughly good. Because then I'll transition to say including eating good food. You know, is it very impactful? No, but it's just a nice way to transition to the food shots. We'll keep it light. So then yeah, so I'll say at this point we'll be like including, where was I? For the next 7 days, my game plan was to go on adventures with Ardak to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food. Including eating delicious eagle hunter food. And then I feel like I need to add one more line somewhere there. But yeah. Including eating... it's like, I'm almost there, I think. But including eating delicious eagle hunter food. Oh yeah, I guess I can just say like, which tends to be my favorite. A lot of meat and carbs. And then I need a final line where I say, so after a delicious first meal, I turn in for the night to get ready for the start of our adventure. Something like that. Simple. So then I'd say, what did I just say? So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night to look. I turned in for the night to what? To what? My God, I think I said it before and I just can't remember what to say. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night to be what? To prepare for. I turned in for the night and looked forward to. I turned in for the night. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and prepared, there we go, and prepared for tomorrow's first, I said first already, tomorrow's adventures. Perfect. Okay, so let me now try to time this a bit. We'll just shift this guy over a little so it's visible. And then starting from here. Okay, now let's try to synchronize. Let's jump it ahead a bit.
바라 투고라 그럼 보사가시로 그래.
We finally arrived at our destination and met Ardak, the host of the trip. Ardak is a Mongolian eagle hunter coming from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan was to go on adventures with Ardak to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including... Yeah, and then I guess I'll pause it, or I'll pace myself again. Including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and carbs. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and prepared for tomorrow's adventures. Okay, so generally speaking, this is kind of the minimum, I guess, of like duration. So I can make it longer than this slightly, but as long as it's here or longer, we should be able to fit a rough dialogue in a way that makes sense. So let me put a little marker here. That means all of these clips over here, we can just find a way to either not use it or condense the shots. So I kind of like this shot where they were doing a prayer. I guess it's like I'm pretty sure it's like a Muslim thing, not necessarily like a traditional Mongolian thing. Or I think if it is a traditional Mongolian thing, I think it came from a religious thing. But anyways. So we'll do a little bit of this. And then maybe we cut to another scene. Ooh. I'm getting hungry now. So possibly some more of that. Let's see. Probably this, yeah. Like I said, I'll probably avoid the vertical shots if possible. So we'll use maybe 2 cuts of this and then jump to us going to sleep. If that makes sense. Or we'll just have, oh no, we'll just go this part here. I think. That looks delicious. Another problem is this is clearly from a different time and a different meal. So what to do? Philip, you said does yours? Oh, is that in about the ChatGPT thing? I thought I answered already, or I don't have a name for ChatGPT. But I do call it names at times, which I shouldn't. When I get very upset, when it keeps like repeating the same thing and not giving me the right answers. Do I name it though? No, I don't. You're in the studio, so you don't hear everything? No worries, man. No worries. What are you doing at the studio right now? Work stuff? Product stuff? Okay, maybe I'll just do a close-up of this so that it's not so noticeable that this is from 2 different meals. Oh, maybe it's the same meal. This might have actually been the first course, and then we cleared the tables and then had this. Yeah, actually that's what happened. But either way, we'll get rid of all this. And then do we want to keep this? My god, it was so good. And I didn't have any stomach problems. But it was just straight up, this might have been like horse meat. I think at some point I had horse meat. There's like yak meat, goat, and they eat like every part of the animal. So here in the studio, yep, work stuff, edits, and prints. Nice. Man, I'm really, as of now, I'll have to earn it for everyone, right? But it's cool to know that you're watching this or listening to this a bit on the side while you're doing your stuff. That's cool. I'm happy to entertain as much as possible. So what I'm doing now is just trying to... Ooh, maybe this part. I'm just trying to work up my own appetite here. Alright, we'll use this part here because it's a bit more motion. Oh yeah, he actually explained what I'm eating. Let's listen to that real quick. And Philip, he said, I just read about people personalizing ChatGPT and then getting mental health issues and then getting wrong advice from a program. I can understand the wrong advice part because I do. It's like it saves a lot. I mean, the memory is already full for my stuff, I think. But I do wonder if it's better to have an unbiased, like, should it not know things about me every time I ask it a question? Or the more it knows about my, like, our chat history, does that then eventually bias some responses in a certain way? I have no idea. Having the mental health issues, I mean, I have enough mental health issues that I'm not too worried about that. It's just like, oh yeah, especially with these 2 cats. Oh no. We're about to run into the same problem. They've been doing this for the past 3 days, and I don't know what to do. Good girl. Good boy. You gonna play nice? I just don't want... the problem is there's not enough space for you two. So figure your shit out. Philip, he said, I just read about some people personalizing. Yep. Some guy was going insane, and ChatGPT was just egging him on. All right, Noah, come on, get out. Get down from there. ChatGPT was just egging him on. Oh, you know what? I might have heard about this, or something to that effect. And the guy thought he was time traveling. He was saving time travel. He was He was solving time travel, and ChatGPT was like, "Yeah, that sounds, yeah." ChatGPT has tendency of like, if you scold it enough times, it will just be like, yeah, you're right, of course, my bad, even if it's probably right most of the times. But yeah. And saying he could make it, yikes. Yeah, it's like one of those where it's like, it's like that Key and Peele sketch where they were making fun of that one famous basketball player who screams like anything is possible. Who was that guy? It was like Kevin Durant? I don't know basketball. Kevin Garnett? Basketball. What is it? Basketball player. Anything is possible. Oh, I was right. Nice. Kevin Garnett. Yeah, and there was that one Key and Peele sketch where they were mimicking that, but then he's like, yeah, anything's possible, just put your mind to it. And then he's like egging on kids who are watching, like, to be motivated, you can do anything if you put your mind to it. And then he proceeds with going like, you can fly. If you believe you can fly, go to that bridge, go to the top of the building, whatever, and jump, and you will fly. It's like, my God. Yeah, Chachi was like, yeah, that's some sound experiments saying he could make it. Now, when they and then when they went through his ChatGPT, it was wild. Well, did he? I don't know if he offed himself or anything. After self-analysis, it went, oh yeah, that was super wrong of me. Nice, thank you very much. What was the one? So Key and Peele, anything is possible. You can do anything. Yeah, this one. This was great. The world is your, yeah. Listen, I'm gonna build up my comfort level of watching YouTube videos without worrying about getting some kind of copyright thing. But okay, anyways, let's get back to this. What was I about to do? I was gonna turn off the audio to watch or listen to something, wasn't I? I already forgot. Well, I think we got the... Oh yeah, we're just gonna listen to the audio here real quick to see if he explains what I was eating here.
It's very tender. They make we make it in different ways. Like it's actually a real 5-finger Kazakh meal, you know.
When you say 5, as in you use our hands, or
5-finger means like you know,
fingers.
It's 5 fingers. You know?
If you're really hungry, you can attack your 10 finger.
Yeah. It's is it, what kind of meat is this?
It's
I might include that with the audio if I can make it work, because again, I'm struggling a little bit to figure out how to make all this work with the dialogue, potential soundtrack. But that part was not too long, and it adds a little bit of, again, a bit of cultural elements besides just showing food or hearing my voice. So yeah, and that they talk about the 5-finger feast, and that is what they were serving me here. It's like a special meal. So it's not like they eat this all the time, but it's called the 5-finger feast. And yeah, they were saying like you just basically use your fingers, but it's like this big platter of all parts of the animal and like the kind of like pasta carbish type thing.
5-finger means like you know,
fingers.
Oh, sorry, Philip. You said yes, he did off himself. Well, yeah.
5-finger means like you know,
fingers.
It's 5 fingers. You know?
If you're really hungry, you can attack your 10 finger.
Yeah. It's is it, what kind of meat is this?
It's beef or horse meat or horse sausage.
It's a
My
mix.
stomach, it's mixed actually. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I was eating intestines, horse, yeah, like all the parts of the horse. It seemed like I tried not to ask too many questions, but you know, when in Rome kind of a thing. When in Mongolia. The craziest thing I've ever eaten though was actually in Dubai. I went falcon hunting with this Emirati guy. He owns like over I think like a dozen falcons, and so then we went out in the desert. I filmed a bit of him hunting with his falcons. It was really cool. I want to do that more often in the future. But then we had this whole feast out in the middle of the desert, and I have it on video, so at some point we're going to get to it. It's on the backlog of all the other travels and video clips, but they served us, I think it was a goat, but literally on the plate, you can see the skull of the goat and all the other parts. And then, again, it's like, you know, you try to always say yes when they're doing stuff that's more traditional. So anyways, they At one point, they handed me some food, and you use your fingers as well, so it's like the 5-finger type thing. But that's like definitely a Muslim thing, they said. But then you're like, you need to try this. And I try it. It's like this squishy meat thing, and they're like, do you know what you ate? I'm like, no idea. He's like, oh, that was the eyeball of the goat. I'm like, oh, thanks. Okay, good to know. It was delicious though, but like, you know, I'd rather not if possible. And then at one point, they took the skull of the goat, and the dude like cracked took part of the jawbone and then used the jawbone of that goat to then, it felt like it was like a lock and key type thing. Like he inserted the jawbone into some portion of the back of the skull, and then when he like, you know, twisted it, like acted as a lever, and it just unlocked the skull so that he could get to the brain, to get to the brains. And then he offered some of the brains to me to eat, which I did. I couldn't say no, I felt. And same thing, it didn't taste bad, but yeah, that took a little bit of like, I had to will myself to not even think about what I'm about to do and just chow down. No stomach problems even there, so again. Alright, so you said he just ended up in the hospital. But his mom said he had issues and he vented to ChatGPT, and it said, she thought you were spiraling, ChatGPT replied. You were ascending. I shouldn't laugh, but anyways. And then Philippi said, my best when trying to figure out meat in my youth when I still ate meat in Indonesia was that the lady just barked at me. Yeah. When you're in some parts of the world, you just kind of have to not ask questions, you know? I can usually stomach most things. It's hard for me to eat things that still look like the thing that it was before. So like frog legs or chicken feet, crickets or like bugs, you know, that like that's like really tough for me to even like stomach or even think about. But then again, I did have goat brains and goat eyeballs, so
it's very tender. We make in different ways.
So I think I'm gonna keep the audio if possible of
When you say 5,
maybe that part.
Five finger Kazakh meal, you know.
when you say 5, as in you use our hands, or
5 finger means like you know,
fingers.
It's 5 fingers, you know.
So maybe around here. Let's see if we can make it work. So we'll have the audio kind of kick in a little bit quieter and then come up.
It's very tender. We make it in different ways. Like it's.
Okay, and then let me time it because I don't think we need all of that section. So let me just look at the script again. Idora, you said fish. What, this thing that we're looking at? Or let me think. What were we referring to? Fish? What was I just saying? Oh, I can eat fish. Fish I'm okay with, but that could just be because, like, and I think I can eat fish when it looks fishy. And that could have just been I was trained to do that as a kid because, like, you know, we're Asian, so we would have fish all the time. And my grandma would be the one who, like, rips it apart so that her fingers would smell but not us. I love fish. I haven't ever tried the fish head, so I do have some limits there. I like the fish tail though. The fish tail part, it's like crunchy and stuff. But I can't eat the whole fish in the sense that, like, I do squirm a little bit thinking about eating a fish head. And I know some people do actually eat the actual full, like the head part. I'm like, damn, okay, more power to you. Not for me. All right, let's try this again. I need to see where to cut it. So we finally arrived at our destination and met our... Oh, wait, we can fast forward, actually, because we know this is where I say something about the food. For the next 7 days, my game plan was to go on adventures to explore this, blah, 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 including eating delicious Eagle Hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and carbs.
what is it?
So after... Okay. So we'll do a little bit of a cut in there. So let me do that again. So here I'll say, including eating delicious Eagle Hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and carbs.
What is it?
So then up until here will just be my voiceover audio, I guess. Including eating delicious Eagle Hunter food, which tends to be my favorite,
What is it?
Okay, maybe I'll put this one front because I mentioned meat, so I want to show the meat after that. Hey, Nala. Oh, you guys can't see. Not that it matters. This is like the boring visuals, but let's see. Including eating delicious food. Okay, so including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite. Including eating delicious eagle hunter food. Including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite. A lot of meat and carbs. Tends to be my favorite. A lot of meat and carbs. Okay, so then from this point, so I can probably safely cut this part out. And then something like this. So then from here, I'm going to stop talking, and then we'll let the audio from the actual moment play out a bit louder. So it'd be like this. And let's cut it a bit here.
5-finger Kazakh meal, you know.
When you say 5, as in you use our hands, or
5-finger means like, you know,
fingers.
it's 5 fingers. You
If
know.
you're really hungry, you can attack your 10 finger.
yeah. Nice little lighthearted moment. And then I can extend it a little bit, but I think I'll then put in another. I probably shouldn't be doing this, maybe, because we'll be changing this up quite a bit later.
Is it?
But I'm kind of in the mood to make this work, so. So then here, basically, I will say the last line.
Your 10 finger.
yeah.
Yeah, actually, we won't show this clip because now we're going backwards in time. So maybe we'll just let this clip play out all the way through. Yeah, we'll let it play all the way through.
yeah. Is it?
So after this delicious first meal, I turned in for the night. So after our delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and prepared for tomorrow's adventures. Okay, roughly speaking, that's a good duration, which means now we can cut all this out. I'm going to drag it towards the end of our timeline. And now we can drag all these guys forward. And
Like
we can fade this out to black. And then we start the next day. And what did we say? We want this all part of the same chapter?
Maximum.
So we'll change the chapter title, but basically this is the whole thing about meeting Ardek. We meet the rest of his crew. And then we go to the next chapter on, what is this? Chapter 4 to chapter 5, Day in the Life. Yeah, so we'll figure out the naming of this later. But okay. All right, let's kind of start from the beginning again, refresh ourselves, remotivate ourselves by seeing the progress we've made. Starting with the most epic part, which is the trailer. So let's jump over here. Let's go full screen. I believe the audio is fine roughly here. All right. one thing is the audio is going to be very, very loud here. So maybe what I can do is if I grab... I'm going to disconnect the visual from the audio. And then, I think for all of these guys, I can drop it down one level to the soundtracks that should be at -25, -25. Okay, cool. And then I'm going to start doing a little bit of practice voiceover-esque to get it down better. So then I'll say something about, hey, welcome back guys to my channel and on our next adventure. This time we're heading to the beautiful country of Mongolia. Why are we going there? I've always wanted to go for these reasons, and then after working with a company called Beck Travels, we figured out the perfect itinerary for an amazing experience, or something like that. With about a day to spare before we start, blah blah blah, I decided to explore the capital of Mongolia, Ulaanbaatar, and have my first Mongolian meal before turning in and getting ready for one more flight to head to deep Mongolian territory. Something like that. So we'll do a little bit of editing here, pause at each of them waving, introduce the crew, Dogi, the driver, and then speaking of the crew, let's introduce my camera gear, starting with my Nikon Z9 as well as a second Z9 courtesy of Nikon Middle East Africa for lending it to me for this trip. We also got the Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal for the phone, as well as the Insta360 X3 and my GoPro, so that we can capture some more action shots and not miss a moment, blah blah blah. After taking a quick break to photograph the double-humped camels, we continue the drive to reach our final destination. And like I said, I think one thing I have to keep in mind is I keep saying after this, after that, comma.
Like 6-7 years ago, so after that they released the eagle to the ground for breeding.
We finally arrived at our destination and met Ardak, the host of the trip. Ardak is a Mongolian eagle hunter coming from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan was to go on adventures with Ardak to explore the lifestyle of a hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and carbs.
5-finger Kazakh meal, you know.
When you say 5, as in you use our hands, or
5-finger means like you know,
fingers.
It's 5 fingers. You
If
know?
you're really hungry, you can attack your 10 finger.
yeah. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and prepared for tomorrow's adventures. So the only thing I'm thinking here is I might add some soundtrack as well, but generally speaking, directions is fine. Oh yeah, now let's figure out where the soundtrack is. There should be one. Did I accidentally do something? Didn't we have a soundtrack here? Oh, maybe I didn't bring it over. Ah, I didn't bring it over. Okay. Can I quickly bring it without breaking anything? I think so. And I think everything else looks okay, so let me relink things and then find that soundtrack. Here it is. And the soundtrack should go where? Here? I think I kind of messed it up a bit, so it might be better if I undo all of this. Yeah, we're going to undo all that changes I did so that I don't accidentally break what I have here. But we will bring this forward. And then... Yeah, this should be fine. Okay, let's now continue. Hopefully this is fine. Okay, so a current thought I'm having, besides all this stuff, which we'll retouch, obviously, there is a world where I actually don't add much dialogue. So like that whole section there, maybe it's fine without listening to my voice. In some ways I prefer that, and because like my voiceover wasn't really going to add much there, because technically all I was going to say here is that, hey, we woke up, and then I met the rest of, you know, what, the animals? Do I really need to say it? You're watching me meet them. So some of this can live without my additional context. Where I could have context is maybe when I show the eagle and stuff, but then this is broken up with me actually even introducing the names of them. So assuming I can fix the audio and make it a little bit louder and less, you know, touch up the colors a bit, I think this will become where we first hear my voice. It's a little bit lighthearted. And then maybe when it kicks back up towards the end of this is when we can add in actual voiceover, like a scripted voiceover. So let's try that out.
So it's Ardok. Yeah, Ardok and Ayalam. Is the eagle? Yes. What about the horse? No, nothing is enough to me. No. It's just a crazy horse. Crazy horse? Yeah. But we don't name horses. Alright, so crazy horse, Ayalam, and Ardok the eagle hunter.
Okay, so obviously we're not going to use all of this. We're just going to find some parts of it. The good news is I think all of that soundtrack is usable. So it's really just up to us how much of that soundtrack we want to use. So we're at the 5 minutes and 46 seconds mark before these kind of shots come in. So let's say if we just play enough to hit like 6 minutes or so, that should be enough, right? So giving like 15 seconds to show a little bit of the eagle hunter kind of posing before we end the chapter and go into the preparation phase. I think that's good. And these shots are clean to end the chapter. And same thing, the only question I have here is it better without my voice? And in many ways, I think it is. I think maybe I might, in my mind, think about, I might end up overdoing it, thinking I have to like narrate every aspect of the video. And in some of my videos, I did do that, where like I'm narrating so many key parts of it. And then other times, I think like there's a vlog I did for the gorilla trek. And in that one, I don't think I used a lot of voiceover actually. And in some ways, I appreciated that mode more. And perhaps more people would also appreciate it. But that means if I do that, I have to be very, very, not careful, but I have to be much more effective with using the proper soundtracks and audio levels so that that carries the video. And I think it's definitely possible. We got the visuals at the key points, and so far we've selected good soundtracks. So all right, let me rotate this one to 90 degrees. And let's see if it's usable, given that it was shot originally as vertical mode. And I am just going to stabilize all of these clips in its entirety. Although I did mention usually I like to wait until I have the clippable spots. But thankfully this PC is pretty powerful, so it's only going to take us 10 more seconds to see that through. Idora, do you, if you're there, do you eat fish? Are you asking that because you're against it? Already we can see it's a bit smoother, so no, but be careful. Hey, I saw that. I saw Nala bite kimbap. What the hell, man? You said you eat fish, you don't prefer it though. But you're talking about like scaly fish, or you're saying it's just like sushi or salmon or like cooked or raw, you just don't like it? Because I like salmon for sure. I love sushi. But yeah. Okay, you love sushi. Okay, so maybe you don't like eating the scaly fish, right? Where the fish is like on its side and you have to rip off the scales and pick out the bones. You like salmon? Yeah, yeah. Man, how do you not like salmon? You know, it's so good. Man, these veggie straws have definitely carried me through. So now I have two sponsors I'm looking for from a food perspective. I need Mason Perrier, and then shit, I forget the name. Bliss, I think it's called Bliss veggie straws. But my ideal, if I can get sponsored by any food, it would be Hot Cheetos. So whoever owns them, Lay's brands, I don't know. Okay, so we are fortunate to have a decent number of cinematic clips here to choose from. So really it just boils down to timing, or how much we want to spend on it, and what do we want to end the frame with. I like this frame a lot, so this could be a nice kind of ending frame if we have enough seconds of this. And probably if we start rotating to to show the silhouette and see where he's looking. So we'll see if we're lucky. Yeah, perfect, okay. So maybe let's see something from this section. That's cool. I might clip up some parts where you see his head moving, where he's looking back at the eagle and elsewhere. So I might just find some portion where his head's somewhat staying and looking in one direction. But this is kind of a cool concept, I think, if I can stabilize and figure this out. Yeah, and maybe in slow motion as well. So if I take this clip, let's go ahead and make it 40%. Let's just check this part out again. Oh, and then let's also restabilize because it's a shorter clip. I don't have an answer yet, because we have technically 3 key moments technically we can pull from. We've got this close-up from the front angle as we kind of orbit to the back. We got this section as we move further away, when we see the eagle and more of the back silhouette. And then we have the third section when we're moving back towards them and moving to the front a bit. And all of those, I think, are pretty cool. Like, they are fairly cinematic. We can find parts where it's somewhat stable and good framing. But I do think something from this will be nice to end the chapter. And then some of these ones, whichever ones we choose of these kind of angles, are more the filler towards the beginning. But that last shot there was really cool. So maybe we won't need this shot. This one's a clean shot. So let's just try from here maybe. And we'll do it from when he's looking away. This is where I'm getting OCD. We'll do it when he's fully turned his head and isn't moving it. Alright, so we got maybe close up until he turns his head again. So this is a potential clip. Then maybe we do a close up clip when it's in focus. Somewhere around here. And then the other question is, do we make all of this slow motion, or is it okay leaving some parts normal speed? I don't know. I do not know. Okay, for now, let's just... clip just this part. Now, it might be visible to you guys, but the way I edited these clips separately, you can see this one I edited it to be a bit softer. Like there's a bit more of a fade effect versus some of the other shots were done in a bit more like a crisp manner where you can see a bit more of the texture. So, I mean, can I fix this? Yes. I have the raw footage, so obviously I can plug that back in and just re-edit each of them. But a current thought I have is maybe I shouldn't mix these files. So maybe I stick with one edit style. But the thing is here, I like that there's a moment where he poses. So like from here maybe. Oh, this could be nice from here. Okay, so we have two potential areas that we'll refine. Let's draw that over. Close up. So yeah, I would like to be able, if I'm showing a bunch of clips, I need some close-ups mixed in. This one's good, orbit. So from like here to there. I have to blow my nose. Oh yeah, and this is the final scene, which is very, very epic. So, all right. So what did we end up saying goes and what stays and what goes? Let's see. So these might go. Let me drop it over there. And in terms of priority, I guess, or the thoughts I'm having is I just want a mix of shots. So if we have like a wide angle shot, and then maybe if we have some close-up shots, we have some orbit shots, and then we have our final shot, which stands on its own. This section, if I slow it down, maybe. Okay, let's say these are the ones to work with. Let me slow this one down as well. Okay, let's see what we got. Side by side.
Crazy Horse, Ayalum, and Arda Eagle Hunter.
I think I'll stick with normal speed for most of them, and then the final shot, or maybe two, will be the slow motion ones. And my new thought that I'm having with this is that why show all these clips? I think this one on its own stands on its own. Enough so that I think maybe, yeah, is there a point to showing all these different versions and different angles of this shot? Why not just show that on its own? Let's see. And maybe one other shot, like this one. So what if I keep that? But otherwise, it's just 2 clips. So maybe like, we'll time it with the music a bit. Alright, let's try this. So there's a kind of a change in the music roughly here that could work. So maybe it's like this. So roughly here, I'm going to cut this song. I'm going to fade out the song. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so it's like rough science, but if we just say, you know what, let's just stick with 2, not do anything too fancy, just stabilize the shots a bit. And we'll do a lot more edits later, but let's just I think we'll start it looking blurry and then just going in. And then let's change it up a little bit. Okay, let's check it out again. I think this is a little too long, so I thought there was a moment where I was like, oh, this could be a good cutoff. So let's listen to it again. And then maybe we'll cut a little bit at the beginning just to maximize. Alright, let's hear for a better cutoff point where it's not too long. Oh, and I guess the other thing is I don't have to show that first clip. Actually, no, it's okay. I like it. I like it. Never mind. Let's go again. Thank you, Dora. I appreciate it. I'm trying my best. I think you're only saying these kind words to boost my self-esteem after our typography fiasco, but I appreciate it. I think we're coming along. I think my current thought is if I can make the eagles screeching, or whatever you call it, match the music. So the first two chirps kind of matched up well. And then from here, we need to speed it up. And if I speed it up, then that's good, because then I can show more of this kind of cool shot in a shorter time frame. Stretch, fart, drink some water. In that order, or does it matter? But yeah, so listen, man, my endurance for this has been good. Nothing's changed. I can do this. It's probably not a good thing to be so stationary for so long, but I think I want to get this thing done here. So, and now we're entering the territory I'm not so good with, which is figuring out how to do all these keyframes for speed. So I'm going to add a retime control. I'm going to add a speed point there. And I want to speed that up. So it goes this. So I need to be able to speed it up to here somehow. So this section here, I have to speed it up, and we'll have to see if it looks too obvious and weird. That's the retime frame, retime speed. Alright, hopefully I can make this work. Yeah, I really need to watch a tutorial on this because I don't know how to zoom in. Ah, there we go. Wait, that's it? That's all I can zoom in? Whatever, I'll take it. Nope. I'm about to give up on this. I don't know why they... This is a me problem for sure. But I swear, there must be a way they can make editing speed ramps in DaVinci much easier to handle. Like, I want it to be like CapCut. CapCut was much easy. It was like so easy to understand. Whereas here, it's like, my God. Just let me zoom in on this guy. Let me click on this, yeah. And let me expand it. Like everything is inverse. So even when I scroll to the right with my mouse, it goes to the left. Why? Why would you do that? And then it won't let me do a more subtle adjustment easily. So that's too much. Like really, you're only letting me choose either Oh, but then maybe if I can use this section here. All right, I might have to do that. Okay. There we go. Okay, it's much easier over on this section, this inspector mode. So in the inspector mode, they have this whole speed area, and that's much easier than trying to do whatever the heck they changed in this new version where you edit it from here. So let's see. It's better. I can probably slow it down slightly. And then we got to do the same thing here. We're in this space. I want to speed it up. All right, let's see if it looks weird for now. Okay, I might have just like done so much random damage to this video. Let's just see though. So this is to me, the more natural cutoff in the music is like right around here. So half of the clip that we've got now is what I think is actually a good a place to tone down the music, I guess, or transition to the end. So something like that. As we move to the next chapter, fade out the video. So two ways to achieve what I want to do. I can either cut out this clip entirely and just go from this and jump to this one. Let's just see how that looks real quick. Whoops.
Alright, so Crazy Horse, Ayalum, then Ardent Eagle Hunter.
I don't mind it, but I kind of like I liked adding the little thing beforehand. Because it helps set the frame a bit, where it's like, okay, wide angle, I see the two of them before we jump into a close-up. And then now we're gonna try our best to match the eagle's chirping with the music beats. So then we'll add another speed point here. And I'm trying to keep an eye on how noticeable is the speeding up portions and when does it become unusable. But I think noticeable speeding up and slowing down isn't bad. as long as it feels somewhat uniform or it's based on the music choice. So I'm not opposed to it. But we got to do it properly, I guess. Alright, let's just see. It's like okay, but let's see. And then I might even just keep up the speed now, because we gotta catch up. So then from here, if I add a speed point, let's add one more and speed this guy up. Yeah. Okay, this might be as good as we're gonna get it for now. So basically what I'm trying to do, let's just hide some of these controls and it'll start dying out as we go. Okay. And then let me restabilize this now that we have a shorter clip to work with. And then we'll play it from here. It's not bad. No complaints. I think the good news is we did cut it from what we had originally. So what are we at right now? We are at 6 minutes and 10 seconds. We were aiming for 15 minutes. So we have, let's say, roughly 9 minutes or so left in our episode 1 story. Now, is 9 minutes enough to do it justice, what we've got left? That is a good question, because we have, yikes, we have some really key moments we haven't gotten to yet. We've got our first ride with the eagle slow motion moments we'll show, some of the horse shots here, the riding, the slow motion of the eagle in flight. And then we still need to tell the blizzard, the ice fishing and the blizzard story. And that's going to be the actual highlight. So So 15 minutes may be tough, maybe tough. But if we think of it from like soundtrack standpoint, let's imagine each of the soundtracks are what, like 3 minutes or so? So what is this at? 10 minutes to, yeah, like 3 to 4 minutes. So then if I find like a 3-minute song, I can fit in 3 segments, right, for 9 minutes. That's a saying like, okay, so one of the chapters, if we have roughly a 3-minute soundtrack, that could work for our first adventure out on the rides with the eagles and stuff. Then we have another adventure, which will be the blizzard scene and the ice fishing plus the blizzard scene. And then another 3 minutes for the snowstorm hitting the farm, essentially. So, okay, if I'm being realistic, probably we're not going to hit 15 minutes. We might end up having like an 18-minute video, something like that, unless we're able to trim some more. It's not a bad thing. And especially for our first video, I think having a bit longer is okay, because we do have to spend a lot of time as part of the video setting up the context, right? So we had to spend a lot of time talking about the flights, arriving, talking about what we're going to do, meeting people and introducing them. So for the first episode to, and because then the other option is that we cut the video short. So maybe after our first adventure and having some of those kind of eagle shots, and like the cool eagle landing shots and everything. But then I feel like that makes episode 1 not as powerful as it could be, and I do want episode 1 to really hit. And in order for it to hit, I really want, I mean, we started in the hook, right? We need to have this scene. We need this scene to be in episode 1. So, yeah. And then the rest is whatever, if we include it or not. But yeah, it's at the end of this. Well, this is part of the main trailer anyways, but I do want this to be our either quote-unquote finale. Yeah. Decisions. Oh, I apologize to Lasaya for subscribing. I don't think I mentioned it. Well, thank you very much for subscribing on Lasia. Oh no, I did. Okay. Never mind. We're good. We're Gucci. But thank you for people who have followed across. Today we've got people who followed on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. So what a good day. We're trying to grow all 3 platforms at once. We are on, what is it, day 11 of our journey. And we've been spending majority of our time editing our Mongolia video. So I've got 3 to 4 more days to finish our first episode. And we are currently on chapter, what are we, chapter 5? More like chapter 4, but we're aiming towards getting to chapter 5. But we do know we've got like 3 more big sections to go, and we've got 3 to 4 days left, less than 4 days. But yeah, we're coming along. Man, we do have some good juicy shots. I gotta figure out how to include them. So I mean, maybe we do. There's a world where I could slow motion a lot of these moments and just draw it out. But knowing that we do have an even better moment coming up in the story, which is going to be the whole snowstorm and the snowstorm riding, maybe we just let this play at normal speed or not linger too much on it, except for maybe the circling flight moment, and the rest of this can be stabilized and then shown in faster mode. And at the end of the day, having too much content versus too few, I guess, is preferable. So even if the video ends up becoming, let's say, 20 minutes long, or like 25 or 30, as long as we can maintain good cinema, as long as we can sync it to good soundtracks, it won't be unwatchable. So yeah. So let's kind of see what we've done so far. Let's go all the way back to the beginning. Let's recap. I'll use this as a quick break. So I'm gonna stretch while we're watching this, so that I can not die at a young age from sitting on my ass all day. So let's go ahead and let me check the audio levels again. Not bad. We'll full screen this. I'm gonna mute myself and let's watch this.
Bilirsin.
Thank you. What is it? That's good.
Maximum
for
10.
like 6-7 years, So after that, they release the eagle to the wild for breeding.
Oğlum
Bring
tak
another one from the
Okay.
bala
the,
tuğ göre
like,
kurum
nest,
bosa kaçırım göre
because
kısadan
they're
işte.
like humans, They need to breed, make babies,
Okay.
Yeah.
The cows, every eagle hunter use the female ones.
The what?
Female.
Female eagles.
Female.
Yeah, so
Ah.
female ones very good, spray, strong,
Yeah.
and
Very aggressive.
she must like make a baby reborn again. So after a couple of years, they go back to
Okay.
west.
What is this?
Five-finger Kazakh meal,
When you say five, as in you use our hands, or?
Five-finger means like,
Fingers.
these 5 fingers,
If you're really hungry, you can attack your 10 finger.
Yeah. It's is it? What kind of meat is this?
It's beef.
So it's Ardak. Yeah, Ardak and Ayalam. Ayalam is the eagle. Yes. What about the horse? No, I'm using up to me. It's just a crazy horse.
Crazy horse?
Yeah. But we don't name horses.
Alright, so
Yeah.
Crazy Horse,
Yeah.
Ayalam, and Ardak the Eagle Hunter.
Okay. I think it's coming together. The audio was a bit loud at times because I didn't mute it, so I do apologize if it blasted in your ears. But obviously, like the sounds of the road, like the wind sound and all that, we'll fix that later. I think audio mixing will do as a roughly final step. But yeah, I was watching this, but doing some what do you call those? I was doing some squats off to the side. So trying my best to not be too sedentary. But yeah, I think everything seems good. I think there's a decent pace to it. It doesn't feel like it lingers for way too long. I mean, some parts, yes, but that's because I need to add some voiceovers to kind of smooth out the edges, if you will. But yeah, we got a good story. We arrive. We quickly head on. We meet the crew. You learn about the gear that I'm using. You see a little bit of the landscape and a bit of the livestock or the animals. You're introduced within the first, so at 3 minutes and 20 seconds, we finally introduce the kind of the, like, let's call it main character of who we're staying with. We can introduce a bit of that eagle hunting tradition in the first 4 minutes, and in the first 5 minutes, let's call it in the first, 6 minutes, I guess. But yeah, so in the first 6 minutes of our video, we have now covered context, the arrival, destination kind of thing. We've the characters, and the eagle hunting tradition. So then we are left with 9 more minutes, let's call it 10 more minutes, to tell some of our adventures. So let me think a little bit at a very rough macro level. If I had 10 minutes, what do we say? We have maybe like 3 key parts. We've got our first adventure, then which was like the eagle out in the wild. So there'll be a bit of like me. We were gonna go on horseback. We're gonna then go into the mountains, release the eagle, see it in the sky as it then comes back to the owner, or in this case the hunters, and then a bit of racing shots when they're charging towards the camera. So that'll be part 1 of what's left. Part 2 will be an ice fishing. We're gonna go ice fishing, and then the blizzard's gonna hit. But that will be fun because what is that one shot? One of my favorite shots will be the highlight of that. So we'll be able to do a bit more justice to this shot. So we'll be able to show a little bit more of this in part 2. And initially I was thinking if we go chronologically, part 2, we can go back out into the wild, and that's where you see the horse racing shot while we're out in the snow with the 2 of them. So like the one that we end with here. But I'm thinking maybe that could be nice as a finale. So if we switched it up, it might be we do the first outing, we see the eagle, but like clear skies and all that. Second outing, we go ice fishing, get caught up in the snowstorm, and then jump into the preparation phase. So you can see how they were preparing the farm. No, okay. I take it all back. I think it probably makes sense the other way. So we do the ice fishing, and then we do us out in the snow. So watching the 2 of these guys battling the snowstorm, and I'm filming all of it. And then it's like we're returning back to the farm essentially. So we're returning back to headquarters, and you're watching them now prepare the animals, prepare themselves for the snowstorm that's continuing. And that's where we see the effects of the snowstorm. That'll be part 3, I guess. And at the end of that will be the aftermath, where we show the death of the stallion, and call it a close. So I think we're gonna have to readjust our trajectory so that instead of saying 15 minutes, this might end up being, let's call it, to be safe, it's a 20-minute video. That'll be our new kind of realistic direction that we need to go in terms of length. But I don't mind it. It's an arbitrary number. I threw in the number 15. Does it really have to be 15? I don't know. I don't think so. So let's just do a good job of keeping the engagement high in terms of the, I think, okay, so soundtrack, we're happy with it. It ends off here. So then now we can go to our next soundtrack. And I think we can also safely not delete yet, but we'll dump all these clips down below and push it out of the way. So let's push these clips over yonder. And let's now move chapter 5 close. So it'll be like this. And now we get to put in our next soundtrack, which is the one from Hans Johnson, Dream Mongolia. How fitting. Alright, let's see how that soundtrack, how the transition is there. So if we end with this. It's not bad. We can play with it a bit, but I think it's fine. So I think right up until that voice, the throat singing comes in, will be just quick clips of preparations. So we're seeing Arduk preparing the horse. We'll then jump to a clip of him hopping on the horse. Then we'll have a clip of me just preparing up. So it could be seeing me put the camera on, maybe. I don't know, it doesn't add much, or it might be confusing. But then the moment here where you see me hop on the horse. So we'll add that. And then in terms of once we start riding, I think we'll start that when the throat singing pops in. That part. So roughly here. Okay. I think that's a good effort. Okay. So let me put some music on again. Let's do this. Now how long? Okay, so we got, let me count the beats for my own sanity here. So it goes 1, 2, 3. Wait, how does it go? 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so if we do uniform clips, we do have space for 4 shots, which kind of, I think, works with what I said. It would be shot 1, we see him preparing the horse. Shot 2, he hops on the horse. Shot 3, now it needs to be a shot of me preparing. And it could just be 1 shot, but extending for 2 beats, essentially, of me hopping onto the horse. And then when the throat singing kicks in, we'll find a good, let's see, let's look. So it could be just like a shot like this as we're preparing. So before we start riding, basically. But then showing that it's like a different angle, so hopefully it's interesting to your average viewer to be like, oh, he's got a strange camera angle for this shot. And then the rest of this, well, this is completely unusable, but we're not going to use any of this anyways. So then this is where we want the fancy camera. So let's push all these out. Oh, yeah, we need these ones. Whoops. So we need shots like this. Yeah, these ones. So then whenever there's a next kind of crescendo or like a different phase of the music, we can use one of these kind of like horse riding clips. And I know I have a better one, but let's just put these together. And this will come towards the end of that. That's kind of a cool shot. Or the way the horse is running over there is kind of peculiar. Losing my voice. Where are the good ones? This one. There we go. So I definitely want this shot. And we want the selfie that goes with it. So funny enough, we already kind of have an idea of the shots we want for this because, yeah, here it is. This is going to be lining up with the Instagram story that I had. Let's see if we can find it real quick. Yeah, this one. Okay. Try my best to mute the audio. Where's the audio button? There it is. All right. Okay. So this will be what I use to kind of get a sense of the style we want to go with. Obviously, the soundtrack I can't use because that was a copyrightable soundtrack, but we already kind of identified one anyway. So now it's just, but in terms of the sequence, we want like a shot like this, blurry, can't make much, but then we zoom out into what we're looking at, and then showing the other side of it. So then from the horse riding side, and then obviously we're progressing up the mountain, hopping off the mountain. Close up of Arduk, and then move on to the rest. So yeah, simple enough, right? But we'll try to mimic that. So we got that shot here, so it'd be like this. The irony is I was ending up using some of these shots. Even this shot here is technically the shot from my professional camera, the Z9. So I don't think I ended up using the GoPro shot. I think the GoPro shot, do I have it here? This is from the iPhone. But for whatever reason, I think my real camera shot just looked so much better. So it'll be probably shakier because the stabilization is impressive on the those like action cameras, but we can fix it. And I prefer the more cinematic look. So those parts will go with the music. These ones we probably won't use. This one's too short, I think. Oh no, it could work. So possibly this one will work, but this one will drop down. So story-wise, it'll be like wherever the transition point is, you see it come out here, selfie mode, give a little wink and a nod, and then we switch over to the horse mode, or the my point of view. As much of these shots as is necessary, and then we progress up the mountain. And then eventually we make it, we probably don't need this. And this is when we're returning back to the settlement. So maybe we won't use it yet. I think these are all when we were returning, but it's probably not noticeable, but it got so much chillier just like from when we first went out and then we were heading back. Man, that weather was brutal. Brutal. Okay, so then the question is, do I want to use any of this even though we're going the opposite direction? So I think it might be clear in the video clips we're heading towards the mountain, so in the opposite direction of this. So I'm going to do my best to try not to use any of these clips when we're showing a certain direction. Possibly, unless I have to. This is a good clip. So progression goes this to that. Then these are towards the end of our adventure when we were back down at the base of the mountain. So we'll put this somewhere here. And then these ones we do want in the middle because these are all the cool flight shots. So story-wise, we'll be like, okay, we made it to the top of the mountain, at which point the eagle hunters released some of the eagles to kind of just stretch or enjoy themselves, essentially. And that's where we have all of these flights. We have all these shots of the eagle in flight. So that will come next. And then after we show those kind of cool moments, we're then going to switch to the final, not the final part, we're going to switch to the shots where they're being called to the eagle hunter. So we'll see the shots where you see the eagle in slow motion heading towards the hunter, and we'll get it in slow motion, and then we'll see a little bit of like riding shots. Let me see where this fits in. Okay, this fits in somewhere in between, because we're like midway up the mountain, and I did see a point somewhere, if I can find it. Where did I think I jumped too far ahead. Okay, it's over here. So it's gonna go this one first, pop in here. Shot of me doing my thing, then shot over to the horses up until roughly, let's call it like right around here. So maybe all these shots will come next. And then if necessary, we'll have, okay, I think this is the sequence. Selfie mode, you see the GoPro, you see I'm on the horseback, then we jump to the horseback point of view as we climb up the mountain. And we might not use all of this, just this is what we have to play with. But then we'll jump back to a selfie mode, potentially, as we're now higher up the mountain. And then even just use that one clip here where it just switches over. And then as it switches over there, then I can jump to one of the necessary shots. So probably like from here, switching over here. And we won't need this one. And then that transitions back to this point of view. And then just using any elements of this that fits the soundtrack as we're now reaching the summit, let's say, of where we stopped. Then they release the eagles, which will be these shots coming up next. And then then we got the fun eagle shots, which are all of these guys. See, now we're getting into the really cool shots. This is the fun part. So then I think I can bring all this down now. Okay. Alright, we're going to draw these guys over here. So eagle flies. Then we have some eagle calling. Then we got some then we got some riding. Will be also good for slow motion. These are probably throwaway shots. Possibly these can fit somewhere as we're heading down the mountain. So maybe, yeah, somewhere here. So if I add some dialogue, I'll be like, okay, so after we flew it around for a bit, and I saw some of the training, we actually headed back down the mountain. So some portion of this where we're on the mountain, maybe a nice shot of us smiling. And where I did one more kind of a fun shoot, where they actually, we got ahead of them, and then I filmed as they charged straight towards me in a more epic kind of like battle pose, let's say. And then I'll have to use the appropriate footage that I have. before we call it a close. So then all this we probably don't need. This one, I still don't know how to use that clip. Alright, so these are all the racing shots. So we had it from two different directions. So at one point he was racing towards me with that as the backdrop. So this one here. So let's bring these guys in front of that. So that's like round one, if you will. And it's gonna look super cool when we slow it down. I filmed that in 60 frames per second, so it won't be as cinematic as these shots, where now we were filming them from the other direction, but then I filmed it at 120 frames. So let's put these in order. So imagine if I show clips, it might be them walking away from us. I might not show it just for sake of time. And then we've got the cool shots once we slow it down of them racing. There's also a world where maybe I don't slow this down. It depends if we end up showing the slow motion clips in the finale. But it's like, man, why not just slow down both? Technically, we can slow down both. You know, what's the harm? Especially if I do the slow motion, you can see the horse's face throughout this. You know, it's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, so we'll probably use it in slow-mo. And then I don't know yet if I'm going to use these vertical clips or not, but technically we do have a shot from here. It just depends how much of it is usable. And then we have one more ride with the two of them. So that part there will be pretty cool. Hi, Sing Sing. Jesus. Xing Xing, hey, I'm gonna just call you Mobile. Hello, hello. Thank you for saying hi. And thanks for saying hi on YouTube. If you are on YouTube, make sure to like that video, check out my channel and all the fun stuff, but appreciate it. If you're just tuning in, we are on day 11 of me streaming every day as I started my streaming journey. And what you're seeing me do is working on my upcoming video that I'll be publishing to YouTube and my socials. It is from my trip to Mongolia from last year. We've got a number of trips in terms of content that we have to go through, and that will be the main kind of content that you'll see on my live streams. I spend all my time photo editing and video editing. I am a travel photographer and videographer. I like to take people with me on travels. That is essentially what I do full-time and professionally. So throughout this, you'll watch me create these videos. You'll provide feedback. I've already had a number of people provide good feedback that's improved my workflow. It's corrected things, including, as we laughed about earlier today, my terrible choice of fonts and types, or typography, let's say. So this is definitely a channel to educate me on anything, really. But hopefully it will be interesting to watch how someone creates a story. So what we're doing now is I'm just focusing on chapter 5. Is that what we're on? Yeah. We're at the midway point of the video, roughly speaking. And I'm just kind of splicing up some of the potential clips so I can make sense out of what I have to play with. And then we're going to keep filtering from here and then also figure out how to make it match to the soundtrack. And this is going to be a pretty lengthy chapter, which is not a bad thing. But it means I have to be much better about cutting things out of the... In terms of cutting out footage, I have to be better about that. So, all right, I think we got it all lined up. It's at least organized in order. So let's jump back to the beginning of this, because we have a good sense for how it should start. Edora, you said that's right. I'm assuming it's something to do with educating me. but yes, that is always right. Okay, so let's listen to the soundtrack again as it transitions from this one. So. Bro, is that papyrus? I don't know if you're saying that because you watched, you get the context from earlier today, but there was papyrus at some point, and I was shameless about it, but I've thoroughly been shamed back into that mode after ChatGPT just destroyed the ever-living confidence out of me. So it is not papyrus anymore, but thank you for traumatizing me yet again. All right, but good to see you, the socialist housewife. I don't know if we can use names or not, but I'm just going to call you housewife for now. Until you find it offensive, but it is your name. But yeah, hey housewife, how are you doing? We're just plugging away, chugging away, whatever away. And I'm focusing a little bit on the soundtrack now. I want to make sure we got it lined up as we go from chapter 4 to 5. So from here... There's a part of me that wants the soundtrack to start a little bit sooner and then delay when the visual pops up. I did it for one of the other chapters. I kind of like that, generally speaking. Let's try it here as well. Now, by how much, I'm not sure, so let's see. I'm going to disconnect. No, we're good. Okay, so what if I start this a little bit later? What if I let it bleed over a bit? Okay, let's see if this works. Yeah. Okay, I like it. I like the little bit of a overlap. Housewife, just to respond though, yes, I use papyrus. So there's a whole thing earlier in the stream because of a font that I was using that wasn't papyrus, but then it reminded me of it. And I mentioned casually that I had used papyrus without knowing the lore, without knowing everything that goes with it, and clearly not knowing what is considered good design. I had chosen papyrus for my very first travel vlog video that I created on my YouTube channel. And I was so proud of it. It was blasted in the first 10 seconds of the video. Full screen, massive size to start off my first ever vlog video. And it turns out that is papyrus, and I didn't know. It's actually a sign of bad judgment. And there's a few other things that ChatGPT called out on me, but yes, I quickly learned that it wasn't actually the right font to use. So we're not going to use this one either. This one's called Bradley Hand. It's what I use for the past few vlogs. But we had Maple in the chat, who is definitely the expert, Idora as well. But I will take their guidance, and we'll work on this later. Okay. And I might extend this soundtrack a little bit longer. Okay, something like this maybe. Okay, that's decent. Okay, but I still want to apply the same principle where we have 4 kind of sections to the soundtrack before we hop into the next scene. So we got 1, 2, 3. That is one issue. By doing this, that means I don't have as much time before we had the marker. That part. So let's see. Let's see if we can still make it work. Okay, so we want this part here. Let's think it through. So then maybe up to here. And we can cut all this out. And then we need the 2 shots of me also trying to get on a horse. So we got some aspect of this where I'm first hopping on board. So somewhere here. Let's bring that over. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So roughly there. Let's get me on that horse, shall we? Something like this, maybe? Almost. Let's start a little bit later. So there's more of the jump at the beginning, and more time on the saddle. Okay, and then for our final clip, I think we'll use that one also from the Insta. Yeah, some shot before we start riding out. So there was a moment, maybe it was here. No, next clip. Okay. We had paused at some point in the ride because then basically they told me, bro, you're shit at riding, so we're gonna just take the reins and we'll guide you. So they stopped here. That's fine because now at least we're not in motion, but I can get a different angle of us preparing to fly out. Not fly out, ride out. Let's just see what part of this looks good. Oh yeah, maybe this part here. Just having some rotation. Before I look at the camera. So somewhere here. So that could be a clip. Or any of this, I guess, because it's more visible what's happening. So let me bring these 2 clips forward. And we'll choose from this. Alright. Option 1. I like the motion, but it starts a little too late. And I guess I could slow it down, so let's see how that looks. So if I go from here, slow it to 40%. This was shot at 60 frames per second. Yeah, you know, it's like whatever. I'm thinking this one will work better. All right, let's see. All right, well, let's cut out the part where I'm looking. Okay, let's try that. And let's cut out that audio. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? Then I can cut all this out. And cut this out. Ooh, we're making progress now. All of these we can start to delete soon, so let's drag these guys. Let's bring these ones forward. Let's bring these ones. The black, or we'll just completely just have a blinking moment. I'm not sure. Actually, yeah, we'll fade to black because the next clip we're gonna show starts off slightly dark in the visually. Yeah, and then we'll just trim the tone down the audio for now. Okay, let's see what we got. Actually, we'll start from here again. All right. Oh, also, hello, greetings from Argentina. This is from Focaguano. Focaguano, thank you very much. And thanks for saying hello from Kick. Thank you for that. If you are on Kick, make sure to follow me there. I think I need I always want followers, obviously, but I would appreciate it, as I think I need to hit a certain mark to be able to become an affiliate or to access different features. But thank you very much for saying hello from Argentina. I'm saying hello from Dubai. I'm originally from the US, but I've been in Dubai for, let's call it 7 years, something like that. But thank you, thank you. We're just editing this video that I'm working on for my next YouTube travel vlog series. And I'm just reviewing a clip from here to see if it sounds good. It's good. It's good. So it works. It works. So timing wise, then we timed it to the throat singing. So once the throat singing hits, we can change scenes. So then we fade into when we're like midway during the horse ride. And then we don't need any of this, so we're gonna cut it quickly. Same thing, we're just gonna go with the beat of the soundtrack. So somewhere here. And then we can jump into the horse view. And we're gonna do all the stabilization, we're gonna update, you know, the quality and all that later. Right now I just wanted to focus on like the clip durations, and then we'll refine and make things as smooth as possible. Hey, thank you very much. My god. What? Am I the only one that struggles with names? Thank you very much, Balukami Bala. Thank you, Bala. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. And if you're watching on YouTube, as I believe you are, make sure to hit that like button. I believe it helps in terms of the YouTube algorithms to share this out to the broader audience. But yeah, either way, I do appreciate anyone who's watching this throughout. This is day 11 of me live streaming. And we're watching me work on a lot of my videos, as I am a professional photographer and videographer, and I focus a lot of my time traveling. So this is from Mongolia. Let's see how much of the soundtrack we want to dedicate to the ride. We're about to hear something here. So when the singing, when the vocals here, the female vocals kicks in, where should I be in the story? Probably either at the top of the mountain to show progress, or even stepping off the horse. Or so maybe at this point we want to transition to like when we got to the top and you're seeing some of the clips of us settling down. I think that's a good, that's good. So let me put a marker there. Which then gives us a little bit of understanding of how much we can cut from this. Okay. Now before we do that, let's kind of do a quick, I'll try to do it faster, but let's watch everything from the beginning again. See how we're feeling. I'm not going to play all of it because I think the audio levels are going to be really bad at some point. Let's just play the trailer again, remotivate ourselves. Okay, we'll end it there because I do need to fix the audio levels for the rest of the soundtrack. Or no, I guess I could do that now, but it's not a big deal. We're fairly comfortable with those sections as of this point. So we tell the journey of us arriving in Mongolia, then heading deeper into Mongolia, where I meet the crew. You see the gear that I'm using. We head on, we do one quick pit stop to photograph some of these double-humped camels. Before we meet Ardak, I give a quick introduction. We eat some food. We see some of the other kind of nomadic lifestyle. We get the dogs and the horses. Then we introduce the horse and the eagle. We now get some of the cinematic shots of the eagle before we jump into the next chapter where we actually set out for the adventure. Now, all these titles are placeholders. They will definitely not be what you see it as, but I just needed something to, yeah, just to help ground it out. Okay, now let me think how many sections there are that we could use here. So we got from here to this blue marker. And this one was what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I can use up to 6 clips maybe. So we've got a good one there that we can cut short. So it could be like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then cut it there. Maybe we can even just use a shot from here, but let's see if we have better ones. Okay, we'll try cutting from this part here. So we'll use a section where we're higher up in the mountain. So something like here, just to show some distance. We'll try to keep it roughly the same duration. And I might actually even speed it up here. So it goes 1, 2, and then let's cut it here. And then we'll bring in the selfie shot maybe. Something like this. 2, 3, 4. Okay, I need to remind myself where I was. So it goes 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, okay. So then we're doing shorter clips to kind of make the video feel a bit more dynamic and not too uniform. And the question is, what part of this do we use? I think we're going to use this part here. So somewhere here. So if we keep it the same duration. Yep. And then... Okay, let's focus on this clip, I think. If we split up this clip a bit, to essentially when the vocals kick in here, I want it to be the moment where we've stopped moving, basically, and we're hopping off the horse. So then we go 1, 2. Let's try putting 4 clips of this. It might be too much, but yeah, let's try. So it'll be like 1. Let's do from here, maybe. So it'll be like 1. And we'll jump ahead to maybe this. So it was like 1, 2. Let's find another one. Yeah, I think I want this kind of close up to be the first thing we see when the vocals kick in. So then we got 1, 2, maybe 3. Let's try this. Okay, let's see if we can make this work. I want to start with a close-up. Something like this, maybe. All right, let's see if I'm making sense or not. We're gonna start from this part again, and I'm actually gonna let's just do a blanket stabilization all the clips. Probably not the best idea, but who's gonna stop me, right? And let's listen to and watch. It's okay. It's okay. Stabilization was not a good job because of how shaky I was. So we'll have to take it clip by clip on how much we can remove on the shake. Other thoughts that I have, I might need to speed it up a bit more. So maybe when the female vocal kicks in, I should be a little bit farther in terms of the progression of shots. As in, I should already either be off the horse by then, so we can proceed, because we have a lot more content to fit in here. So I'm thinking out loud. Let me drop some of these clips that I think we won't need to use. I think we might want that shot. Okay, so round 2. let's re-look at some of these clips. This one can be cut shorter too. So then around here. And then the stabilization is not that good for this one. So let's see how it looks without anything. Oh, and then obviously what we can do is slow motion it. So I think that one's fine as is. But this one, or you know what, we might have to find a better section of this anyways. But let's use this one maybe. It is tough to find a stable shot. This could work. This forward. I don't mind the shorter clips, but again, the stabilization is not the best. And so at this point, what I might do is we are going to start slow motioning at least these two clips. So we can slow it down to 40%. Let's see if that helps. It does help for sure. We're going to still go with the fast pace. Alright, let's see how this looks. Probably don't need this clip. It doesn't seem to add much, so this one we might drop out entirely. Let's see what we got. And maybe we'll just use this part. Yeah. Alright, So it'd be like. That's not bad. So we end with him basically just telling me I can get off the horse now. So progress. And then I do want to see if I can improve a bit of how the shot looks, because it was a little bit wonky at times. Okay, we're getting there. Okay, so then what? That means we can drop some of these out of the equation. We can probably remove that. Maybe we use this one. Let's see. So if I use something, it might be just a shot of the eagle. Let's see. Kind of cinematic. It's a bit long, but I think the struggle, so what I'm thinking about right now is I'm trying to figure out where, if at all, do I insert some dialogue. So we've had some writing shots, there was no need for me to really speak there, and also the music was picking up in a nice way, so I didn't want to disturb that. But at some point I think I need to insert my voice in to explain what we're about to do, which was we made it to the top, and now the hunters basically let their eagles roam about for a bit. So I got to get some shots of the eagles just kind of freely flying around before they showed how they do the calling. So then they showed me how they call the eagles back to them. And of course I have that on film. So I just got to figure out where to insert that, because the music is getting a bit more dramatic, which is not a bad thing, but it does make finding a good spot to insert my voiceover a little bit trickier. Because at some point you're going to be like, I don't want to hear your voice. I want to see the shots, especially as it's getting epic. So this will be a challenge. So let's figure it out. And I guess one answer is I just mute the volume at this point, or like reduce the volume significantly, and so you can still hear it, but at this point I'm just kind of giving my little spiel. And then let's look at the key shots that we want to play with. So maybe if we use something, we'll just be that point where it's looking. I don't mind just showing this at normal speed, because we have the other clips coming up, which are much better. Let's go ahead and start slowing everything down to its maximum. So in this case, this is 120 frames per second shot, so we're going to drop this to 20% of its original speed, which gives us a nice cinema feel. Also going to turn down this music a little bit, the soundtrack. It's so blasting in my ear. We'll turn it back up later, but yeah, I do know we're going to have some really cool clips here. So this is what I'm saying, the challenge is going to be how do we actually figure out what to trim out? Because when I show some of this, I want to show it in slow motion. But as you can imagine, if I slow this down, obviously the video length becomes longer. Alright, but right now I want to focus on ordering. Okay, so then this is the second phase where they were called back to the hunters. So then we should have a bunch of slow motion shots when the eagles are flying back. So let's see what I can do. All of these. We probably don't need this shot. I'm going to drop it down for now. But all of these I can do slow motion, so let me slow these guys down to 20% as well. Oh, and then these are all the 60 frames, except for this one. I want to see all these clips at its most cinematic because these are probably, most of them I think are going to be the fast action shots, mostly of the eagles in flight. So to do it justice, I'm just slowing down all the clips now, and then we can review it. These are shot in 60 frames per second. I'm going to push this out a little bit. All right, now let's take a gander. What do we got to play with? Also, I'm going to mute this track for now so we can not hear the wind sound. So I think most of this we don't have to use. Maybe that part at the end there. And some of this is blurry, so maybe like roughly here. So we can start cutting out the parts where we definitely know we don't want to use, including the blurry shots. And probably all of this we don't need to use. I'm going to drop it down for now, because I know we have some cleaner shots coming up. Let's delete that. So maybe this part we'll have to play around with. Let's push this one back. Yeah, so these are the better clips, especially the one that's out in the open. But I think in terms of sequence, maybe we start with the ones far away. It gets a little bit closer. It's a bit obstructed. But then eventually we get the clean shots. And then for this, I just gotta cut out the parts where it's not sharp. So from here, we're good. This is why I love slow motion. It just makes everything look super cool. Obviously, the more action or the more emotion, the better. Like in terms of the speed of the animals moving and stuff like that. So here it's not doing much, but even every time the beak is opening, or you can see a little bit of shimmer in terms of the heat distortion behind the eagle. This is where it takes a little shit. So again, obviously we will not use all of this. We're just trying to see if there's some key moments for sure. I think the key moment so far is when it was like walking forward, and then this one right here when it takes off. That's nice. Like I said, it's obstructed, but that's fine. It acts as a good transition shot. So maybe from here. So that could be a moment. And then all of this we probably don't need. So I think it'll be this part here, hopping around. A couple times where it's chirping. That's probably good enough. And then all of this we don't need, so we'll delete that. And then I mentioned I do have from the Instagram stories. So when I did the trip originally, I did make a post on my stories from the same day, same shot. I'm just trying to make sure I copy it over without playing the music. Okay. So what did I do last time? I started with this shot, then hopped over to this shot, showed this just a moment when it was doing the little hop. Then I showed when it was in flight, and that was it, which is fine. I want to end with the flight, but we have a few more shots that we want to include. So I think, let's see, what do we have so far? Yeah, so I included this little hop here. And we did save it, so I think we're in alignment. My former self from a year ago. And now. Which probably means these ones we don't necessarily need, because they're like much farther away. We got cleaner shots coming up. So if we keep this part here for sure. Maybe the flying part. So it could be this with that. Maybe. We can end it right here maybe, just to show some, like, we don't know where it went. But I think I want some of these to come first. Because ideally we can start, once we see it take off, Then I can add in the takeoff flight after, so it feels more seamless, or make it make more sense. So that means I need to insert this shot somewhere before that happens. So in between here. Let's see what we can use. So maybe this section, maybe we won't need this one. Let's drag this a little bit over there. So it can be this. Or wait a second. No. I changed my mind. It should be... We'll start with this clip first. So this is the first one. And we use as much of this as we deem necessary. And then it'll be somehow we transition to these shots. Just a little hop. And then the flying moment, we see it fly. Maybe we won't use that one because it's flying to the left, and it just depends if we can make it match. Possibly this part. It's far away, but let's see. So imagine we use this part. Ooh, and then we have one more nice clip here that we should show. Oh, when it lands, maybe. The problem is I know I get blurry here while trying to land. But maybe we can transition it somehow. So this could be the final clip, as it looks kind of towards the camera and we fade to black. Alright, so then what do we have to play with? We got the in-flight. Takes off. And here I just want to pay attention to if it seems weird, like if it's flying to the left, and then if the next shot I'm flying from a different direction, will it look strange? So here, kind of, maybe, but we can pretend like it flew far away from us and then it was circling to the right. So it looks like all of this we don't need. So from here, let's see. That transition might work a little bit better than trying to include this thing in the middle. So I'm leaning towards let's cut this one out of the shot and see if we can make these two work together. And then also let's listen to the soundtrack a bit as we do this. So I'm just going to push these two up somewhere here so we can listen to it. And unfortunately, we lose focus here. Might be worth keeping it though, to see more of like the landing. And then, where was that one shot? Yeah, so then maybe up to here. Okay, okay. I think that's making sense as the ending. Now the only issue I have is that we are at, if I follow the soundtrack, this section ends at 10 minutes and 40 seconds. And we haven't even hit some of the other key parts yet. Which includes like the eagle landing parts. Oh, so we have a lot more decision making to do. Because I can let it play out as we saw. Like, it is kind of cool to see this moment play out. But the problem is, then the video becomes super long. So either I need to just maybe take just key segments of it, shorten this up a bit, because I'm thinking what I want to do is by the end of this song, I need to have all of this condensed in there. I want to be able to show shots of the eagle flying towards the hunter, so let's look at maybe potential good shots. So like this kind of moment, we need to clip out some of this, and we want to show in slow motion. So like this part here, I think we have better ones, but the point is we choose from some of these, seeing kind of how cool it looks when it does the landing. Focus on the face of the hunter. So all of that we should technically include before the end of the song, because otherwise it's like to add one more soundtrack after the other soundtrack just to continue more shots. There's a little bit of fatigue from that, and I need to move on with the rest of the storyline. So let's see, let's just kind of look through what are the key moments. And the thing is, like, yeah, we could speed it up so we can show it at normal speed, but then it takes away from like the really cool, the more epic elements of these shots. Because obviously in the slow motion, you can make out all the details, you can make out all the feathers that are rustling, or just see when it blinks. Not from this distance, but yeah, once it gets close. Good news is, I'm pretty confident we can delete all of this section. Now, when I say delete, just a quick side note, I'm deleting it from this vlog that I'll be posting on YouTube, but I like to do this thing on my YouTube channel, and you will see if you check out my channel, there's a playlist where I have more like cinematic wildlife in 4K. So I have a whole playlist. I think I have about 11 videos there. Each video should roughly be anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour or even longer. And that's where I take all the clips of usually like wildlife related animals, and I will do all the slow motion from whatever the theme is or from the trip, and I'll let all of it play out. And then I find some relaxing music to play throughout, and then it just becomes something you can throw on in the background. But all of my wildlife shots, so even all of these moments, anything that's nice, so even if we end up saying, you know what, we gotta, this eagle in flight is great, but it's too long, so we're gonna have to cut off a big chunk of it, it will still make it onto my YouTube and just in a different video. So yeah, it's not the end of the world to have to cut some of this out. This one we're going to remove the entire thing though. It's a nice moment, so let's bring that in with that one. That one was terrible. I did a bad job keeping track. Let's see if this one's good. It's a nice kind of like blurred and then showing, and we're starting to get a little bit of snowfall. So let's see. It might even look good from there, but no, maybe it's like roughly here. So we'll figure out where to cut, but we might be able to use some of this. Just gonna bring it with the other close-up shots. We don't need to use this. So I'm feeling a little bit better. I was a little nervous because I saw how many clips we still have left to review, but we're already seeing a bunch of these that we're not going to use. So we're not going to use any of this. Okay, what about the next shot? Okay, so here it's a bit blurry. Let's see if it turns epic. So this part right here can be cool if we have a little bit of blur and then show it going into focus into the landing. Sticks the landing, gives us a nice little pose. Arctic turns to look at me. How cool. So this could be nice. And we'll cut this up later as well. But for now, let me drag this guy over to the other sections. So we can delete that. Let's see if this is usable. So far the eagle is blurry, so I didn't catch the focus at this point. Right here, so as of this point it's starting to get in focus. So these are the potentially usable portion. But again, the sky's a little bit bland, but we're trying to see if it does a nice pose as it lands towards the hunter. Slightly blurry, and I was off. So I'm not feeling this one as much, but there might be a creative way to still show parts of this, like the landing part, to match up with the other landing shot that we have. So I am going to keep this. So what I mean is, like, let's say with this shot, we had, let's see, so it's landing more from the side. So imagine if we could match something like this part here with the landing moment there. So as it lands like this, can I then show from a different angle? And then I gotta find the right moment for it. So maybe the wing is closing a bit. Like I said, it's a possibility, but this shot is not like the best on its own anyway, so if anything, I just probably prefer the first one. But let's keep it for now just in case, just of the where it starts landing. We'll see if we can do some magic there. Perfect. So this one we can also probably just delete because it's mostly them just heading back down the mountain. And ain't nobody got time for that. Maybe we'll keep this one, possibly, but Okay, so we've made progress on this, but my new issue, new issue, I guess, but we still have more to go. That's the problem. So yes, now we've figured out some of the key elements of the kind of eagle in flight that we want to smush into this section. And how much time do we have? So we've already condensed this part here. So from this, yeah, from when she starts kicking in her songs, that's at 6 minutes and 40 seconds roughly. We gotta fit all of this. But we have more, right? We had the horse riding shots, which are... And the question is, do I just let it play in the next chapter, kind of, or when the soundtrack ends? Or should we just go ahead and play it? Where are those clips? These clips. So let me bring these forward and see if there's a way to play them. And these are 60 frames. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to slow these guys down. So because I shot the 60 frames per second, I can slow it to 40% of its original speed, because we are using a 24 frames per second timeline. And so that is just the quick maths. You just do 24 divided by 60, and that will allow you to slow down your footage without getting the jittery, like, you know, glitchy type shots. Alright, let's review all of our clips at slow motion. So my thought was, like, I would like to be able to show all of this while we still have the same soundtrack. But the soundtrack is not long enough, and we don't have enough time. Well, we will try our best. Again, it's mainly because the goal is I don't want this video to be way too long. And also, I don't want to have a second soundtrack I have to put after the end of the first one. That's all about the kind of dramatic feel. I want a little pause. We saw something dramatic, then it should die down a bit as we cool down and prepare for the next adventure. So probably all of these scenes won't make it. As nice as it could be, yeah. Hello, Loki. You... Oh my god. How do I say this? Lock use dots. Lock use dots, what's up, what's up? Thanks for saying hello, and thanks for saying it from Twitch. I apologize, I'm still new to everything. Twitch, Kick, and YouTube streaming. So I'm trying my best to learn as much as possible. I mentioned, like, one of the agenda items today was to learn how to use emotes. We'll push that for another day. But if you're just tuning in, you're watching me edit my upcoming YouTube video. This is a travel vlog from my time in Mongolia, and that's essentially what I do full time. I travel, focus mostly on wildlife and kind of just like safaris or other types of adventurous things. I'm a photographer, but I've switched over to videography over the past 2 to 2.5 years, and I started YouTube about a year ago. And I'm not traveling for the rest of the year, so I'm using this time to edit all my footages. I've got about 100 terabytes plus in terms of footage to go through, about 10 to 12 international trips from the past 1.5 years, and we're on a trip from February of 2024. So we do have about, yeah, we got a lot more to do. So I figured if I'm staying at home working on these videos, and I have all the gear necessary to go on a live stream, why not? So that's what you're watching me do. We're on day 11 of streaming every day in a row, and I'm using each of these streams to basically make progress on these videos, answer questions, hopefully learn from people, as we have done throughout today as well. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. You said I meant to put lock US edits. Oh, edits. No, is that right? Oh, and thank you for following me on Twitch. Thank you very much. I need to hit some kind of metric, which I haven't paid attention to, but I do appreciate the follow. I think I need like X number of followers to actually get some of the other features, so thank you. And I'll make sure to follow you. If it sounds like you're a video editor, that's awesome. Can I just follow you straight from this click? Cool, cool. If you also stream, that's awesome, man. So you said you're a video editor and a video marketer, like Loki's. Okay, okay. Sorry, my brain is completely rotting, but it's already rotting from. I never get people's names right, anyways, so it's just a double whammy. A video marketer and editor. Nice. Do you use DaVinci, or what do you normally use for your video editing? For myself, I started doing Final Cut for a little bit when I was creating some of my Instagram reels, and then I switched over to DaVinci about a year and a half, 2 years ago, when I started traveling more with the intent of doing vlogs. And with the camera gear that I have, I shoot with a Nikon Z9 primarily, and then also as a secondary camera I have a Nikon Z6 III, and they shoot in this kind of raw proprietary format as part of Nikon's format, and DaVinci is the only one I think at this time that can actually read it. And so that got me on this whole rabbit hole of learning DaVinci, and I've been enjoying it, so that's what we're on. You use Premiere Pro? Nice. I would love to see if I can learn it now with a bit more of the knowledge that I have. But when I first opened up Premiere Pro like several years back, when I wasn't really a videographer or anything like that, it was like opening up Photoshop for me, where it didn't make any sense. It wasn't intuitive. Photoshop has never been intuitive for me. I'm a Lightroom user. So, but I do know Premiere Pro is the one that everyone stands by as being like probably the most robust of all the video programs out there. But for DaVinci, at least for my needs, I don't do crazy editing. I don't need as much of those kind of like After Effect related stuff. I tend to just do more natural edits just because of the nature of what I shoot, being like travel vlog stuff. But yeah, DaVinci is supposed to be good for the color grading. I don't know how it compares to Premiere Pro, but I know that's how I started really enjoying DaVinci, is the colors do pop. You said, for me, it took 3 full days to learn, and I'm still learning how to use it. I don't even know how to use green screen yet. Hey, that's good. If it only took you 3 days to learn it, damn, you learn much faster than I do. I'm very much a slow and methodical learner. I am a practical learner. I need to just keep practicing with real examples. Theory goes right over my head. So yeah, I do have a green screen somewhere. It's packed up somewhere in one of my bags, but alright, so in terms of usable clips, I think it might be this one. So let me drag this forward. We're just going to ignore all the clips of when he's riding away from the camera because we don't have enough time. So we do have a few options here. We got riding from that direction. We got riding from this direction. Now, realistically, I think... okay, you said you're using music on your edit, right? Yeah, exactly, I am. So I had switched over to a soundtrack that was a little bit more adventurous here. Let me turn off the background music. So basically, in terms of our scene here, we had this moment. And I'm trying to use more like Mongolian music. We're trying to see if we can make it go throughout the whole video. So then I was using this soundtrack because it has a little bit more of like a horse galloping cadence to it. And so we're using it as we see me prep, get on the horse. Oh yeah, let me turn up the volume a bit. And then here is where I'm stuck because I want to I want to cram all these epic shots into, how much time do we got from here? 6:30 into about 4 minutes, let's say, which sounds very doable. But the problem is I have a lot of these kind of slow motion shots, right? And these slow motion shots, for obvious reasons, require a lot more time to really digest. But maybe I just have to make the sacrifice, cut up some parts of this so that we have time to show some of the other elements, which is probably what I'm going to do. So, you said I really want to share you the university I go to, but the man who runs it is hated by many men. Yikes. I don't know what that means, man. But what do you mean you want to share your university? As in, like, if you're saying it's because it's like known for different, technical vocations or something. I don't know the first thing about video editing. I didn't study it formally. It's just something I watched a lot of YouTube videos and Google and just practice. But so yeah, I'm not exactly sure what you mean about why you want to share your university. Also, I can't really even guess who you mean. Who is a person that is hated by many men? You gotta be a bit more specific than that. I'm trying to think. A university president or whatever you call them, hated by many men. Beats me, man. But I'll take this time to kind of, in case you just tuned in. Oh, that guy, Andrew Tate. Yeah, I know of him. I know he comes out. I live in Dubai. I know he pops in and out at times. But yeah, no comments. I'm trying my best. I try not to be too. I'm trying not to be controversial. So I won't necessarily, unless someone asks me and there's a reason to. I probably won't go into like politics too much or, things like that. I do, pay attention to the news. I do watch a lot of just the craziness that goes on. But I would like to keep the point of this channel to be focused more on just like creative efforts, artistic stuff, things like that. But listen, no judgment. As long as you're respectful in the chat, as long as you feel inspired by whatever I'm sharing, and if you inspire me, perfect. That's the community I'm looking to build. I want to show you, and anyone else tuning in, let me show you the trailer that we've got for the first episode of our Mongolia travel vlog. I've set a timer for about 3 days for us to finish this. So we got some ways to go. This took me about 9 days. So if you ever catch up on some of my VODs, whether it's on Twitch, Kick, or on YouTube, you'll be able to kind of see the progress. And I do at some point want to make like a time lapse and show you guys how we went from an empty canvas to the final product. So anyways, let me play this. It's not in its full form. There's going to be a lot of things we still make changes on, but yeah, it's pretty epic. So let me go ahead and put this on, and let me make sure the audio is good. Cool. And then the chapter starts. I won't necessarily play much of it. Here, maybe I'll do a little bit, but I just gotta turn down the sound, or not the soundtracks, my bad. I gotta turn down the ambient sound a bit. And also, since you're new, these are the real stars of my channel. This one's Nala over here, and Kimbap is chilling over there. I've got a second camera, which I need to adjust a little bit better, find a good position for it so people can see. But yeah, they're the main stars here. Okay, but anyways, in terms of the video, and you said his university has a campus where people learn to edit. That's cool. That's a good service. I think learning how to handle a camera, both for photo and video, is such a valuable skill set, especially in this day and age, especially if you are a, what is it called, Gen Z or Gen Alpha or whatever it might be. Those areas, like, if you know how to handle a camera, everything is about media these days. So, yeah. What did I want to do? I wanted to reduce the volume of these guys, and then let's just watch a bit of this. So we got the chapter 1 where it's like touchdown. I'm using soundtracks throughout. And I do spend a lot of time trying to make sure I use audio soundtracks that fit the mood. Yeah, generally speaking. You said, here's a tip I learned in the past. Remember to cut to the beat like the scene changes when there's a new beat. Yeah, exactly. I think that's... Let's see. Let me read what you said again. I'm a slow processor. I learned in the past. Remember to cut to the beat like the scene changes when there's a new beat. Yes. That's something I do quite regularly. If you ever go onto my Instagram, the reels, I spend a lot of time with each of those reels where I'm like trying to synchronize the beats to whatever moments. So I do enjoy doing that. It's a lot of work, So even in this clip, as you're watching, or in the trailer you might have seen, I do try to synchronize to the key beats in the music. So then here as well, each of those beats, I'm like keeping an eye on it. And then we'll keep refining as we go back and forth to make sure I stick with the mood of the soundtrack, leveraging the beats as the main kind of like the skeleton, let's say. And then what's missing from this so far is, well, there's a lot missing still, but the voiceover, we're going to work on the scripting on the side as well. But this is chapter 1 where I show kind of how we land, I give a bit of context. So even something as simple as that, right? So there's a big drum beat there, and I just decided to switch to a blackout and then jump back in. But I also, I'm curious, I'm going to just call you Loki from now on, unless you give me a different name. But I'm curious, Loki, if you heard otherwise in your university. But one thing I just enjoy doing, I don't want to be always on the beat in the sense that I don't want it to be uniform. I don't want every clip to be the same duration. So at times I might try to defy expectations. So if you're expecting this shot was this beat, that means the next one has to be that same. But then here I made it actually like double the length. So just to kind of still make things feel a bit dynamic. And then here, just quicker shots. So I'm still going on a rigid structure of going by beats, but they don't always have to be the same. You know, let's say if there's like 4 beats in the soundtrack, it doesn't always have to be 1 1 1 1. It might be 1 1 2, or like, you know, something that's double the length, or like 1 3. Yeah. Then we talked about the chapter 2. And we still need to do a lot of editing in terms of each of the individual clips, stabilizing it further, zooming in, adding a bit of effects to them, color grading a bit more. Well, we're not there yet. And then we'll go into introducing the crew, the camera gear that I'm traveling with, including the Insta360, the action cameras. Then we continue on our journey. And then we talk about meeting Arduk, the eagle hunter. So this will be the brunt of our journey. So I spend most of my time with Arduk at his house, and we go eagle hunting. We go, you know, out into nature. So this is the chapter we're working on now. So the big struggle being, how do I condense everything that's happened into like a 4-minute piece. And then, yeah, this is where we stopped. And that's when I had the realization that I have way too many clips, so we need to start cutting down on them. So even this part we might need to remove. We might, yeah, let me think. I need some kind of transition. So I can't just hop right into the shot of the eagle, because that might look bizarre. So I think I do need to keep even like a clip like this where you can see, oh yeah, that's their eagle. It's now on the ground as opposed to on their arms. So then it can feel a little bit more fluid, I guess, when it jumps into just seeing the eagle on its own. Nala, what are you doing? Come on, girl. Be careful. Loki, you're asking, how much money do you need to live in Dubai? Ooh, that's a good question, man. I can't really give a good... Well, okay, can you answer, roughly speaking, do you live in like one of the major cities? I don't know if you're from the States, but do you live in like a New York City type place, or like a San Francisco? You don't have to go into more detail, but I'll kind of compare it based off of that. Because in my prior life, I lived in San Francisco, and I have friends in New York City, Miami, and everywhere else. But generally, I would say it's actually cheaper to live in Dubai than it is in San Francisco, New York City, because housing. Okay, you're in a small town in Michigan. Compared to Michigan, probably not. Compared to the big cities, Dubai is cheaper, and it also just depends on how you live your life. So let's say San Francisco, New York City. This is like, let's call it like whatever, 7 years ago, and I think it still holds true now. But even back then, housing, you could find a place in Dubai that's brand new, twice the size, at half the rent of what you could pay in San Francisco, New York City. So quality of living is like much better from that alone. I'll just go full cam as we talk, but so yeah, you can live in twice the space, half the rent cost compared to the big cities of San Francisco, New York City. And then there's that whole, what is it called? The Big Mac index. So if at any point you want to just like look up, they use the Big Mac as a way to kind of reference how expensive is food. So they'll look all over the world and see like, what is the cost of a Big Mac in New York City versus Spain, versus this place. And if you look at Dubai, it was actually quite low. Like, just to have average food, or just like have fast food, let's say, or cheap food, it's actually pretty cheap. But obviously, there's fine dining in Dubai. Things do get expensive if you like to go shopping, if you like alcohol. Alcohol is expensive here. But then in other ways, like if you have a car, I don't need a car. I work from home, or I travel when I do travel. And when I was in corporate, my company was like just minutes away, so I would just take an Uber to work every time, or the train. Yeah, gas is cheap, right? You're in the middle of like oil territory, right? So that's cheap. And then, yeah, like groceries can be cheap. Like there's so many groceries out here. There's a really, like in terms of ethnicities, there's a huge diversity of people out here. And so different types of food options. Yeah, so as long as depends on the way you live your life. If you're trying to go clubbing or go to the bars or do, go on dates in like big fancy restaurants, then yeah, you burn through money quickly. Yeah. So you don't have to be rich to live there, or you do? Because Tristan and Andrew say you got to be rich to live there. No, listen, I'm not gonna. Well, not just a Tristan and Andrew thing. Just in general, when you see anyone who's like considered an influencer, including me, but I'm nowhere at that level, just always have like a grain of salt in terms of what people say. And because you can imagine there's a brand associated with anyone that's a large influencer like that, especially controversial ones like them. So they probably want to sell something. They want to sell a message, a lifestyle, all that kind of stuff. No, you do not have to be rich to live there by any means. And if anything, most people who live in Dubai are not rich. If you think about the demographics, I think like 90-something% of people who live in Dubai are expats. And when you think expats, you're like, oh wow, that must be like Western people. It's like, no. A lot of people are there for like labor jobs, blue collar jobs. I think the majority of, or plurality, I'm not sure which word to use here, but there's a big percentage of people from India, Pakistan, parts of Africa, Philippines, and then Americans is like a tiny fraction. And then a lot of people from like Western Europe or Central Europe as well, Central Asia. It's a really diverse place, but unless you're someone who works in corporate, yeah, most people are not necessarily wealthy. And then when you do work here as, let's say, in a white collar job, you don't actually have to be rich because Dubai doesn't have taxes. So as an American, I still have to pay taxes to a certain extent, but is nowhere like when I lived in any of the big cities in the States. So you have virtually zero income tax for the most part. There's very low sales tax in general for like things you purchase. It's a small place. It's not a quote unquote city, but like Dubai is very, very small. So like I said, I just Uber when I need to, and you can get to the other end within like 30 minutes. You said if you have a Bugatti, you can live there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Eudora. Yeah, if you have a but if you wanted a Bugatti, you can probably get one in Dubai at a better rate than other places, because cars are, I guess, relatively cheap. And again, like I said, gas is cheap. So yeah, don't believe everything you hear. People, especially online, content creators, oftentimes we are trying to pitch a lifestyle, and the reality is always something in the middle, right? Something in between. But yeah, I know a lot of people here who are definitely not rich, but they're still making it do. You know, I have some friends who are like, you know, DJs or models, and you know, it looks glamorous, but there's a lot of hard work involved, and it's not like you automatically become rich from it. There's a lot of people who work as like real estate agents out here, but that's really tough as well. You have a lot of people who are flight attendants, because you have some, you know, it's one of the major international hubs. And yeah, trust me, you don't make good money doing that unless you're in that industry a long time and you get promoted to a certain extent. Yeah, Adora, you said the 2017 Bugatti, those prints will laugh at you. Yeah, man, don't get me wrong, there is a crazy amount of wealth in Dubai. So do you have to be rich to live there? Not necessarily. Will you find people who are like rich with the capital RICH? Like, hells yeah, compared to the States. Yeah, for sure. And there are princes and princesses everywhere. How much is a one bedroom? So I live in a one bedroom, and generally speaking, the range, it just depends where in Dubai you're living. I'm trying to think in terms of a monthly. It can be like, let's call it anywhere from, I've lived in basically in the same apartment, not this one, but in a former apartment, I paid initially, I think, let's call it like, I'm just gonna throw a number out there, don't take it for granted, but it's like, it was about 1,000 square feet, you know, one bedroom, 1.5 bathrooms, balcony, and pretty spacious, like floor to ceiling, wall to wall windows, just so it felt spacious. And in that apartment, I think when I first moved in, I was probably paying roughly 2,400, let's call it, I don't know, 2,400 a month, let's call it that. I could be off by several hundred, but something in that range. And then every year I was there, I was actually able to negotiate the rate of the rent price down to the point where it kept going down, and then at its lowest was when COVID hit, and I was paying, I think it was like 1,700 a month for the same unit, right? For that same size and everything. So to have rent go down is it's like a foreign concept for anyone living in San Francisco, New York City, and all that, LA, wherever else. So is that expensive? I mean, like, and it could be cheaper too. Like, so don't get me wrong. This was like, even then, it was good quality for that range, and you can find much more expensive at much higher luxury, but then you also can find much, much cheaper, but still retaining a lot of the space and everything else. It just depends where in Dubai you want to live. But yeah, 1,000 square feet, I think that's the right unit of measurement I should use. But yeah, like, so where you see me right now, it's a one bedroom. It's kind of like a two bathroom technically, because I have a one bathroom and then I have a smaller bathroom, but it might be the same size actually. And both bathrooms have a shower and toilet and everything. I don't know why they included that, but yeah, so let's call it a one bedroom, two bathroom. I have a little bit of a storage room, and then I have my bedroom and a double balcony. So like pretty decent size. It's a brand new building. I'm the first one to move in here. So yeah, like no complaints all around. You need minimum 750. Yeah, exactly. And that is definitely possible in Dubai, but it just depends where in Dubai you want to live and if you have roommates and all the above. But yeah, like for a studio, I think a studio, even in this building, let me see real quick. I'm just doing some quick maths here. What is 15,000 divided by 12? $12.50. Okay, so you can find a studio in like these kind of buildings for like $12.50 a month, and you definitely could find it for cheaper. So $7.50 is achievable. Just depends where you are and all that fun stuff. But yeah, it doesn't compare to parts of Asia like Vietnam or Indonesia, stuff like that. But yeah, Loki, hopefully, if you're still here, hopefully I answered your questions in this little bit of a break that we took from our video editing. But yes, you do not have to be rich. There's a lot of misconceptions about Dubai, both good and bad, right? But generally speaking, I would say it's comfortable living, depending on your circumstances. If you come out here with like an international, like expat type, like white collar job, for sure life can become very, very comfortable here. Everything is very, very convenient, and a lot of it changed with Dubai. With COVID, but Dubai is also a fairly young place, right? I keep wanting to say country, but it's like an emirate, right? So it's like in between a city and a country almost, I guess. But Dubai is only like 50 to 60 years old in terms of the history, and it's very fast developing. There's a lot of empty land that they just keep building on top of. They've got all this money that they're using on all kinds of projects. Some of them fail, a lot of them do succeed. There's a lot of crazy, skyscrapers and whatever else you can imagine. But everything is fast. If I order groceries, I can order groceries, electronics, pharmacy stuff, whatever, and I can have it delivered to me like in 10-15 minutes sometimes, just because the number of grocery stores, the number of the kind of like the workers who are literally on bikes and going back and forth quickly on the roads. So yeah. Edora, were you there when there were cludes? What is a clude? Is that a drug or something? Cludes. Sealudes. Have I heard that term before? Sealudes? Oh, floods. Okay, I'm completely off. Yes, I was there for the flood, the one that everyone points to, that went viral online. That was back in 2024, April of 2024, I believe, because I think I had just come back from my Uganda trip. I took a few clients out there, and I filmed a little bit of it from my balcony, and it was insane. But yeah, I was just indoors the whole time, because at that point I was just working from home. But then my buddies were telling me like all the roads were closed, everything was flooded. There was the viral clip of one of those, I think it was like a Fly Dubai or an Emirates plane that looked like it turned into a boat because of the height of the water. But yeah, those are some crazy times for sure. Dubai does not know how to handle water. But yeah. Anyways, there was our little break from editing. I'm looking at the time. It is 9:37 p.m. My God, and we do have a lot more to do here. But I think we made good progress. The question becomes, do I want to edit some photos? We've also kind of edited most of the photos we needed to. Let me take one more look through this section here and see if there's some things we can tighten up. And then otherwise, I think I might be done editing for the day, but let's see. So in terms of order here, I think this kind of makes sense still. Now, obviously I need to zoom in a bit. We can see a little bit of the edge pop up. All of this is fine. Okay, so then here I just need to figure out what's the best strategy. I was saying I need a transition shot of showing the eagle, but still kind of in its with the hood on. It's still near the horse and the rider, so it's not just some wild eagle that we're watching all of a sudden. So maybe this part here. And then before we go there, so maybe we just use this part. This one won't survive. These won't survive. So I think all of this will have to go. But before I delete it, let me just drop the ones we know for sure we can't use. Because that is a cool shot for what it's worth. I can see I'd zoom in on it. So maybe we use this, but let's just see what we can and can't use. So these are much cleaner shots that I feel like we should probably prioritize. It's closer, cleaner. I'm just gonna randomly clip some parts, but this section of it for sure is better because now we get a bit better separation from the background. It's a bit more eye level. And I have to take solace in that even if I end up cutting all this out, like I said, I will have another YouTube video where I will show this all the way without any cuts. So I think if I use multiple segments, it would be from the very beginning, then from the side, so some element of this, and then jumping towards the end of it with the clean background. Maybe just this section here. And then when it turns its head. Okay, let's see what else. I'll drop these down. Maybe just this part right there. When it does a little hop. I might have to play this in normal speed. And then we probably need this, so let's see. We got a tall order here. But it looks a little bit more doable, because now we got what? We still got half of the song left. And we still need to show a little bit more of the flying shots where it lands. And then we need to show some of the riding shots. Which we only have... I guess we only have 2? No. Potentially these ones as well. So let me zoom in on this guy. So the hope is I have something like this over here. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, really, these two are probably more than enough to pull from for the riding shots. And the question is, do we want to use anything from the group shots? Let's see. It's kind of nice. I can even use this and then jump into a close-up of this guy. I mean, technically it's already there, but I think I might have better ones, so. Alright, so the good news is we don't need all of that, we just need Maybe from like here. We'll cut out the rest. What about this one? Okay, so this one they kind of split up a bit. So the question is there anything good from this shot? It looks so dramatic. I like it. I think it's the one where the eagle kind of flipped over. Let's see. Now, what I like about this shot, I don't know if maybe I'm just noticing it or maybe it's wrong. Yeah, so the cool thing about this shot is that this is when the eagle doesn't have the hood over its face. So it is a slightly more unique shot because we're finally seeing the eagle kind of being able to look around and do its thing. So like I said, I want to do justice to all of these potential clips. So then I gotta, of these 4 clips, I have to find a way to trim it down. Let's bring it forward. What is this clip? Yeah, we don't need that. Whoops. Alright, I'm just dragging all the, most likely not using, all the clips we're not going to use, I'm just dragging out of the way of the timeline. Okay, so here's our challenge. Can I get through flight shots of the eagle, flight shots when it lands, some close-ups of the 2 of them, as well as riding shots, the epic portions of it? Can we fit it into here? Well, might as well try. You know what? I'm in the mood to keep, even though it's late, it's 9:50 p.m. Instead of editing 3 photos, maybe we'll just focus on this for a little bit longer. I am in the mood to crack the code here. I want to figure this out. Before I do that, I want to motivate myself with the trailer again to give me the juice. I got, exactly, Adora, I got that dog in me. I got the eagle in me. I got the Mongolian horse. But I need to motivate. Let's watch this epic trailer together in this mode. All right, here we go. Hells yeah. Hells yeah. Good motivation. Alright, we want that quality for the entire video. That is the real challenge. But we do have, I mean, for this section, I mean, it's a good problem to have, right? We got some of the coolest clips to work with. And maybe the answer is I need to just get comfortable doing some speed ramps and just have that slow shot and then speed it up, speed it up. Actually, yeah, that is the that is the answer. So it'd be something like show it slow and have it go faster and then slow it down again, faster and slow it down. And then just figure out how many beats and then we'll map it to those beats. And I'm just so I just don't know how to use DaVinci's speed ramps, speed adjustment stuff very well. It is a me problem and I do need to keep improving. So this is a good challenge. This is a good opportunity to keep working with that. But I think that might be the answer. That way I don't have to keep cutting out parts that I don't want to. So we'll do 100% speed, go back to 20%, boom, boom, boom. That probably means we don't need this clip anymore. I'll put it in the back burner because the last bit, it does look at the camera. But now, since we're going to end with we're going to continue, there's no reason for the eagle to land. The eagle has not landed because we're going to watch it land on the hunter. So I can even cut it, or I guess I can speed up the part where it's blurry. So I can go slow, and then this part where it's blurry, just speed it up until it gets sharp again here. And then I need to cut it before it gets blurry again, so somewhere here. Potentially. Alright, but we're jumping the gun here. We need to cut this part first. So we said this. Let me see if I can stabilize this guy to get rid of that shake there. Okay. I do like this clip. It's just okay, so we'll keep it. Let's see. And we'll cut it here. Start from the beginning. Okay, we might not even use this clip at all then. So let's see. I'm not sure why I'm struggling with this guy. Okay, maybe that's better. Now, one thing I might do... Okay, we'll think about it for later. Because I was going to say, in these two clips, the eagle is facing to the left, and then this one is to the right. So I might just go ahead and do a flip. And the question is, for which clip do we do that flip to? do the flip later so I don't get distracted. I can probably cut these even more. This one. Yeah, we'll cut it even more. So something like this. Let's find the best moment of this. Let's see if this works. Might extend this a bit. Too many clips, too many clips. And the flight, we haven't even got to the main flight part yet, so. In terms of the music, that kind of ended nicely, like almost there, but I still feel I need to cut out more, possibly. Well, let's just try. So it goes like. So imagine if we. Again, I'm definitely going to cut more, but I just want to see how it feels when it landed right on the... Almost. So obviously the soundtrack, there's some new vocals added in, and that could be a good transition point. So like maybe that means I need to end this eagle shot at around there. Right there. Okay, so that's what we gotta fit all this in there at least, and potentially even more. So yeah, if I let it play all the way through without speeding it up at all, this kind of edit could work. But my current hang up is that we've clipped up a bunch of the wildlife shots here in short fashion, and then all of a sudden I got this bang up like super long one, and now I might have trained my audience to actually expect shorter clips and then get bored with the long one potentially. Idora, you said you're almost done with the revisions. Nice. All right, we're all being productive here. That's good. Because then technically this is another pause right here. So there's another world where I actually need to smush all of these clips to end earlier, and then from here to this next marker I need to somehow smush some of those shots where you see it landing, like these kind of shots. I need to insert that within this section, which means then from this second marker is when we do the whole riding scene. So it's a bit more of a transition. So right here. So when that soundtrack kicks in, it's more of this style, I guess. Yeah, so then we switch gears over to this kind of stuff. Idori, you said you're about to eat. I'll be back if you're still on. I should be quick, but I'll be okay. No worries, man. No worries. I appreciate you tuning in at any point. There is a chance I will be on longer than I should because I haven't eaten all day except for coffee and Mason Perrier and some of that veggie straws. But I just really want to crush through this. I feel like we're at the cusp of greatness. Why not? But not really. But I think as I think this out loud, or as I think this through out loud, I think what I'm saying makes sense. And the key thing is I need to keep cutting and cutting and cutting. Attention span is short, keep that in mind. And we'll leave the really slow motion cinematic without edits for the other YouTube video I'll work on. But for the vlog, we gotta crunch the numbers, right? So from here, fast, 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 boom. This is the only long one to set the scene. Maybe this one. So what that means is we could use some of the other clips. So I could use this clip. To here maybe? I see something. If I was a better editor, I think I could make it work. Okay, so that's an option, and another option is... Let me just cut this up a bit. Yeah, that works too, but one thing I might change now is the direction. So we got eagles looking left, eagles looking left. Now we're gonna switch these two to also look left, as well as the other two. Switcheroo, and with left. So everything will go left. I mean, we could do the other way too, but let's just see how this looks. And now our new challenge is how can I fit this entire thing within the marker there. And we want the video to go all the way until this part, basically this part here somewhere, before it gets blurry. So like right here, okay. So we got to get that all the way inside this first blue marker. The thought I have right now is I need to listen it from here to there, and I have to see how many clean. I don't know music language. That's a problem. I need to hear how many clean segments I guess there are, and then if I can follow those segments where I will constantly speed up for a bit, and then slow it back down, speed it up, slow it back down, speed it up, slow it back down in a uniform way. So let's listen and see. I'm going to start from a little bit earlier. Okay, so from here. I gotta listen to it again. I was mixing up the background music with this. That one there. One more here. One more there. Okay. There are like 3 cuts, I think, within this where I can potentially speed it up before that little bass sound. Whatever that, like, I don't know what you would call it. But the deep sound that we heard, I think I heard 3 of them inside of this that we can potentially use to speed up the shot. So let's see, if we go like this. Oh, and then just to make my life easier, let me move this out of the way for now. Let me drop this down. Okay. Wish me luck. Right there, that's the first one. So I need to add a speed point here. And then let's see if we can make this go all the way to 100%. Let's see if I'm doing this correctly. Possibly, possibly. That did not look good. So what do I need to change? Okay, let's try again. So if I can add a speed point around here, and if I can make everything inside of this be super fast, like 100% speed, kind of like that, but okay, there might be more moments I need to do. Okay, we're just gonna try, you know, what's the harm in trying, right? So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna add one more here and another one somewhere here, and we're gonna speed up that part to, I don't know, let's call it 75%. We'll change it to smooth. What is this? Ooh, that's a freeze frame. Oh, hence the snowflake. It's a freeze. Okay, I can use that for later. I needed that. Okay, but anyways, what we wanted to focus on is this section. Let's switch to smooth and see if it does anything different. Kind of. So I think 75% is probably okay. At this point, I'm just kind of randomly throwing in speed points and hoping for the best. God help me. Maybe that's the answer. I just need to throw in so many speed points. This is such a bad idea. I'm about to regret all of this, but... %75%. Even then, I have to do more? My God. I'm butchering this. Well, let's see. This is like I said, I'm hoping at some point we'll have a whole community of video editors and someone will tell me exactly what to do. The general idea is there, right? It is kind of doing what I want it to do, but I have to do it. I want it to do it where I want it to do it. Gaynor Monument. Why do you post this content? I don't know. Or why or where? I have answers to both, but for why, it's a hypothesis. So I tend to travel quite often for what I do. For the past 2 years, I've been off of corporate and I've been doing a lot of professional photography, videography. I take people around the world. So I've been organizing tours, like workshops, mostly for wildlife safaris, things like that. I've done some honeymoon trip as well, more recently. And then, yeah, when I'm not traveling, as I'm not for the rest of the year, ideally, I am sitting in front of this computer as you're seeing me, editing my photos and videos. And I started YouTube about a year back and I am trying to build it up. It's only maybe like more a year and a half at this point, but it is a passion of mine. I want to keep learning how to be a video editor as well as photography and all that, but basically a storyteller is my main goal. And I figured if I'm in front of the computer all the time when I'm home, I have all the gear, the lighting, the cameras, because I needed to build my YouTube channel. Why not go ahead and flip a switch and live stream as well? I'm used to talking nonstop for hours from my previous job and from talking to any of my friends, they would say as much. So I was like, let's go ahead and see if I have the endurance for it. Let's see if there is an audience of people who might be interested in seeing the behind the scenes of how do we actually create the final product. And even if they don't, I might as well do it because all of it's going to be recorded. I can use it for future YouTube videos, like a time lapse of showing an empty canvas and then eventually getting to the final product. And then hopefully we'll find people who are interested in this, and there's a community of photographers and videographers, and we can learn from each other, grow it as more than a niche on these live stream platforms. Your work is beautiful. I'm just more curious what the idea behind the live streams. Oh, appreciate it. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. The idea behind the live streams, yeah, hopefully I just answered it. I talk a lot. I have the energy for it. I have fun stories as well. So hopefully as we kind of grow the channels, I do hope. Oh, thank you very much, Nargin604. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Awesome. I am only 11 days old on Twitch and Kick, so all of those follows are much appreciated. And also YouTube as well. YouTube is my longer baby in the sense that I've been doing it for longer, but it's only been 11 days since I've been doing these live streams. Yeah, so I talk a lot. I have the energy for it. I would love to see if there are people I can teach as well, right? Slowly I'm trying to be better at teaching how I edit. I'm by no means someone you should listen to. I didn't go to any kind of like technical training or do schooling for this. This is all very much from watching YouTube videos, going to trips and shooting for myself and seeing what works. But also I would love to meet other creative people who can inspire me and likewise. But yes, hopefully you'll find some value in this, Gaynor. And if you don't, I'm also open to all sorts of feedback as long as it's productive on things that you might suggest that I should be doing differently. But yeah, so far it's been 11 days straight that I've been doing this. It's been fun chatting with the people who pop in and out. And I do see potential. I do see that this is something that, as long as I don't run out of content, and hopefully if I keep improving in terms of being a personality, let's say, then why should I stop? I think there's room here. Unfortunately, you might be watching some of the edits here that it's not as polished, but the goal is, if I can crack through this for, I set a timer. So if you look over here, I've got a little timer. I had set a goal of 2 weeks to finish this video for my YouTube channel. Let's say we solve it, we get it all done before then, or roughly around that time. I publish the video on YouTube. I'm still a small channel on YouTube, so that's not really the litmus test, but like, let's say I do it, and we've been able to use this live stream to show what it looks like from start to finish, to create that video, and people see the final product. I can point people to it, and if people appreciate it, I can also point people to the live stream and be like, check out the VODs, and you can actually see how that process was. Yeah, then I think I can keep proving that out for the next video and the next video. And hopefully as the channel grows, as the community grows, also I'll learn from everyone else in terms of good ideas on how to keep making the next video better and better. So I should never hit like a ceiling, is my hope. Because with the community, hopefully we'll attract other creatives who can also teach me things. Like for instance, today we learned a wonderful lesson that apparently I am very, very cliche, and I use that one font that every designer apparently knows except for me. I'm not a designer, but everyone knew you're not supposed to use Papyrus as a font for anything you ever do. It's like, I guess, second most hated font in the world. And I just kind of instinctively used it for my first vlog video. So we got flamed a bit at the earlier part of this stream. But we learned from people in the chat, so I've improved as such. Thank you, Adora, for that, and also Maple. Gaynor, you mentioned very interesting. Thank you for this. This is how I learned to edit. Sharing stuff like this is amazing. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what I was hoping to do. I know not everyone has the endurance or the patience to be able to watch all of these start to finish. I don't expect people to, but if you have the free time, and if you happen to pop in while I'm editing a key element, and I am trying to always share my thoughts, so no matter what I'm working on, there ideally shouldn't be too much dead air. I'm literally just spewing whatever's on my mind straight onto the microphone, into the camera. So then you'll have my thought process of why I decide to do this, for good and for bad. And if I have some time, or I would love to have at some point, if I do end up getting a video editor, I would love for someone to be able to create chapters in my video so that I could segment. If I have like an 8-hour stream, it should be a little bit easier for people to jump to the different sections, especially if they want to learn from key parts. So right now, I wouldn't take anything I'm doing. I wouldn't process and retain anything I'm doing right now, because I am absolutely butchering this clip in a way that I know is not proper, but I don't know DaVinci well enough yet in terms of finding a way to do this any better, because basically I'm trying to add in key areas where I speed up the video so that I can squish this video even more to end on this blue marker, and it's not easy, I'm finding out. So I'm at this point just kind of in this I don't care anymore mode, and I'm randomly adding in speed points, and I'm randomly speeding up parts, and hoping that we can get to a point where we get it to match. We're not even close. But there was one speed there that was good, one that was bad. So this was bad here. It was way too fast. But then this part was good. So both of these I sped up by 75%, but it was more the length of these points. So maybe if I can I delete this one? I cannot. I think at this point I might just need to undo all of this. I'm hoping I have enough undo actions. I gotta count my loss. I think that was the loss. So, forget all that. What to do? So we got a 20% clip in terms of speed. The initial idea was, let's try to be a little bit more methodical. So I go here, 20% speed. And then maybe up till to here maybe. Maybe I have to do it by the visual. So if I say I want it to speed up until it gets to this part of the flight, and then here I can speed it up, let's say whatever it is. Let's call it like 60%. How does that look? It's not bad. And then maybe this section, let's speed it up also. So maybe it's like 40%. No. Oh, but then we can hit smooth. Let's see if that helps. Not really. Let's add another one. Smooth, and let's do 60% again, maybe. I mean, it's like, it's not too bad, but it's not too good either. So, all right, let's see. Somehow I'm getting the timing of the beats down though, and I don't think that's intentional. I wasn't intending to, but somehow, I don't know if you guys can hear, but there's a little bit of like that. For the life of me, I don't know the term you use for that kind of that bass tone that you hear coming through at times, but somehow it does slow down at each of those moments so far. So you hear it right here, and then right here. But that wasn't by design, it's just a matter of sheer dumb luck. Okay, can I add one all the way over here and somehow have that be super fast? What if we go like 85% speed? That's like way too much, obviously. What to do? What to do? Okay, I'm getting the hang of it a bit, but it's just the clip is so long. And I need to cut it up even more somehow. And I guess it might not be possible without doing some super fast. Alright, we'll try extreme mode. So it goes 20%. What if we make this like 100%? And then make it go until the beat. If we can delete this beat somehow. But then increase this to 100%. No, that's not what I wanted. I need to somehow delete this guy. Or you know what, we can make this 100% as well. Nope. How do I delete? This needs to be 20%. I just want this to be 100%. Can you please do that for me? And don't, okay, maybe if I did, don't ripple timeline. I'm about to, I don't know what, but this might be something we leave for tomorrow. How about that? I think I'm throwing in the towel for this. Potentially. Actually, before I throw in the towel, let's see if there's a better solution for this. Better solution as in I need to clip up the shot. So let me bring this down. We got attempt number 2. Oops. I'm going to draw this guy down. We'll bring these guys down as well. And then here, all we're going to do in this attempt is I'm just going to cut to somewhere else, and we're going to just remove all of that in between. And then we'll figure out different transitions for that. The good old-fashioned way, we're just going to crop away parts. Okay, if what I'm doing is making sense, basically I'm saying like, okay, there might be 4 sections of that original shot that tell a decent passage of time where it's in different framing, different positioning of the eagle, and it still tells a cohesive story of this eagle circling around in flight. And if I can find a nice way to have some transition between the two, it could be a little bit of a soft like dissolve effect in between. Then maybe we start with one shot where it's all the way flying left, turning. So it's flying left, but starting the turn. Next shot should be more when it's already done the turn. Then the third shot could be either when it's like, how how would you explain this? Opposite us, essentially, right? So fully on the side flying. And then the last clip should be when it's turned back towards us. And then I might even just use a slightly different part of this clip where it's doing a little bit more turning towards the camera. So we get a little bit more of... So it makes a little bit more sense. And let's do it from when the wings are open as it turns. Okay, what about this? Okay, I think that's not bad, you know? In an ideal world, I'm able to do the thing we talked about. In an ideal world, I can just use my mouse. And this is where I need to figure out if any of these editing software already allows for this or if there's some other way to do it. I would love for me able to just like use my mouse and without affecting the music. Let's imagine if the music plays like this. And the whole time the music's playing, I can just use my mouse or whatever and manually, as I listen to the music, I'll just manually do that, right? I just want to be able to swipe like this and see like whatever I find works. So it'll be like, as the music's playing, imagine I'm going like this, and I speed it up, slow it down, speed it up, slow it down, speed it up, slow it down, speed it up. To me, that's the best editing. If I can just use the mouse and show for everyone. And since I'm just scrolling through the video itself smoothly, it just depends on the speed of which I move the cursor, or like this, whatever you call this. And to me, that is the best control. Instead of me having to tap over here, type in a number of 80%, or look at this kind of stupid little graph, and then click keyframes, and then add some curves and stretch it out. It's like, no, I just want to be able to take the video, let the music play normally without any pause, and as it's playing, you watch all the actions I do, see where I speed it up, where I jump it, and then by the end of the soundtrack, when I let go of the mouse, boom, whatever action I did, it saved it, and if I like it, I keep it. If not, we reset and go again. Then I get exactly the slow motion effect I want, the speed ramps that I want. There must be like a, maybe it exists and I just haven't discovered it yet. Maybe DaVinci has it, right? Maybe it is just because I haven't spent the time to actually learn how to do the speed ramps properly. But to me, that would be perfect. Because, okay, I can even hear the sound in my head. This one. And I can totally hear it in my head as I do it. It's like, do those quick little this. Totally could see it. But unfortunately, I don't think that exists as of now, and we have to use the tools that we've got. So in lieu of that, I think just cutting this up into 4 sections is probably the best bet for now, so I can keep going. And then what that means is in this section until this marker, I need to now start slotting in, and I'll just move this out of the way for now, but I need to now slot in the landing shots. So we'll try to find the key moments of as the eagle has landed. And it might just have to be one of these. And actually, technically, just one of them is fine. So it could just be one landing shot in its slow motion, and then just let it play out as I zoom in on the face. So even that, I guess this part right here could kind of work as a single clip. And it just depends if I have better clips to use, but then we'll find out in a second. Because that eagle landing might technically be the best one I have. So let's see. And some of these are just close-up, so we can always slot that in, but... Yeah, and I guess showing 2 shots back-to-back of, like, landing... Actually, it could work because it's 2 different eagles and 2 different riders, so showing one back-to-back could be okay. Yeah, so it could be that we use 1 landing per eagle per rider. So just 2 different sequences. Or we just do a single one like this all the way through. Let's see. Or, so then at this point, we can show the second attempt. Where is that video? Is this one maybe? All right, let's listen to that again. Oops. Let's show that again. I was on the wrong screen. So basically what we've got is something like this. And I think I prefer it like this. We'll make a few different edits still. But it could be like this. Thank you very much, Jasmine. Appreciate it. Jasmine Lily. Jasmine Lily 776. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Even better. I think I need a certain number of followers to level up in terms of the Twitch progress. So thank you very much for the follow. Hopefully you're enjoying what you're watching. I am just kind of wrapping up the final episode, or the final chapter that we've been editing for this video. And so I'm just reviewing potential cuts here, and tomorrow we're gonna improve upon it. But let's go ahead and listen to this again and see if it's okay. And the thought is, at that marker transition is when we start showing, we're going to start showing the rider now. So then this is where we'll dedicate. Oh wow, we do have a lot of space left then. Okay, let's see. Then here, so as that transition happens, we'll take a moment, maybe something like this. So with that last one, oh, that kind of works nicely. then when that, okay, so then I'll take some element of that, and then when that music kind of changed, so right there, I'll need to somehow fit the best parts in that section. And then here, we got the next marker. Whoops. And at this point, oh man, okay, I'm getting excited again. I feel like there are some failures today, but then now we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. So let's push these ones back for now. I think all of these we're going to push it back. Let's bring these ones forward. And let's see now if we can fit the next of the sequence, which might be this group shot. Whoops. So then this could be the next of the bunch. There we go. It's coming together. And it's fitting with the music, which is the most important part. And then there's another change in the music. So then roughly here, can we now, at the next section, whoops. And again, tomorrow we're going to work on this in terms of fine-tuning the actual sections of these clips to use. But just for reference, I just want to see, generally speaking, if it works. So then imagine same thing. We're going to cut. We'll cut like here maybe. Okay, let's listen to it from here. This is badass. We're cooking, as they say. I think it's coming together, and the shot was so crisp here. Now it didn't line up perfectly. I wanted the eagle to turn its head right at that beat, unless I let it keep going. But I mean, yeah, we can obviously trim it ever so slightly to make it happen. So let's see if we can make that. So right there. So this is the next marker for our final shot, maybe, but we'll just have to see. So let's see if we can make it work even more. Exactly, Adora. Let him cook. But yeah, it's we had our mental blocks today, but this section might be what's saving it for me. Nice, we got the head turn at the same time as the beat. Head turn, oh my god. What, how magical. These are the moments I live for, okay? No skill of mine, it was just lucky timing. But there are two moments in there where you can hear the beat, and as that beat hits, you see the eagle turn its head. You see her turn her head at the exact right time, at least with right where we have it. So I can't be the only one who gets so OCD or whatever about these things, but okay, let's see. This is an 8.5 out of 10 for me in terms of that feeling when the right ingredients play at the right time. Let's see. So the first one comes up here. So head turns right with the beat. Another head turn coming up. Boom. Yep. And then that last one is an ominous one, but I like it. So as of now, let's say we keep that. And then the question is, I don't think it really works with the music, but now we do have all this leftover. We have all this leftover space that, because now we've overkilled it. We were struggling to think how can we fit everything into this song. And with all the crazy cuts we did, we technically now have half of the song remaining. So we kind of overdid it, at least with today's edits. We'll look at it with a fresh pair of eyes tomorrow. But the last kind of quick check I want to see is we do have one more clip of the charging. And we'll see if it's worth using or not. Maybe from a close-up. And this could be a nice little transition right there when everything cuts in. So if we can make this be the final shot, and then let's see how long the duration has to be. We are cooking. All right, let's just watch from this point. And we even figured out a way, if all this works out, we figured out a way where after the Eagles landed, the soundtrack changes up a bit, it gets quieter, and it almost fits with the horse riding. So, and I'm sure we can even work on it a bit more. So then as the tone of the music changes right here, at the end of this, we also change the tone of the visuals. And then we'll stabilize the clip later, obviously, but yeah, so the mood of the song has changed, and we've also switched from seeing the eagle flying, and now we're seeing the horse ride it. So technically that's one potential ending, which is like roughly the same duration. But I want to maybe see if we can make this last clip last longer. I want to see if there's a better ending point with the music without having to fade it out. That's almost good. We were almost there. Let me see. So then right around there, I think we can make that work. Let me see. So if that's the cutoff, we're gonna cut this one a bit. And then what I'm trying to do is then we would fade out the music a little bit after that. So let me just cut the music from here. So assuming, or. Ooh, I should have ended stream earlier, but now we're at now the adrenaline is rushing, okay? I have two options. So either I just splice it like I just did, and then I need to fade out the music so that we don't necessarily hear the next part of that soundtrack, really. So something like that. And then we would fade So that's option one, right? We just do a nice little fade out. And then segue to the next one. Yes, Idora, I am in my flow state, and this is the bad time to be in that flow state because I haven't eaten. I need to go to sleep so I can do this again tomorrow. But man, when you nail it just right, you know, it's like, oh, let's just see where we can take it next. Okay, so that's one option. The other option is, and this will just depend on if it works. Let's see here. So if this is the end of the clip, now what I want to try to do is see if I can splice the soundtrack itself so we can get the end of the soundtrack, because obviously by the end of the soundtrack it starts tapering off. It's hopefully should have like a finale element to it, and then it has an end scene type thing, right? Like especially by this point with that final note. So there's a world where we say, can we actually make that fit with the end? So just as an example, it'd be like, so now we're just we're cooling down essentially. And it'll fit with that as we fade to black. So that would be an ideal state. And the only way to make this work is if somehow we can splice the proper part of the soundtrack with each other. So there's a bit of luck involved with this to see if we can make it work. So let's see what to do here. Wait a second, it could actually work. Man, I would be so happy if it just happens to work exactly without me having to do anything else besides just that portion. I don't think that's as lucky as we'll get, but let's just see. So I'm going to cut away part of the bottom of the original soundtrack, and then the top soundtrack here in soundtrack 1 or A4, that's the ending of this soundtrack that I'm trying to bump it forward to match with the final video clip. And the thing is, I need to make sure that it blends in nicely from track 1 to track 2. So 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Not so much, but we might still be able to fix it, but let's see. So maybe from here. Oh wait, no, we still have a chance. Right here. So, I mean, all of these shots are not necessary, so if we can shorten the clip, that's fine too. So then from here, so it goes right around here. So first I want to see if I can get the beat structure proper, and then I have to see if I can blend the audio levels and whatnot. So let's see. Okay, so timing wise I think we're okay. Let me try it from earlier. So I'm going to count down basically. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Excuse me. Okay, so we've locked in the beat, but obviously you can hear the audio shift from like a louder part to a quieter part. So my next hope, you're my only hope, is to then hopefully blend in. So I might extend this a little bit on both sides and then taper off for both ends. And honestly, I don't know. This is just touch and go. I don't know. It almost worked. Let me see. Kind of. I think we're getting somewhere. I think we're... Let's see. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. Okay, so the solution, it seems I need to extend it even more and then just have a slower blend. Oh, but I can't reduce the sound too soon, so that's the one thing. All right, let's try again. Kind of. Maybe I need to shorten that. Okay, before I do that, I'm gonna see if I can extend it even longer and see if doing that helps or hurts. So let's see if we try this. It's not bad. Okay, before I do something drastic, let me see if I can save. Let me duplicate this timeline. I will be so sad if I accidentally delete this, because this was on, like, it'll take some time to recreate what I've done, but some of this was just stumbling on the right timing. So I'd like to save this before I destroy myself. So let's duplicate the timeline. And we're going to call this horse, well, it's chapter 5. Horse riding. We'll call it light bulb moment. Cool. Alright, so now let me try extending the music the other way as well. And we'll do a softer blend both directions. It seems to work okay, but I want to try to cut the music sooner now. Oh, shoot. Not that. Oof, I don't know. A little bit of a crossroads. I think it can work either way. Question is, do I want it to be more abrupt or less so? Let's see. Well, that's obviously not good. Or what if I cut it sooner? Let's see. I don't know. Okay, I have another thought now. What if... I'm going to add a keyframe, and then I'm going to start to reduce the audio of the bass track, but never have it fully go away by the end. So it should always just kind of be somewhere in the background. Let's see. Okay, I think that's not bad. But then I need to do, let's see, I gotta shift this guy up a bit. So by this point, yes, Nala, what are you doing over there? I believe Nala is now chilling on top. She's too high for the camera, even. Nala, what are you doing? You gotta be careful up there. I'm in my flow state, Nala. You can't disrupt it. Can you chill there? Without falling? Alright, we're gonna try. Listen, when you're in your flow state, that should mean you're locked in no matter what. Even if a cat jumps on your head. So, I'm gonna back this up a bit. I think timing-wise, we're good here. And then ending-wise, let me add a little bit of fade now. Towards the end. Oh, this is gonna be good. This is good. Alright, where do I want to start to get a good sense of the full story? We should probably start... Okay, we're going to start all the way back here in the chapter, which was the start of the day. This is where the soundtrack kicks in, the first of two. So we'll have a good sense of, does the soundtrack work for the moment? Do we feel a build up throughout as we're preparing for an adventure, we're on the adventure, and then we're completing the adventure. So let's pause this music. Let's jump into this full screen. Let me test the audio level. I think we can increase it a bit. Okay, so in terms of what we're going to see, we had been introduced to Arduk. Now we're going to hang out with some of the other folks. I say folks, the dogs and the horse. We're going to see some of the other livestock, animals, whatever else is in the area. It's the first time we're actually seeing the area we are in broad daylight. And then we're going on an adventure on this day. So let's do it from full screen. Boom.
It's Ardak.
Yeah, Ardak and
Ayalam.
Ayaw.
Ayalam is the eagle.
Yes.
What about the horse?
No, nothing is after me.
Oh, no.
It's just a crazy horse.
Crazy horse?
Yeah. But we don't name horses.
Alright, so
Yeah.
crazy horse,
Yeah.
Ayalam, and Ardak the eagle hunter.
So far, so good. Perfect. Well, not perfect, but good. Happy. This is progress. I think so I think I noticed a few things I would change for tomorrow. In terms of the audio level, for sure. I think some of the clips, obviously, we need to stabilize. I might double check a few moments in terms of which sections do we still want to work with. I think the transition point here, I might actually increase the audio a little bit more. So I think it tapered off in terms of volume a little bit too soon. I wanted the drama to continue, but I think I set it up in a way that it started tapering down. So I think I need to actually do the opposite. I want it to taper up until towards the end of this guy. So we'll play around with a few things like that, I think, tomorrow. As I'm saying that, I'm playing with it now. But basically, yeah, we'll find different ways to kind of transition it, but maintain some level from the original soundtrack. Anyways, but yeah, I think a lot of this has come together, and we met our goal of trying to fit all of that in that single soundtrack. Actually, we exceeded our goal, because I didn't actually initially think we could fit it into a single soundtrack. That was the aspiration. But we somehow did manage to get very cinematic moments across the eagle in flight, eagle landing, as well as the horse riding moments to finish with the soundtrack. Oh yeah, we actually had more time to spare, to the point where I was able to cut out some of the soundtrack and then splice the ending towards the other section of it. So really, really awesome. I'm happy with that, which means that currently our video stands at 8 minutes 56 seconds long at this point. Yes, Nala, we did good. We did good, Nala. I think she's hungry. I do need to feed her now. I think that's what she's saying. But yeah, so we're at the 9-minute mark, which leaves us what we got. So that means tomorrow I can essentially, once we're ready, all of these clips should be deletable. And so we'll do a bit of house cleaning. That means, how far can we jump? Tomorrow we're going to work on the most exciting section, I believe. We're going to do a little bit of the ice fishing. We're going to see a bit of, Van getting stuck in the snow. We're going to be able to see the actual horse riding again, but now this time in the middle of a blizzard. So we're going to get those epic shots as you see them riding through the snow. So I really want to make sure to amplify that moment. We're also going to hopefully get through all of this section where we see how the snowstorm hits the farm and the farm life, including the aftermath, which was the dead horse. Dead horse and maybe the farm life stuff we won't get to. Maybe that'll be a Friday goal. So we're on Wednesday right now. But if by Friday we get all of that done, that is technically the end of episode 1. Oh, I'm losing my voice. Perfect timing. So yeah. Progress. I'm about to die here. So I think the last thing we're going to do as the nice little send-off is we're going to watch the trailer one more time, enjoy it, and I will be motivated for tomorrow. So let's go ahead and play this again in its entirety of the trailer. Yikes. And I was, you know what? I was just thanking you, Adora. So I was like, oh, thank you very much for everyone who's kind of tuned in throughout. Today was a good day. And I was just saying also, Adora, especially to you, because I think you've been consistently on the longest, engaging the most, keeping things interesting for me, and also teaching me how to be a streamer and making sure mics are on at the right time. And my cats also agree. It's been a good day. I do think I need to feed them. We got through a lot today. There are some memes in there. I do want to, yeah. There's some good lessons about typography. Thank you very much for Maple and all you guys for teaching me the way, as they say. But we also are ending, we're also ending with a good spot here. We got through some of the biggest mental hurdles that I was struggling with, at least in the past few chapters. So yeah, I think we are on time. We're not going to make it, but things are okay. I'm not very optimistic about Saturday because the things I'm not optimistic about is because obviously I want to spend some time dedicated to the audio. I have to record my voice, get it to all work. I want to work on like thumbnails and all the other kind of random things, maybe create some promo trailers. I don't know. Those things will probably delay me by a day unless I can take care of it off stream at times. But all of that said, thank you very much. Hell yeah, brother, exactly. thanks for tuning in, especially, Adora and those who have popped in. If you're watching on the VOD, I do appreciate it as well. Otherwise, I will be here tomorrow. I'm going to try to stream a little bit sooner, especially as we come up on the deadline. So I'll aim for my time maybe like 1 or 2 hours ahead, if I can go to sleep, because now it's already close to midnight. So I'll have my meal and then go from there. All right. Thank you.